I had it on. Good morning, Cap. How you doing? There we go. Let's see here. I could complain what I want. I feel that. I'm chilling, man. I know I like the morning time, and it's cool, little drizzle. I'm cool with that. Shit, I was traveling Sunday, and shit, I was traveling Sunday, and it was raining crazy around this way. Shit, it was rain. Yeah,
Just pretending to work remote at home until I actually have to do my job later. But
there you go.
I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. Trying to figure out if I'm gonna go live or go to this concert I was planning on going to, but I'm not sure if I want to go anymore.
Who's the concert for?
So Rochester, they do like public events. So there's a party in the park. It's like 2 blocks away from me.
Okay.
Uh, a blues act is performing like at like 8 o'clock. But
Man, you just in the perfect spot for the music you like, ain't it?
only for like certain times of year, mainly rap acts come to Rochester, or like pop acts or rock acts, but
Oh,
sometimes
interesting.
jazz
Okay.
or blues acts come.
Okay.
Yeah, but sometimes I
I
just
didn't
don't feel
know
like leaving my
Rochester had a
apartment,
decent little
so
music situation going on.
yeah, it does. But I don't know if I'm being lazy. I might just stream like at 3 or 4 instead of going at usual 6 because that's when the concert is. But I also don't feel like spending money off them.
That's fair.
So it's kind of like I don't know. I guess we'll see how I feel. But how have you been doing? I'm so congrats on the commercial, doc.
Appreciate it, man. Chilling, chilling. I trying to figure out what I'm gonna do this weekend. Uh, We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It all depends. If there's one thing Jay's gonna do is back the Blues is crazy.
Yeah,
Good
fuck you,
morning,
Mac.
everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. That Matt guy's a really funny guy.
Yeah, I think it was a highlight of getting Mac to meet Bizarro Mac. Just so everyone can
Yes.
experience what it is like talking to that man, because it's just he thinks he has an argument, and then it just turns into word association. He just starts saying shit.
There were certain times, morning, for Judas. There are certain times in the day or in your life where a mirror is held up to you, you know, and you just kind of have to sit there and be like, wow, is this how the world perceives me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, tried.
Morning, fellas. Trying to get motivated for work here.
I hear you. Are you a Christian?
Former.
What about currently?
Nah,
You believe in the God of the Bible?
I would label myself agnostic currently, I'd guess.
Oh, okay.
Got the Christian thing. Yeah, Christians.
Javarius, um, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it. Also.
What do you think is the biggest sign on my background, sir? What do you think that's
It says Christians, but I think under a certain part of the sign, maybe there's agnostics. Nope, it just says
Oh,
Christians.
I was curious because I know this morning that, what I'm saying, I might not have been moving quick as I normally do, but I thought I took the
Like, oh no, I'm agnostic.
I was like, I wonder if I make this sign big enough to encompass every other sign, if they'll read it. I was just
No,
curious.
they'll still come up.
Oh, okay.
They can't help themselves.
It's not for
Then they
lack
get
of
mad when
trying,
you
I guess.
they get mad when you point it out. What's the biggest sign? It's like, oh, so you just don't want to talk to people.
Oh, well, I thought that excluded me. I don't know you. Why would it exclude you?
Everyone's their own main character.
This seems weird. Almost as weird as me not sure. I'm trying to. Am I on the For You page? Probably not. Can we do the tapping and the sharing and stuff? I know you guys are doing that, but I'm struggling to find my own page for my backup account. That shit crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
There we go. Perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning, chosen
Good
one. How
morning.
are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Are you a Christian?
I do believe in that God is real, but I'm here to tell you I'm not here to debate. I'm more questioning about his character and his intention. I've had
And that's the God in the
multiple
Bible.
huh?
That's the God in the Bible.
Yeah. I just have questions about his character and his intention. I've witnessed
Well,
multiple
I'm not necessarily here to answer your questions if they're not related to the topics that I'm running. So
it
let's see,
is
we
topics
have
that you're talking about. You didn't let me finish.
sure, but I'm trying to how do I say this? Gently guide you to the conversation, right? We have one, why does Jesus healing or why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? And two, are God's priorities straight? So which one do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about number two.
Okay. And what are your thoughts?
I don't think they're straight.
Okay. I would agree with you. Why do you think so?
I think because this is an ego, pride driven moment for him. I think that it's about teaching us a lesson more than it is about delivering his people. And I think the people, like for example, that's getting persecuted overseas to believe in him, I don't think that I should be prosecuted for your name's sake. if you want me to commit a mission or my calling or whatever it is, and I'm not even alive to do it. So if you want more people to follow you, but you have more people just standing out and they're getting unalive for it, then, I just feel like your priorities are not straight because you're not protecting these people. And I feel like as the state of the world that is in right now, this is not the time for a mystery. This is not a time for people to feel like what's going to happen next. He does have mysterious ways, and I think right now we don't need any more mystery because it's only giving us more anxiety about what we don't know. And I'm sorry to say it, but faith alone is not keeping people with him. And I think that he's trying to install fear in us more than we're getting love out of the conversation. I mean, love out of him. And that's why a lot of people are leaving. A lot of Christians are leaving because they don't feel like they're being a priority anymore. And I don't personally feel like it's selfish if you are in a relationship with him. I'm not even talking about from a religious standpoint, but if we're talking about from a personal relationship standpoint, we're supposed to be each other's priority. So if my priority is to serve you in my life, why is your priority or whatever your tool is to keep me bound and keep me close to you have to be involved with your enemy? Why it has to be involved with so many distractions trying to combobulate a person that is trying to serve you? And I don't feel like the priority's straight.
I could agree with that. I think that even if you go to the root of it, right? Like a lot of times, believers will tell us that there's evil and all these bad things happening to, not even just people, but like good people, like children suffer tremendously and unnecessarily, right? But the believers will tell us, well, God wanted it that way. He needed us to have free will. Well,
It's no free will.
why do you need free will for it? Because, well, he wants you to love him like he wants you to love him. Well, if he wants you to love him like he wants you to love him, then why in the hell do we need to have all the bad shit happen to people
Why? But
unnecessarily?
that's what I'm saying. Why do? And a lot of Christians are delusional of these feelings they be having. And I'm the type of person that I'm being real and honest because if you saying God is all knowing and all powerful, then He already knows your heart and He already knows the questions in your head anyway. So I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say that I feel like His priorities are straight or I feel like we are His first in mind. I think the only reason why we're still alive is because he still want to use us. I don't believe it that he still want us to be here just because of a relationship. I feel like it's something added on to it that he wants. And I can be somebody that believe in something just like you can be in a relationship with somebody. That don't mean you trust them completely. That don't mean you don't have questions or concerns about them if you just starting out to know them. And I could be honest and real about that. And then you have Christians up here that you don't hear Christians like me have these conversations. So of course it's gonna make y'all in the comments feel uncomfortable or you
No, don't
feel
worry about the
surprised.
comments. They're gonna say what they're gonna say.
I'm my own individual. I'm not a corporate Christian. I'm not an organized Christian. I'm a human being first. And a human being first have questions. A human being first has vulnerabilities. A human being at first has strengths and weaknesses. And that's what people fail to realize. And that's why if we're talking about the enemy, that's why the enemy can swoop you up. Because you in your head think that a Christian is supposed to not question God. But if you read the Bible like you say you do, and you look at the people that he used, they questioned God and betrayed him, cussed him out, the whole 9 yards. Because they don't feel, you really believe that if everybody trusted God's character, we wouldn't be having these debates that I'm seeing, these debates that we're seeing on live. Do you really think that if people really believe in God's priority and his attention, that so many people wouldn't have any anxiety? We're talking about non-believers. We're talking about Christians. There's a lot of Christians that's having still anxiety to this day.
Wait, anxiety over what?
They have anxiety about what they don't know. Like they have an anxiety about what's not going on. And when you're a Christian, you're supposed to not feel that, or you're not supposed to pay that any attention because
I
God
think
is
that's
in
what y'all
control.
think. I don't think that's what we think because we're not
No,
believers.
I'm saying no. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying from a Christian standpoint.
Yeah, I'm saying
So,
that that's what y'all think, but I don't
but I,
necessarily share that view.
but my thing is, As me, somebody that believes in God and me believe that He exists, I can still sit here and say that I don't feel like His priorities or feel like His intentions are fully pure. I don't. I don't feel like you put me here as a human. Why would you put me in the flesh and then tell me not to be of the flesh? Why would you put me in the world but don't want me to be of the world? It's like you're contradicting yourself because you know what's going to happen. You know I'm going to be in something. You know I'm going to be of something. And it's like you were we if I made in the likeness of His image and I sabotage myself because I do stuff that I ain't supposed to do, then if I'm the likeness of your image, then that image of you is the same thing because you sabotage yourself. You died on the cross and died for people's sins, and knowing the majority of the people still not going to follow you, still not going to do what they want to do, and then in the end get punished for it.
Can I ask a
When
quick question? What part of his image do you think you represent?
the image that I represent is the real and honest, transparent side, not the gullible and fake side.
And I'm asking that question because you said being made in his image, but you want to do things that he doesn't want you to do. If you're made in his image, and I hear Christians say this all the time, and I'm just curious to know what part of being human is like God, because it's not emotions. Most Christians tell you you can't have emotions, and you're right. Most Christians don't question. Sometimes they'll come up here if they're going through a deconstruction phase, or if, there's a particular topic, but most by and large, we hear Christians tell us that you don't question God. You don't lean on your own understanding.
Yeah, and I do that.
Yeah, and
I do that. I
I'm
do
I'm
all
with
that.
you. I'm with you on that, but I'm curious to know what part of you think reflects him.
I just feel like I don't have a image. That's why I'm questioning his character because I really don't know what image is he. You know, I don't. I'm just saying according to what he's saying doesn't match up with how he made me, and that's why I feel like it's contradicting itself to a certain extent
Well, I think the
because
contradiction goes away when you look at this through a critical lens and you look at who benefits from you thinking you were made in a God's image and he told you that there are things about you that are problematic. Because the reality is that book was written by humans who you never met, humans who I never met, humans who we have absolutely no way to verify they heard from a God at all. Even going back farther than that, I say this all the time. I love Bash's question. What is a God? What does that even mean? What would that look like? You say God is spiritual. He doesn't have a body, yet you call him a man. You say God is spiritual. He doesn't have a body, yet humans are this elevated creature made in his image. What? How he's shaped? Definitely not how he thinks, because according to most Christians, we can't lean on our own understanding. Our human logic isn't enough to comprehend God. So that's not like him. Humans tell you you can't have emotions. Anytime somebody pisses somebody off in one of these conversations, oh, see, she's so angry. Emotions are vilified. Yet in the Bible, he shows them all the time. But as a human, you can't. These are the types of
that's what I'm
questions.
saying. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I don't. I'm open minded. Like I said, I'm human first. And that's what people fail to realize. In anything you believe, you're human first. So you feeling and thinking and questioning everything that you just got introduced to. So I'm not delusional to that. And I just feel like I do agree with that because I do feel like it's unfair. Like there could be a wrath or hardening in somebody hardening in Pharaoh's heart when he was about to let go of his people. But you're telling me that if I hear your voice, to harden not my heart. But you just harden somebody's heart.
And that completely flies in the face of what most Christians say they have, free will. Like if he had free will, then God wouldn't have needed to step in
And
and
I
harden
don't feel
Pharaoh's
like you
heart.
need to install fear in people to get to love you. I mean, it's like an abuse and being in an abusive relationship or, being in a toxic relationship is that they always install fear in you or always gaslighting you just for you to be within their possession. And I feel like he's gaslighting our actions and what we do and trying to install fear for us to stay and try to bring hell into the conversation and try to get us to stay within a certain control. I just feel like it's not looking good out here. I'm telling you, like it's just I'm over at this point. For real.
But do you feel like that's been a recent discovery of yours? Because you mentioned something about before things in the world started getting how they are, and God didn't provide any clarity. You feel like He's showed up in your life in the past.
I've had my personal experiences, but I even questioned the intentions of me experiencing that whole thing. Like, why did I have to go through all of that for you to show me something or prove something? Like, for example, like with the number one question. Oh, a person is going through cancer and is going through a long, long process of dying. What is the point of them going through that? And what was the point of that person seeing that? Was that to prove that you can or can't heal or do whatever you feel like? Like I just feel like this is an ego and pride thing. Like if pride is the devil, and if pride is one of the biggest sins that human has, then he has a pride problem. Cause I don't need to be seeing that. Nobody need to be seeing that. Nobody have to be going through this to prove that you are something that you say you already are. I don't need to be going through that for you to
What's
prove something to me.
And going back to what Oso said at the beginning, or what Oso referred to, what has been your experience when you have these conversations with your fellow believers?
I can't have a conversation with them. I can't because they're like, they either bring in that I don't have faith just because I have questions, or I had to leave church because everybody was telling me, just pray about it or just read the word about it, but they would never have the con. They like I said, a lot of these Christians are fearful. They don't love God. It's not out of love; it's out of fear. And when you bring any questions about God and you see the fear in their eyes, and they say just pray about it, or you're overthinking things, and I'm like, you are, they say I'm overthinking, or they'll say that I don't have faith like I say I do. I don't follow God like I say I do. And I just realized that man just don't know what the hell they're talking about, because they could be confident outside doors and they could be feeling the same way behind closed doors. And I'm just a person that I don't care what people think. I'm gonna say how I feel, and
I
they
mean,
don't, they
I honestly
don't,
think
they don't.
that's the very thing that brought a lot of us who have deconstructed to that realization. Because I like you, I felt like if God made my brain the way He made my brain, He knew what I would be curious about.
Exactly.
He knew exact before I
And
even
you
had the thought. According to the God belief, He knew what I was
and
going
you
to
can't
question.
punish me for that. If something, God forbid, if something happened to us, you can't
Hold on.
punish us for that.
Let her finish her statement.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, why punish me for the very thing you gave me? And how fair is that? I have a child. I would never punish my child for curiosity when he was younger. I would have never done that. Even if it was something that his a societal taboo or something like that. I see people doing that to their children all the time. And that's when I think they start beating the curiosity out of them and instilling that submission into them. And that's why we have people now in their 50s, in their 60s, in their 70s, in their 80s, when you say something like, oh, no, God said in the Bible you can have slaves. No, God said in the Bible Pharaoh was going to let the people go, but he hardened his heart. He interfered with his free will. When you point those things out, they turn the blame on you. To Thinker's point, it's gaslighting 101. And I don't think it starts with humans. It started in the Bible to begin with.
And I feel like, just look at the Judas example. If he's handpicked, why did you let him suffer a demon possession and then allow him to go unalive himself if he is handpicked? Just because he might have dealt with and felt shame or felt whatever he was feeling, it was connected to you. So why in the world did you allow him to feel that to a certain extent where he couldn't control it? And and then allow him to be possessed, that you handpicked this person, you chose this person, you allowed this person to reveal themselves in some way, somehow they still was able to get possessed and unalive themselves. So you mean to tell me, if he's handpicked and you chose him and he doesn't have control over this demon that possessed him, he unalive himself, you mean to tell me he going to hell? I don't feel like that's fair, because you saw him face something and feel something. And I'm tired of this community glorifying suffering, glorifying uh 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 sickness and disease to an extent where it's mandatory for you to go through something catastrophic for him to show himself. You should show me yourself in the relationship. You shouldn't be showing yourself to me in a midst of just a midst of trouble. If trouble and suffering has to be the core of what we believe, and in order for us to respect him, then we're gonna be in fear all day, every day for the rest of our lives. And that's what I'm seeing right now. It's a whole bunch of fear and ain't a whole bunch of love. It's a whole bunch of torment. It feels like it's more of y'all trying to preach a humiliation ritual than a relationship. And I cannot F with that. I can't do it.
I don't know how one would be able to, and I can't say speak for everybody, but I can't be in relationship when I'm doing all the heavy lifting on both sides of the coin. If you're telling me it's about a relationship, then relate to me. Do your part. I can't do both our parts. And I think that's when Christians get to the point where you are, where you're like, no, this is supposed to be a relationship. Well, what is that? What other relationship in your life is one way that way? What other relationship do you have to beg for a thing repeatedly, and as opposed to getting a direct answer from the person that you're in a relationship with, you get like a subtle clue? We had somebody, I heard I think it was Joel's live, I can't remember whose it was, saying that God communicated to them through a license plate. The fuck? What are you talking about? You saw some letters on the license plate and you thought that was an answer to your prayer. So that's how people gaslight themselves into believing they have this relationship with the God of the Bible is the one I'm talking about, communicating through them through what plants? What are you saying?
They
And
constantly looking for validation
yep.
through things. And if you constantly seeking for validation for things, that doesn't mean you're really confident that you have a connection with him. If you always need a validation or confirmation through something
So
from
I don't
any
agree with that. That I don't agree with, because and this is why I'm pushing back on that, because a relationship is evident. If I tell you I have a boyfriend or a husband or a family or a child, and you're just like, oh well, let me talk to him. Oh, only I can hear him. He doesn't communicate that way. Or can I not show you a picture? Can I not show you where we went out of town? Something to demonstrate that relationship. Have you ever seen me together with him? I think that's a form of self gaslighting. And understand when I say this, I'm personally not a spiritual person. I'm a show me and then I'll believe it. We can talk about it when I can break it down and understand it. I want to tell you how I know what I know before I tell you that I know it. So like, I'm not going to claim a relationship with something I can't see. I know other people do, and I'm not shitting on that.
I mean, that's
But
understandable.
from a Christian perspective, when this God doesn't show up in the way this book tells them he's going to show up, that's usually when they go to the relationship thing. And that relationship is in their mind. That relationship is a pacifier for the fact that we live in a world where things are uncertain and they can get scary. And you've been told this God will show up and protect his people. I've never seen this God protect anybody.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Um, but it's just, I get why you are hesitant about it. So, because I'm hesitant about his character and his attention about all of this from the beginning to the end of how if I if you were to be interested or probed, I mean, you would have to question about how this all started. And that's where I'm at right now. It's like, how did this even all started?
What
And this
religion?
is
How religion started?
no, I'm talking about him. Like, you cast somebody out of heaven, and I mean, as a parent, you a parent?
Yeah, I've got a son. He's grown. He's 21, but I do.
Okay, so let's just say he's a toddler, or he's before his teens. Okay, so that he's more likely not going to be doing the right things because you was a child at once not doing the right things, and you have a predator, or you have somebody that is dangerous, or those apps where they tell you the predators or the people that shouldn't be around your children. But
Mhm.
let's just say that God has this access, the same access as well, but he does it from a globe standpoint. Why in the world would you allow your children to be in the midst of all of these enemies that are around them? And you want them to come run to you in protection, but they're still circling and they're still in distance near your children. Would you completely cut those enemies off, or would you take your child completely out of that whole thing? What would you do?
Hell, some of them set up in his house.
Exactly. Yeah. My child would be completely, I would take the enemies out to protect my child. I would have, but going to the example of the God, he allowed the deceiver into the garden to begin with. This was
Hey,
flawed from the beginning.
see, Recap comment.
You
What'd you
sound
say?
stupid.
Wait a minute, what'd
That
you say?
motherfucker said Earth, not a
You,
globe.
you,
What happened?
I said a global standpoint, and you said
Yeah,
Earth.
I know.
You sound
He think
dumb.
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he's special. Loso's laughing at Gab in the comments who thinks that the
Okay, so
earth is
Gab,
shaped like a quarter.
if the enemy is a temptation, then
Oh,
why
you fine, Chosen. He's not smart. You fine. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Fee. That
No,
took me out.
you're good. I didn't even see that comment come
I said
through.
from a global standpoint, idiot. But anyway, like I was saying, um, I just feel like people like
Well,
him.
Fee was saying something. Hold on.
I forgot what it was. My bad.
Oh, damn. My
No,
fault. Go ahead.
you was talking about the child standpoint. You say you would take them in the house completely out of the
Oh,
situation.
yeah. Like we talk about going back to Oso's point about God's priorities. If his priority is humans, if God made all of this amazing planet and universe that we live in and on for humans, why did you set them up from the jump? If the
And
Genesis
that's my
story is
point.
the creation, so why did you do that from the beginning? It doesn't, especially if you knew how it was going to end. That doesn't make any logical sense, and that's not loving at all. Your priorities aren't straight. Your priority seems to be, according to this book, demonstrating your power as opposed to protecting your people, and
I knew from the
that's not the type
beginning.
of leader.
I
Yeah.
knew from I knew from the
Hey,
beginning.
Danny.
If you I knew from the beginning when you cast the devil down first. You didn't create God's children first. You cast the devil out first. So now the enemy has a time or he's already in place to know what he's going to do. Your children is not aware of that. And you didn't let them know that before they were made. So now they're on this earth. They're not aware of this enemy. They're not aware of the most evil entity on the planet.
Does the Bible say that though?
What?
That the enemy was cast down before humans were made.
That he was. Adam and he was already there. He already appeared there when Adam and Eve was there. So he was there in the beginning of time. The
So
enemy was there.
I'm wondering where's the scripture in the Bible that says he was cast down before humans were made.
I don't remember the verse. I don't.
Okay, I that's just something new to me. I don't know that
I
that's.
mean, how else they got tempted then? The enemy had to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm just wondering where it is in the Bible, or if it's just a what we call here theological backfill, where somebody has just made up a story to make it cohesive. If
No, I'm
it's
not
not in the
making it.
Bible,
I'm
no,
not.
not you, not you. I'm saying that a lot of times believers, myself included, accepted things that were told to me was from this book, but when I looked for it in the Bible, it wasn't. So I was curious to where that scripture was that God threw down the angels or the bad
And
demons or
and
whatever.
then you got to think about something else too. If in the Bible it says heaven and earth is going to pass away, but His word is going to stand. If the word is God and was God and of God, and people that die are in heaven or in hell, and those going to pass away, then who's going to be the only one standing? If the word is going to stand and the heavens and earth are going to pass away, it's just going to be Thanos all over again.
I mean, I think the first issue from the there's so many things. The enemy that you're referring to, I guess, is Satan.
No, I'm saying if heaven and earth passes away and the word is God and was God and of God is going to stand,
I
then
got that.
you're
Right.
pretty much saying everybody, whether they're in hell or in heaven, is going to pass on, and God is going to be the only one standing.
I
You're
wasn't.
not so people going to be going, and He's going to be the only one standing at the end. So that's not sounding
But
like love to me.
did she answer your question, Fee?
No, because I wasn't talking about that part of what she was saying. I was still on the God, like, cast the enemy to earth first, because I think the first point of contention is that the serpent in the garden was never that it wasn't Satan. The Bible never says that was Satan. That's something theologians created and put together, trying to reconcile it with the book of Revelation. It just calls it the serpent. And if you read the actual story and where it came from and how it originated, that serpent in the book of Genesis is never called Satan. That's a Christian teaching.
They do give him different names. They call him the serpent, the destroyer. You know, they call him the ruler of the world.
But that's what John says in Revelation. Like that's not to say that that is the character, but he was just like saying that that's what they call him. That doesn't mean that he was the serpent in the garden, because in the story that he tells about the serpent being cast out, it talks about pursuing the woman and the woman growing wings on her back and flying away. That shit did not happen in Genesis.
Well,
So
I'm just
he was
answering the
just saying
question.
that's what people call him, but that's not the devil in that story.
But the whole point was why tempt me and provoke me, and I'm gonna break the curse if I'm gonna be disobedient. That's my whole point.
Not
I mean,
only
yeah,
that,
it's a fair
oh,
point.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Vic. No,
Oh,
you good.
I was gonna say, yeah, it is a fair point, but not only that, they didn't know good from bad. They didn't know good from evil. How do you expect me to make the right decision when you haven't equipped me with what I need to make the decision? They wouldn't have known the difference between good and evil until after they ate from the tree.
It's like a child just being born into this world. Like right now, if somebody had a child right now in 2025 and they born in the last days, what? How do you expect your child this child to turn out right? And then if you disable or if you mentally disable or you pass away when you're 13 or 14 years old, you are not mentally prepared for that. So how can you send somebody to hell, a 13 or 14-year old like that? I just don't get it. I don't. I
Well,
don't. I don't.
it's hard to get it chosen because it's made up. It's just simply not true. And the moment you start to scrutinize it, it falls completely apart, which is why Christians and other believers don't want you asking these questions. It doesn't hold up logically. Many of us have started researching this book, researching the history of it, figuring out who wrote some. They don't even know who wrote Genesis. Like they say Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, but it talks about his death. That's fucking impossible. That
And then
doesn't
I'm
make any sense.
and then I'm thinking about, why would you allow people to go through these near death experiences just to scare them and let them walk on these walk on eggshells for the rest of their life because you showed them a traumatic experience. It's this lady online that was talking about she went through a near death experience. Um and he showed her hell and everything. I don't know why I would show my child that. I don't. If I want my child to stay with me, I would show him what I am on this side. I wouldn't show him what is over there. So you show that over there to install fear in them. And now they have to walk on those eggshells for the rest of their life, knowing they're gonna still sin anyway. No, they're still gonna have temptations anyway. For what? Now that ideology and what you show them is gonna be in the back of their head for the rest of their life, and you might think that on the inside they're gonna stay with you, but you're making it their life a living hell.
Yeah, I mean, again, I had these same questions. I think all of us had these same questions, which started us looking into this God, this belief system, this religion, all of the above. It does not ring true. So then I think the next natural or logical step in this is
And why fear got to be
Hold
important?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Go ahead,
who
Vic.
does it benefit for the masses to continue to think this? Who does it keep in line? Fear will never lead to love. Full stop. It just won't. Humans aren't wired that way. You can't be so afraid of a thing that you start to love it. That doesn't make sense.
Yep,
You can't tell me I have a free choice, but if I choose A, I'm going to heaven to be with you. If I choose B, then I'm going to hell and be tortured forever. That's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. You cannot tell me I have free will and also tell me all of my steps are ordered and you know what's going to happen before I even do it. And I don't have the option to change what you know. That
I
doesn't make
agree.
any logical sense. That's why these questions are not encouraged in most Christian circles.
I agree. I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm literally thinking it what you just said. So I'm not arguing with that. So if people in the comments mad because y'all was expecting something totally different, then y'all f off then, because I'm having a genuine conversation.
Again, don't worry about the comments. They gonna do what they do. If you need to block them out, you can swipe right on the screen and it'll pull up a little uh screen so you don't see them or something like that. Like, I mean, they're just people expressing opinions, which is what we're doing. You know, they're entitled to theirs, you're entitled to yours. I don't pay attention to them for the most part anyway.
I just feel like
This is your journey. It don't matter what they you know
I
what I'm saying?
know,
Like
I know,
this
I
is
don't, but
yours,
I
so
don't
don't worry
tolerate
about it.
disrespect either. That's my thing.
I understand that. But anybody can type something, and you really don't have the power to stop them. So, you know what I mean?
I also think that a person's disrespect and whatever they're saying says more about them than it does about you. Like that's revealing their character, not yours.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just at a point now where a lot of people are tired. A lot of people are in fear. And I just when you in people well, I can only speak on behalf of me. I think that I'm not afraid anymore of these questions. And I'd rather be lonely and be honest than me be around a bunch of people that are too fake or too delusional of what's really going on. And I'm just at a point right now where I'm just over it. I don't think when you talk about why Jesus healing power discriminate, I believe he just a pick and choose. It's like you showing off at this point. You got to have a balance of people dying. You got to have a balance of people being healed. Like, I don't get it at all. There's going to be people that's going to be grieving. There's going to be people that's going to be angry. And here, once again, you expect them to still yet be faithful. And you still yet again expect them to be holding on. And I don't get this shit. I don't. It's stupid. It's stupid. I don't feel like I personally don't feel like I'm a priority unless it's bringing glory or it's bringing a light on something that I don't even truly believe is a full light. And if I say and like for example, if you don't want to be in either heaven or hell, then you're problematic in this community. You're problematic because it's like you didn't ask to be here. You didn't have a free will or free choice to be on this earth. So from the get go, it feels like this stuff is rigged,
Yeah, yeah, I can't disagree with you on that.
and it's just
Um,
it's I just it feel like torment to me more than it do feel like love. And people want to sit there and gaslight you and say you overthinking or are you in your head. Well, you shouldn't get me a head to think in then. If you knew that I'm an overthinker and you knew anxiety and fear and all of these things attach itself, then you should have probably given me a head to start with to be thinking about this stuff. Like you contradicting yourself.
I think this is where, like I said, a lot of us started. I don't know if you hang around the community much and listen to the conversations that we have, but it's a lot of people who have these same questions, who have had these same questions. I started deconstructing over 20 years ago, so I've been out for a while. So the fear just doesn't exist for me anymore. And I used an example a while ago about how, if a kid thinks it's a monster under their bed, you take a flashlight, you turn the lights on, you show them that there's nothing there, you open the closet, you verify for them that there's nothing valid to be afraid of. And that's what deconstruction was for me, because the things that I was afraid of, I looked into them. Where'd they come from? Where'd the concept of the world ending come from? Where'd the idea of a God even come from? Like, where'd the idea of this God come from? And I think education is the neutral. It's kind of like the antidote to fear. It does take a while, but I think seeking answers and educating yourself about the origin of all of these ideologies, belief systems, and mythologies is very empowering. And the more you know, the less fear you have.
Yeah, because it's a tool that you're using against me. If you know that I have this weakness, and you know I have this strength, and you know I have these questions, you constantly put me through a loop. I feel like following God sometimes feel like a 360 deal. Like you signing a music contract, it's a 360 deal. You come in, you was promised this. This is how it's gonna be. This is how it's gonna go. No, you come in, it's a whole nother level of fine print that wasn't described and wasn't explained to you for you to be prepared for all of this. And I feel like that's what this is. It's a 360 deal. It's a full circle of bullshit. And then, I just and I feel like you can't get if we your kids, you can't get mad at these questions. You can't back off of these answers. You can't gaslight me and say why I have little faith or tell me that do I still believe in you. Like you sitting here asking Peter, do he love him? Why are you sitting here constantly provoking him to say something that you already know? If you already know that he's going to betray you 3 times, then why you teach him why he shouldn't betray you? Explain to him why you shouldn't betray you if you already know he shouldn't be betrayed 3 times. Like
Appreciate y'all.
and I just don't understand. If I harden Pharaoh's heart and I'm trying to set my people free, you are playing with yourself because you're gonna see if Pharaoh already hate these Hebrews and you already hate these people and you just harden his heart. I don't know how hardened you hardened it, but all I know is you hardened it. Then you about to see your people suffer 10 times worse. And I feel like that's what he's doing right now. Like he's hardening the enemy's heart. He's hardening the system's heart to even attack on the people even more. And in return, what do you expect we supposed to run to you? If that's the whole point of all of this, then that shows that people don't really love you like you say they do. And you can't be threatening somebody. You can't be tooling somebody to get them to do what you want to do and put your hands off and say, well, I'm blameless. This is free will. So now you're going to label it free will because it didn't work out the way you wanted to. But if I did what you wanted me to do, then that's what we call obedience. But if you know that I'm not obedient and you knew you died on the cross for me, then why are we still having a conversation about the wages of sin is death? Because if you die for my sins, we should be not having a conversation about me dying on the earth, and we shouldn't be having a conversation about eternal hell. So why is that still be if people believe in God the way they say that they do, then why are we believing in an eternal hell still? And why are we believing the wages of sins are still death? Because we're still gonna die. And we still gonna have judgment, just like everybody else gonna have judgment. Then you telling me the people that do believe in you, that is in the church, they're gonna be falling down, and that you coming after the church. So instead of you coming after all of the corrupted systems, you're gonna come at the church first, your people first, because they're still people. So anytime you have people, you're gonna have corruption because people are not perfect. They're being consumed and being tempted by something every single day. So why are you coming at the church first? Because you're holding the church responsible, something they can't even be responsible of their own relationship, their own problems, their own personal life. And you I just I don't get it. And that's why I say, you know what, if you want to come for the church, then I get out of it. Because you're not gonna be coming at me and I'm sitting here trying to figure this shit out. You're not coming at me. You need to be coming at you can come at the institution, the structure and everything that you allow your people to build off of because you knew they won't know what the hell they were doing. This shit is stupid. You set up everything to see everything crumble and to make us look like we heathens out here and to make us look like we sinners out here. For what? How were you gonna use me not being a sinner? If I wasn't a sinner, then I would be up there doing a job right now. But no, you made me a sinner. So now you have to deal with the common pros and cons and risks of you might having me and might losing me. That was your choice, not mine. You act like I chose to be a sinner. You act like I chose to wake up this morning and say, you know what, I'm going to be a sinner and I'm going to follow this side. I'm going to be this side. No, you created us and you made us have this free will. So if somebody is coming into this world with no self-control and no alarmness, and you're not already installing the Holy Spirit in them to be able to discern this world, then what the hell you think gonna happen? But here you go again, trying to come into a situation where it's all crap just to appear to yourself that you are a savior. And then when people say, well, he your Lord, but that don't necessarily mean that you don't have still your own choices, huh? If you're the Lord and it's not my will and your will be done, then I'm putting it into your ball court, and you're supposed to guide me through all of this whole bullshit, but you're not, because you're still looking at my choices and not looking at the fact that I just made a decision with you to control the whole scape of things, but I'm still being whole liable at the end of the fucking day.
Girl,
And
this is
Christians don't want to have this conversation, which is why they're pissing me the fuck off.
Hey y'all.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna
Damn it.
Say that
thinker.
shit.
I know, but thinker, this is the gaslighting that you were talking about, like on your panel this week. It falls under that umbrella.
Yeah, and I was just sitting here thinking, like, it's usually, the believers of the religion who consider themselves to be these sinners that, that they can't, seem to get past. Like, why am I a sinner? Why am I a sinner? But then, like, if you really ask them, what sins are you committing? Most of the time, they can't name a sin that they, that they're committing. and they've taken on this identity of being this horrible, wicked person because they've been told over and over again, you're wicked, you don't deserve to live, you need to seek salvation, because there's other people out in the world, right, who are doing these egregious things. Like she was talking about how, the God is allowing the oppressors, right? Like allowing the oppressors to do what they're doing. So what? Maybe we can run to God. And when she said that, my thought was run to God, and then what? Like you run to the God. Is there some type of expectation for the God to then do something to these people who He's given power to oppress you, so that you can run to Him?
That
And
don't know what the heck they doing. And I
Well,
really
well,
don't
hold
get
on.
that.
Let us finish.
I was just going to say, like, most of the time, the guilt that you are carrying as a sinner, right, is really the guilt that these people should be carrying, right? Like the things that they're doing to harm humanity, to cause you to go through suffering, so that you feel like the God loves you enough that you are suffering, and you're carrying guilt of a sinner, and you can't think of a sin that you've committed, but they're out here willy nilly, committing these atrocities guilt free, conscious free, right? That's the thing. That's the whole psychological trap and the gaslighting of it all. And it kind of feeds into like what Jesus' sacrifice symbolizes, right? The innocent, the guiltless take on the sins of those who are committing the sins, and you become the sacrifice. You become the thing that saves them, right? Like you're carrying something that you should not be carrying. Because I guarantee if I ask you, like, what sins do you commit that you just can't seem to get over?
Yeah, and there's no, you're not going to be ever completely from sin, which is another contradiction. You want me to be completely from sin, or you want me to be close, literally without sin, and that's not going to happen. As long as you on this earth, and as long as you in these last days, I guarantee you, you will not be without any sin. Period. On your deathbed, you will still be having sins, or you will
She's
still be
asking,
having, you will
chosen.
still
She's
be.
asking you, what sin have you committed? That was the question. She's trying to zero in and kind of drill down into what sin are you talking about? What are you referring to as
I
sin?
mean, stuff that you shouldn't. I mean, let's just remove the sin term. Some stuff you should do or you shouldn't do. Like, you get mad or pissed off, you cuss somebody out, or
But that's not a sin, right? Like that's why I'm asking you. Like a lot of times you're carrying this weight and this identity of being a sinner, right? This guilt of being a sinner, and a lot of times you haven't sinned, right? Like you've just been told that you are a sinner. You've been told that your emotions make you sinful. Being mad and cussing somebody out isn't a sin. That's not okay, right? That's not a sin. And there, like, if you
Socially
live
frowned
by
upon.
this book, what you say, Fee?
I said it may be socially frowned upon, but it's not a sin from a biblical perspective.
Exactly. And especially socially frowned upon for black women, right? Like if a black woman even like shows disapproval in her face in a public setting, when she's being looked at for some type of professional or some type of accolade, if she even frowns, that's a sin, because then she becomes the angry black woman, right? Your emotion, you've been made to believe that having emotions and reacting to trauma, reacting to disrespect, reacting to oppression is sinful. And so you've been trained to smile through it, to pray through it, right? And then even to take on the blame for someone disrespecting you, for you not being able to love and forgive, and still try to be feminine and pretty in the face of a man trying to bust you in your face, right? And then that becomes the sin, because you start beating yourself up saying, did I move him to do that? Like I saw a video today of a man literally saying that a woman knows that a man is a weapon, and if she still runs her mouth in the face of a man and he pops off and punches her, that's her fault, because you don't play with a loaded weapon. That's that literally causes the woman to then blame herself for his fist being in her mouth.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that, well, I don't go by that. So,
But I'm saying that's how sin is. Like if you've been taught, right? that your emotions are sinful. You've been taught that you are the one that should carry the guilt, right, of everybody in the world that's doing crazy shit, right? But those that are doing all of this shit, they're guilt free, they're conscience free. Like you've become the sacrifice.
Yeah, I just they took that out of context and it just it blows somebody else's head up over the other, and so now you have a totally different religion within that religion alone.
Except that's not true either. Like this is the religion. This is the book. Like I've been going back and forth with some idiot in my comments all morning. Because he said, you read, you study, and you still don't believe. That's why I don't believe, because I study. You still believe because you don't. You think that what you see in the world today is not the God in this book. It's not the plans that were laid out in this book. You
They
believe in an oral tradition of the Jesus of the God. I understand what the book actually says, and the plans that they are following are the plans that's in the book. So it wasn't twisted. What was twisted is what you were given.
W, so appreciate you, brother.
I just I remove myself from the organizational standpoint of it, because I can tell you right now the church is all hype and it's all a fashion show, and it's everybody think they following God, they following the minister. Because I got somebody that's gonna be retired, and pretty much the majority of the people gonna leave, so they're not even following God, they're following the person.
I mean, I think your response to that is a silent rejection of what I'm saying, and you still trying to say it's the church, it's the church, it's the church, and it's not just the church. And again, what we see in the world today, they're literally following the book.
Mentioned earlier, I think you alluded to what's going on in Israel. Like this was laid out for them in the Bible. These exact actions. The God that you think or that you're still clinging to told them how to do just that for him in his name. So it's not a misrepresentation of the God. It's them being the God on the planet that we inhabit.
Yeah.
Like I asked a question this morning, and I'm gonna ask you, right? And really quick, I'm gonna go through just to make sure that you know about the characters in the book. So Abraham, right, is the father of Abrahamic religions, right?
Hmm.
Abraham deceived the Pharaoh and Abimelech when he intentionally withheld information regarding Sarah being his wife and caused Pharaoh and Abimelech to commit adultery. Correct?
Hmm.
And to deceive someone is to lie to them. Correct?
Hmm.
So Abraham deceived, Abraham lied. Then we have Jacob. Jacob deceived his father. Oh, well, let's go to Isaac. Isaac deceived the Abimelech as well when Abraham taught him to do the same thing with his wife. He withheld that that was his wife and got the Abimelech in trouble as well. So Isaac also was a deceiver, correct?
Hmm.
Jacob deceived his father Isaac and he became the father of the Israelites. You know about Jacob deceiving Isaac to get the blessing.
I don't read all of it, but you can keep explaining.
So do you know how Isaac became Israel?
No, I don't read
Oh,
everything. I'm not a person. I'm not one of those that read it from front to back. So.
okay. Well, Isaac, Jacob deceived Isaac to become, to get the birthright of Isaac when Isaac died. So he deceived his father with his mother. After he did that, the God visited him, wrestled with him, and then changed his name to Israel. That's where we get the God of Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham. Right. So he's the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. Did I say that backwards? Isaac deceived Jacob, or Jacob? Yeah, Isaac deceived Jacob.
Yeah, Isaac.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Isaac deceived Jacob. So he's the father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And all three of them used deception, right? Which the God kind of overlooked. He didn't punish it, right? And then we have David. David was a murderer. David was an adulterer. David was a coveter. He also was a deceiver because he tried to get Uriah to sleep with Bathsheba after he had already gotten Bathsheba pregnant so that Uriah would think that Bathsheba's baby was his. He tried to cover up his adultery with a lie. And when he couldn't
Mhm.
convince Uriah to do that, he conspired to murder Uriah, which he did, like premeditated murder. So you have David was a murderer, an adulterer, a liar, and a coveter. Abraham was a deceiver. Jacob was a deceiver. Isaac was a deceiver. Jesus comes from this line, right? Your
Mhm.
Savior, what's supposed to save you and get you to salvation, comes from this line, comes from liars, deceivers, murderers, and adulterers. How then do you expect, right, to get to this goodness, to get to this truth from a lie and from murder, deception, adultery, right? Like how? Did that question make sense?
Yes, valid.
Do you have an answer for it?
No, I don't. I don't have all the answers. I don't. Like I said, I'm still having questions about all of this.
I think it's definitely something to consider, especially if Jesus is your savior, right? If Jesus is the one that's supposed to save you, you you have to ask how can he do that, right? When it all stems from a lie or liars.
Yeah. I um I think that is a good question. Like I said prior, um I don't see how you that's how I also feel about the generational aspect of it. Is that you allow something to continue and now that other child or that like you said, the rebirth of the next character, like there was no stopping point and he didn't like step in to that. So he just sit back and watch it keep continue to repeat over and over and over and over. And I think from a generational standpoint, you
Yeah,
if you want
appreciate
if
you.
you want healing and if you want the curse to be broken, then you have to step in when that is constantly being repeated. So I think that's a good question.
What curse?
Uh, I just had to do a puzzle piece, y'all. Tap the screen. Tap the screen.
What curse were we talking about? Thinking I didn't hear you mention a curse.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that Christina?
You said what now?
What curse are you referring to?
No, we're talking about the the generational thing from how it began it and how it ended is pretty much what I'm saying.
Well, that wasn't a curse. That was your God using fucked up people to accomplish His will. That's not a. That wasn't an indication of a curse. That's just indication of the priorities of your God. In order to get what He wanted accomplished, I guess He used these extremely not only flawed but evil as mean as people to do it. That doesn't indicate a generational curse of any sort. That's why I was curious where that came from.
Well, I'm saying according to the belief of the Christianity, that was pretty much they were under a generational curse. Is what I'm saying. That's how they describe it, and I'm saying I don't agree with that. I think that, like I said in the beginning, that we all agreed on is that you put us in these situations and expect us to carry out your will, to carry out what you do, and we are were already trying to be responsible for our own personal life. So I think that in totality of it is just too much. It's really too much.
Well, I don't think we agreed on
Uh,
that because the vast majority of other
me
people don't think of God even exists. So we agree that that's what Christians say. That's what Christianity teaches. But I don't think we agreed on that at all. I'm not trying to make sense of this God because I've realized that it's people telling you this God exists. If you actually read this book, I think it becomes more and more apparent.
one
Well, that's
second,
what I was
y'all.
discussing in the
One second,
beginning
one
about
second,
his
one second, one
character.
second, one second, one second, one second. Come through, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
Hey,
What's up, man?
Kalu.
I hope everybody's doing well. Everybody drank water. I'm just reading a DM from Oso Live, and that makes me upset. That makes me really upset, and I don't like getting upset because Oso's my dog. So tap the screen, share alive, and gift the panel of your choice, please, please, or else. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Appreciate you, brother.
Who is Joshua? He been in
Yeah,
for a minute.
I don't like that. I've been up here, and then somebody else gets introduced. I just, I'll qualify myself. I'm old enough for
He put his hand up.
TikTok purposes,
I
and
think it
I
was
am a
intentional.
servant. I'm a servant. Excuse me. I'm a servant of the one true Most High Yahashua Haja Washua Shama Washa.
That's crazy. Stolen valor than a motherfucker.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Dr. B.
Morning, doc.
And y'all sat there and muted him. Y'all wrong.
That's our homeboy. That's our dog.
Nah,
That's our
Oh,
homeboy.
oh,
nah.
what was
But
he?
you were saying something. Go ahead.
What was he about to say? Oh, he just
He
came
was
here to
just
speak.
introducing himself.
They
Yeah,
don't
he's
want
just
that. Look, they don't want the truth, right? They don't want the
don't
truth
pay him
about
no mind, bro.
Elyon, the Most High, as I'm the servant of Yamahawa Shah, Yajahawa, Hama,
See, he don't even
Oh, I
speak
get,
Lemon
I
Lemon
get,
Hebrew
Bika.
I
right.
get what you're doing. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, y'all. But I think this is a setup. I think it's a setup. That's all I can tell you.
But it sounds like you think that it's a setup only by like the church. Like people have taken the God and just twisted it and used it for evil. That's what it sounds like. You think that that they're trying to hide the real God from you or something.
But that's what I'm saying. I removed myself from the church, so I'm no longer in ties with those people to figure that out with through them. If I wanted to do it that way, I'm saying for my own individual mind
Yeah, but who set
that
it
I did
up?
it.
Who are you saying set it up though? You're like it's a setup. Who set it up?
Well, I said first and foremost, I still believe in God, but that doesn't mean I don't question everything. That's questioning how everything started from the jump. That's what I said in the beginning.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here in the beginning, so I don't know who you're saying did the setup. Is what I'm asking.
No, I'm saying I feel like God set us up for failure. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay.
Yeah, because I feel like the fear and it's just a whole bunch of like bull in my opinion. I just feel like it's just I was set up, because um I'm not gonna be perfect. I'm never ever gonna be perfect. None of us are perfect. And I don't I just I'm not gonna be forced into not what I believe and not what I'm gonna believe, and I'm also not gonna be forced into believing something about what people saying that are not true either. And what I'm saying by what is true is that this is all free will and this is all based off of human doing. So
Yeah, but
no
why
one
not
can
believe your
no.
own self?
I do believe in my own self. If I
It,
didn't have enough
it
belief
doesn't.
in myself to know that my
I'm not talking
questions
about
are
belief
valid,
in yourself. I'm saying why not believe yourself? Like right? You just say I feel like God set us up for failure. That's your thought, right? Why not just believe yourself? Like, you know what you see, you know what you read, you know what you experience. Why not believe
Mhm.
yourself?
I do believe myself.
So you do believe that the God set you up for failure.
Yes, that's what I just said.
So if you believe that this God set you up for failure, then why would you attach yourself to a God that wants you to fail?
Well, if I detach myself from God, right? Let's just say I'm me, myself, and
But
I.
hold on, before you
I
before you
still
move
have my
there,
own problems,
yeah.
and
But
I still have a commit.
you hold
I
on, hold
don't
on,
have a
hold
Hold
on,
on,
commitment.
chosen
chosen.
one.
Hold on, chosen.
Before you move to what would happen if I don't, what I'm asking you is why are you attaching yourself to a God that you already believe wants you to fail?
I'm attached to my personal experiences.
So the reason why you have attached yourself to this God that wants you to fail is because you've had personal experiences with the God.
Yeah,
So those personal experiences that you've had with the God outweigh your desire to succeed.
I haven't thought it like that. No.
Well, that's what it sounds like, right? You have already told yourself this God wants me to fail, right? His plan is for me to fail. Okay, you've uh, accepted the God and that plan, and you're like, well, I've had experiences with the God, and so right, I'm going to continue to believe in this God, although I know He wants me to fail. So those experiences that you've had with the God outweigh your desire to succeed, outweigh what you already know is that regardless of those experiences you've had, He still wants you to fail. And this is what you've told yourself.
Well, since I've been in this panel, I have not pushed any one of y'all into a corner to be a Christian, right? So I would appreciate that same reciprocation of not pushing me in the corner of not believing a God.
I
I
didn't
don't.
do that.
Yeah,
You understand?
I don't think that's what she's doing. Sorry, thinker.
But you're making valid questions, but your attention is to strip away
I don't
what
think that's what she's doing.
what I'm originally believing in, and I'm
I
not
don't
doing
May-
that to y'all when
chosen
I
chosen.
can.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
think that's what
maybe
she's.
ask her what her intention is instead of assuming. Maybe try that.
Yeah, my intention is to understand your thought process, right? You made a statement, right? Who you're not going to believe. And so my question was, why don't you believe yourself, right? You've made statements in here. You made the statement that your God wants you to fail. I just want to understand if you believe the God wants you to fail, have you attached yourself to something that wants you to fail? And then
Thank
you
God.
That's the
said,
question that I'm asking myself right now, but I'm not on anybody else's time for me to
well,
make that
then all
decision.
you should have said was, I don't want to answer that question instead of answering it, because your answer to the question was, I've had experiences. And so then that let me know, oh, okay, so the experiences that you've had is what has you hanging on to a God that wants you to fail.
Right. And I understand what you're saying. That's the question I've been asking myself this point, and I have not came up with the answer yet. But that's on my time. That's not on man time or God time. That's on my time to answer that.
Well, I mean, if you just, all you have to say is, I refuse to engage with that. I want to stay with the God that wants me to fail. And that's that on that. That's all you have to say, because that's literally what you're doing and what you're saying. Like, I understand hearing it that way might be jarring, but that is the conversation that you're having with yourself, and that is the conversation that you're having with us. And you can't get mad at us for listening to you and understanding
I'm not
you.
getting mad. I've been here the
You're
whole entire
you're you're
time.
literally saying that we're trying to force you or strip away your belief. These are your own words. We didn't put
Yeah, I
these
know
words
that,
in your
but I'm
mouth.
not like you said, I'm not ready to answer that question right now.
That's what you should have said instead of answering the questions.
And ascribing intent to thinker, because I think that was a little bit unfair. The meaning we assume behind someone's question oftentimes reveals the very issue we want to avoid confronting. And it's perfectly fine with you saying, I don't want to talk about that. But to then go so far as to say her intent is to take something away from me, that's a little bit unfair.
Yeah.
Just yeah and no. Thinker, I apologize. but that's cool too.
I wasn't disrespectful. I just
You accused me of something I did not do, which is odd because that's literally what this book is about, right? Bearing false witness, accusing people, right?
so
But
if
didn't your Jesus say that if you offend your brother, go and ask them to forgive you? You accused me of something that I did not do, right? As I was intentionally listening to you, I only repeated back to you what you said, and it jarred you, right? And you attacked my character for one and tried to say that I was trying to strip your belief. And then you just said, yep. But I mean, you don't see that you should apologize. That's fine. But you did accuse me of some shit. And I'll just sit here and I won't say anything else to you because I don't want to be accused of trying to take your God away.
alrighty.
Chosen, I do appreciate you coming up and having a conversation with us.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate you being honest. I do hope that you reflect on what Thinker just explained to you. Um,
Yep.
but I do look forward to seeing where you are on the journey. Come back and talk to us another time. Yeah.
Alright, thanks for letting me come up here.
I would have to
Thank
push
you. Have a good
back
one.
on the being honest. I don't think that she was being 100% honest, but that's just me.
Mm,
I don't care
that's
what you think.
fair. That's tough.
Yeah, she was, and it's like she was from a place of silence, if that makes sense. Like the way she kept trying to bring it back to the church, right?
Hmm.
Like, yeah, she wasn't being 100% honest. And then to like, she's the one who said that the God set it up, and I feel like I don't know, there was some intent behind that, but she just wasn't being 100% honest.
It's honestly like towards the end of a conversation, it came. I thought about it's like a person who realizes their house has some faulty wiring, and then the neighbor's like, "Hey, you might want to rewire this because we see this issue and we see that issue," and they snap back, "My house is perfectly safe," because they want to hold on to the house. They don't want to. They fear that accepting that reality of needing to rebuild the house and it seems like that's where she is. I think she recognizes the issue with religion, but she still has the God in the breaking case of emergency glass. You can't touch the God.
Yeah, it's very dissonant, cognitively speaking. Um, I don't know. I think she's just on that journey, and some of those things are uh still like sore to the touch, you know,
Hmm.
and
Yeah, that's why I said I didn't
she'll
like
get
what.
over it.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't think she was being 100% honest. And when she was saying that, the God set them up, set her up for failure,
Hmm.
because she was like, and in so many words, it's put back, how dare you say back to me or make me think about the words that just came out of my mouth. That was the
Hmm.
response.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
And
uncomfortable with what she's figuring out.
Lackluster, another person running from the Most High.
This
oh
fucking
wow.
guy. You're a descendant of the tribe? Is that what we're doing
Of the
today?
13th.
On the 13th tribe?
Oh wow.
Is that the yokels?
The
Edomite on
DLC.
Edomite crime on a Thursday morning is wild.
Look, y'all just need to read the Yiddish,
He's not one of
Hebrew,
mine.
Syriac, Aramaic Bible.
We don't claim him.
Say
That man is
Caramig,
a Jebusite.
Dr. B, did you say Caramig Bible?
Solid journey. I've heard it both ways.
That's
Okay, got
crazy. Uh, Yeshua chilling. You with us? Greetings. Good morning.
Good morning.
I, uh, I'm assuming you're a Christian, correct?
Yeah,
Cool
Christian.
beans. How old are you?
26.
Solid age. I remember it fondly.
You
Question
said
for you.
what?
I said it was a solid age. I remember it fondly. But the question for you is topic
Oh,
number
we
one or
got
topic number two?
God's priority straight. Um, I don't really get the second question. Like it says, are God priority straight? Like, can you hear me? It's like saying I got bad connection.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay. Like, what does it mean when it says like is God priority straight? Like the commands that He set.
Well, the things that he values more than anything. The reason why that question is there is because a lot of times when we have these conversations with Christians,
Mm.
um, when we talk about the bad things that happen, y'all always say, well, God has to, God has to give us free will. Like, it got like the bad stuff has to happen. Kids have to starve to death. You know what I'm saying? People have to get murdered. People have to get raped. Like, people have to experience depression and all that shit. That has to happen because God wants free will to happen. But like, what are the priorities there if we have to endure all that negative shit? Where's the priorities in that?
I mean,
I think either had a phone call or he went off the app.
you say what?
Yeah, if you leave the
We
app,
can't
we
hear
can't
you
hear
if
you.
you go off the app.
Oh, I was just saying, like a lot of Christians suffer for God. Like a lot of his disciples suffered, went to jail, been crucified, been stoned, you know. But a lot of people forget like this world that we live in is temporary. Like this is a temporary place. So anything that happens here on earth is just a temporary place for us. Like, but heaven is forever. So, like he said, those who endure, you know, those are the ones that's gonna be saved. And for people that's like homeless and stuff, like I don't understand. I can pray to God and ask for him to help their situation. And I'm not rich or anything, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that complain about people being homeless or being hungry. And those same people that's complaining, like they've never helped the homeless before. They've never donated, never gave any food. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I know you can't like help everybody, but you can help some people though. You
How
know
do
what I'm
you
saying?
know? How do you know they've never done anything?
Well, I say I know. So you think everybody in the world has?
No,
Is
but
that
you
what you
say that
said?
that's what you claim. You claim they've never done anything. How do you know
I
that?
said I'm pretty sure not.
That
Like not
that
all
was a
of them
that
have
sir.
done
That was a
it.
Mott and Bailey. That was a Mott and Bailey if I ever heard one.
You
I don't
you
even know
the
what
word
that
you
means.
the
But
word you used was most.
okay. Well, I'm just saying like I know like well I'm not gonna say I know, but there's probably the people that's complaining about that probably haven't even helped.
You can't say
Just talking
that.
about it. Just talking about it.
Just
But
You know
you,
what I'm saying?
reiterating. You
yeah, you
just
can't.
reiterating again. Like, how do you know that?
So you mean to tell me you feel like every person on earth has gave
Sir,
to the
sir,
homeless?
do you know what a Mott and Bailey is?
No, I don't know what that
All
is.
right. So like if I said to you, man, like our educational system is completely terrible, right? There's nothing good about it. There's not one redeemable quality. And you were like, "Wait, that doesn't make sense. What about this and this?" And I said, "Well, I mean, yeah, all I was saying is that there's like stuff that we could fix about it."
Okay.
You see how you started off with one claim. It's completely this huge claim, this thing that would be so difficult to defend. And then the way that I skirted around that is to say, well, all I was saying is that there's some stuff that we could fix, right? That's a much easier position to defend, but it's not what I originally said. So when you said most people have not given, and then they said, well, how do you know that? And you
Okay.
said, so the way that you did it is you said, so you're saying that every single person that is complaining about this is given. Do you understand how that's a Mott and Bailey? It's
Okay.
in this case, it's like completely switching
I'm not.
the.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
trying. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I'm not trying to say like I know what people are doing. I'm just saying like I just it's hard for me to believe that you know a lot of these people. It's people that's sitting on their butt and they complain about stuff and they not doing
You're
nothing.
stating it as fact.
They not. You say what?
You're stating it as fact,
Okay.
and it's a thing you couldn't possibly know.
It's an opinion,
It's a
but
feeling.
it's an opinion. But it's like, do you believe that? Do you believe like everyone is given to the homeless? There's people out here. There's people
What
out
is
here.
this
Just did
everyone?
it
What is the
again.
everyone?
Listen, there's people out here that's not.
Just did
Everyone.
it
What is the
again.
everyone?
Listen, there's people out here that's not
No,
humble at
listen.
all.
To this point, though.
Like
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to tell you.
Your rebuttal to you don't know that is you're saying everyone when that wasn't what you originally said. It's a straw man. You're making an argument. You're fighting an argument that nobody is making. Right? No, nobody on this panel has said no. Of course, everyone gives to the homeless. Nobody would say that. That's ridiculous.
No, somebody has said something about like suffering. Suffering. Homeless could be suffering.
What?
Yes, homeless can be
You
suffering.
The
said
question.
most
So the
people who complain about it haven't done anything to help. That's
All
what
this
you
to
said.
avoid
And
answering the
Fee
question
said,
is funny to me.
Okay,
how
well,
do you know
I
that?
don't mean to say I don't mean to say most people. I just I don't mean to say most people, but
Okay.
some people that's probably complaining about it. They probably not trying to help the situation. Like
And maybe
Yeshua,
What
they
I
does
think
that?
can't.
that.
you say, what?
And maybe they
Sorry.
can't. Maybe they can't afford it because they're struggling themselves, but they understand the injustice of the situation. Or maybe there are people who are well off and just fucking selfish, but they're not going to be the ones complaining about the situation.
Yeah, I just feel like if I have something to give, like I'm gonna give. Like if like you have multiple clothings and you see a homeless person, help them with that. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like
Yeshua, I don't.
Well,
Go ahead, Jay.
Well, my
yeah,
entire confusion here is how this relates back to God's priorities.
Yeah.
I
yeah. That's
mean,
what I was going to say.
you're saying that
Cause
people like they have to suffer. Like you saying that people that they have to suffer and stuff like that. Like it's
Why did I
okay.
say
So
that?
like as children of God, like we are to
Hey, hey,
that's
help.
hey, why
that's
did
We're
not
I
what
help.
say
he
that?
said.
Why did I say that? What did I say what the reason was?
I don't know. All I know is as children of God, we are to help one.
I'm not here for you to just say what the fuck you want to say. We're going to talk about the topic. The reason I gave was because y'all will say that God wants to respect free will. I'm asking what are his priorities if he would rather a world wherein people have to be violated, people have to starve to death, people have to suffer at the hands of fucking life itself. What are his priorities? If he wants all of this, what is he prioritizing?
Yeah, Yeshua, if I could, I'll just ask a quick
I'd like for
example.
him to answer that question. Let him
Oh,
answer that
sorry. Yeah,
question.
sorry.
Like I was saying, like that's something that I would have to pray. I don't know that. I don't know. I can't question God and ask him why would he do something like this. Like he know better than me.
You
That's
you
something
you
that I
can't
can.
know what God's
No,
priorities
I can.
are?
I
Are you
can pray. I
serious?
can pray. I can pray to him and get and ask him to give me the answers, and he will reveal it to me. But like I don't know. I don't know why people suffer. I don't know.
You never asked?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know
You
why people
you
suffer. I mean, I
Like
asked
you've
them. I
never
asked
no
them
no
for
no
my.
no 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 no. You've never
I asked them
asked what his
about.
priorities are?
I mean, like his priorities. Like I don't know what you like asking me. Like I don't know. Like
Oh, so could I try to illustrate it? Because I feel like if I illustrate it, it'll make the point clearer.
Sure.
Maybe not, but and tell me to shut up if you need me to. Um, Yeshua,
preemptively
do you?
shut up.
Thanks, Mac.
see, and there's people like that. Like it's like you could tell God is not in certain people. Cause like with you telling me to shut up.
No, 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 no.
When you tell
He
me
was
to
He was
shut up.
talking
telling me.
to
He was telling me.
Joshua, bro.
Yeshua, yeah,
Oh
he was talking to me. He was talking to me.
okay.
He was
My
just
bad.
talking to me.
But that's true,
Um,
though. God is not in me. That is 100% true.
I mean,
No, that's facts.
okay.
He's
so
not in
but
you
yes,
either, but you think he is. But that's another story.
But Yeshua, if do you think that if like an infant, like a 3-day-old infant that gets sick and unalives, do you think that they go to
Right.
heaven?
I asked them that question too. Like it's some questions, like
No,
I
no,
don't know the answer.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking you. It's not a trick question. Like, do you think that that's the case?
An infant,
Yeah.
they never got a chance to like really experience God. So I feel like people that didn't get a chance to experience God, they're gonna go to heaven.
Right.
But for
Okay.
people like
Okay. Well, just no.
me,
That's all. No, that's all. Sorry. Just walk with me. Sorry. That's all I
okay,
needed.
okay.
So, do you think that that child, when it gets to heaven, do you think that God creates an experience for them that is like involves a lot of suffering?
And
Do you,
heaven, like
yeah. Do you
suffering
think
in
they
heaven?
suffer in heaven?
No one suffers in heaven.
Okay. So
Like,
why? Why? But wait. So why?
what do you mean? Why? What heaven? See, this is what I
If
mean
no,
by
no, no. Just Yeshua. Just sorry. Just think about what I'm asking you.
I know what
Okay.
you're asking.
Okay, but the question, all right, I don't know that you do. The question that Oso is asking you is that when we say to Christians, why does God allow so much suffering in the world? Their response 99.9% of the time is free will. God can't take away people's free will, right? So if an infant unalives and goes to heaven, like they didn't have any free will, like you said, they didn't have any free will to choose God. So like is God like creating an opportunity in heaven for them to choose him, or do they just like get to go in there? And if that's the case, then it doesn't seem like it's necessary for God to allow someone to make this free choice for him in order for him to bring them into like eternal paradise where there's no pain and no suffering.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't. That's like me asking God, why would you do that? Like that's me saying to God, if I were you, I would do this way. I'm not in His position. I don't have the power.
What?
Yes, that's that. Like I can't. That's basically what you're saying. Like you
You
saying
can't
like
ask
God.
your God questions, dog.
You can't ask God questions, but I can't. But the question that you're asking, you like that's me like saying like God, if I was in your position, I would do this way. That's not. I'm not trying to be in His position. I don't know why
That's
kids suffer.
crazy that you say that.
I don't know
Um,
why kid. I don't know why kids suffer.
Dr.
I
Bourne,
don't.
what chapter in Exodus is the one where Moses is changing God's mind, telling him how he would do things?
32.
Oh yeah,
I
a
saw.
number of places, but
Feed him.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's the one.
Verse 14.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Uh,
For the person that's saying that
so,
God
but
sounds
Moses
soft.
implored, hold on, but Moses, this
Don't
is
respond to the
32. I'm gonna start at
comments.
11. Yeah, you're not up here for them. You can talk to them when you're in the comments. So, but Moses implored the Lord and his God and said, "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn your fierce wrath, change your mind, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, how you swore to them by your own self, saying to them, I will multiply your descendants like the stars of heaven, and all this land I have promised you I will give to your descendants, and and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So you mean to tell me you can't ask God why, but Moses could make him change his mind?
Yeah, prayer is strong. Um, I don't know.
That's the answer. Hold on. So you mean to tell me you can't ask God a question about what his priorities are,
I
but
can
Moses
ask
can
him.
change God's mind?
I can ask him a question, but I can't like I don't know. Like I can ask him a question. Like I can pray to him and ask him to reveal the answer, but
But you know he's not gonna get back to you.
no, he gonna get back to me. It's just like I can't. I don't know. I just feel like I can't. It's kind of hard to explain.
Appreciate the sub W Subway. Um, why don't you go ahead and ask him real quick? See what happens.
You trying to be funny or something?
I'm genuinely curious, which is why I set up this entire thing. I want to know the answer. So could you ask?
Uh, you said what?
Yeshua, do you understand? I mean, I'm sure so. Was that was funny, but
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's my
uh,
end, but you breaking up.
the
He's breaking up.
reality here that
Doctor Bone, you're breaking up.
W Gaga, I appreciate you, my
Y'all,
beloved one.
y'all making it seem like it's like it's crazy for me to fear God. Like it's crazy.
It's crazy that you can't ask the
No,
God
no,
a
no. I'm not
question.
saying that. I'm not saying that. Like I can ask God questions. Like I
You,
can, you know.
you
Okay,
said
because I don't. Go ahead, Fee.
I just wanted to clarify also, I'm sorry. Well, you said it we act like it's crazy for you to do what? Did you say fear God?
Fear. Yeah.
I do think it's crazy to fear any
I was responding to one of the comments.
oh, but I do think it's crazy to fear something that you love. I don't fear
Mm-hmm.
anything that I love.
Well, the reason why we fear him is because like he can destroy us as well. Like
Right, that's
That's what she
humans.
said.
It's funny. It's funny. It's funny to a non-believer. I get it. Like if I a non-believer, I probably laugh too.
no, it's
But
not funny to a non-believer. I think it's funny to anybody who understands love, right? Like, do you fear anybody else in your life that you love?
okay, well, like I'm not about to compare the people that I love on earth to God, so it's different.
How is it different?
It's very much different because people on earth, I can be killed by my best friend, but that's all they can do is just kill me on earth. But God, he can destroy me on earth and in the afterlife.
How do you know that?
Because I know that,
No, no, no. How do you know that? I know that you believe it.
because
I'm
that's what
asking
God. That's
how.
because that's what He tells me. Like,
So you read it in a book, so that makes it true.
I mean, like I said, it's gonna be hard for you to understand where I'm coming from because you're a non-believer.
I haven't been a non-believer my entire life. I was a Christian for over 30 years. So I do understand where you're coming from because I had the same fear. But the thing that I did not
So
ask
why
myself,
did you have the same fear?
She's in the middle of
I.
her question, man.
yeah, the reason I had that fear is because I did not stop and ask myself, why would I ever love something that I fear? Why would anything that's all powerful and all loving want me to fear it? If I knew my child feared me, I'm not all knowing, I'm not all loving. I'm a human being. If I knew my child was afraid of me for any reason whatsoever, I would sit down with that child and make sure that they know I love you. I would never hurt you. I would never abuse you. I would never threaten you with eternal torture. I would never do anything like that because I know what love is. So the moment I realized that I had been conditioned to believe a thing without confirming that that thing was true, without any external validation whatsoever, then the fear went away. So it's not that I'm a non-believer; it's just that I'm thinking, which is what I wasn't allowed to do prior to being realizing that I had been indoctrinated my entire life.
yeah, Yeshua, it sounds like you love God under duress. Like, I don't hear any.
You can.
I don't know. It went to mute. But I was just saying, like, that's because, people don't think like you. That don't mean they're not thinking, like,
Do you think that you love God without duress?
do I think I love God?
Without duress, not
What do
being
you,
under duress.
what do you mean? Like what the
If
rest
I
mean?
if I come yeah, if I come up to you and I point a pew pew at you and I say, "Give me all your money," and you say, "Okay, okay, here, take my money," can I say to the judge, "Your Honor, he consented to give me his money. Like he said, here, take your money, take my money." Right? The judge is gonna be like, "Yeah, he was under duress." Right? You had a pew pew pointed at him. He was afraid. So that's why
So
he did it.
you saying
That wasn't consent.
you saying I'm loving God because I'm afraid? Because I can literally
That
choose not to love God.
I know, but you just
Wait, what
said that.
happens if you do that?
Yeah, what happens if you don't?
I can choose to be a non-believer. It's a
Yeah, right.
choice.
I can choose to
No,
not.
it's
You
not.
could choose to not give
It,
me.
it is
Hey,
a
wait.
choice
No,
to be
Yeshua,
a
Yeshua,
believer or a
Yeshua,
non-believer.
Yeshua, Yeshua. You could choose to not. You could choose to not give me your money when I point the pew pew at you.
Okay.
Right? What happens? Probably shit can go down, right? So that's not really you. That's not consent. You're not consenting to that. That's
Uh,
still under duress, definitionally.
I don't know. I don't. I
Yeah, the
don't love.
judge.
I don't love. I don't love God off of fear. Like
I mean,
I love
but it
Him.
sounds like you do from
No,
what
no,
you
no, no, no,
said.
no, no. I don't. No, that's not true. I love God because of what He's done for me. Okay, like it's not. It don't have nothing. It don't have nothing to do with fear. Yes, I fear Him, but don't. That's because I love. Like, come on now.
But
You
when I
just put
asked you
you.
You
about,
fear him
hold on,
because whoa.
You guys don't know him
also,
like
Go
I
ahead,
do.
P.
when I asked you about the other relationships in your life, you didn't say that, my friends have done more for me or God has done more for me than my friends. You made a comparison to the injury that your friends could do to you as opposed to a God. So the first thing you thought about was the damage God can do, not the things that he's done for you in response to my question.
Yeah, it was in response to what you had said. Like,
What
Appreciate
I
y'all.
said was about why you're in a relationship with this
Yeah,
God. Like
friends
it
can
was,
only unalive you once.
yeah,
that
and,
was your
and
question. Why am I in a relationship with him? I don't. That was the question. I don't think that was the
so
question.
the question was about fearing anyone else that you're in a relationship with. And you said that you don't fear them because they can only take your physical life. God can take your, I guess, eternal life. And I'm paraphrasing here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said, not me.
Okay.
And I also wanted to clarify, belief is not a choice. Either you believe the things that you've been convinced of. I've not been convinced that this God is real in the same way that you can't go outside and just decide to believe that the sky is green because you look up and you see it's blue. Belief isn't a choice. And if you're choosing to believe, then you're just accepting something that you don't think is true.
Okay. Like I said, like, like I love God because like what He's done for me. You know what I'm saying? Like He's done. He's died for our sins. Even for the people that don't believe, He died for their sins, even while they were still sinning. Everything, everything I got in my life is because of Him. Like I don't take credit for none of that.
I mean, that's
Like
just you
I don't just,
attributing.
I don't just wake up
That's
and
just
think
you
that
attributing.
okay.
If
I
someone
don't.
if someone says the same thing about Allah, is that true?
What?
If
What
someone
about
says
Allah?
if someone says they got everything they have from Allah, does that make Allah real, the real true God?
I mean, like it's like obvious reasons why he's not. You just should know who real and who's not. Like
But what
who's
you are
deceiving and who's
saying
not
is
deceiving.
you are saying everything you got from him,
Yeah,
right?
but I
That's
feel like
that's that's a that's a that's a truth claim.
but I feel like everybody is gonna come back to God. So like you could be
That's just
Muslim.
feelings.
You could be you could be Muslim. Not everybody, not everybody, but you could be
Well,
Muslim.
I mean, hold on, Yeshua, because I could say that everyone's going to come back to Allah one day, and that He's going to stop. The
Right.
Quran
That's why I
says
said
that.
not everyone.
Hold on. The Quran says that Allah is holding the ears of non-believers, and then when He removes His ears, everyone's going to know the truth, and we're all going to be Muslim. Would you accept that too, or would you? Is it just Christianity that works for?
It's just Christianity.
Why is it obviously false and Christianity is obviously true?
Could you repeat that?
Why is Islam obviously false and Christianity obviously true?
I don't like the things that Jesus done for me in my life. Like the things I seen Him done for other
So when
people.
another person says these are things that Allah has done for them,
I don't
why
believe
should we
that.
not take their word for it like you're expecting us to take your word for it?
I don't know. I just know I'm a believer of God. Like I don't believe in
Hey,
Allah's
I'll let you
voodoo.
know when it's your turn. We don't need all this. You'll be aware when it's your turn, but until then, wait patiently.
Why it seemed like she was like dozing?
I don't get it.
She might sing for us.
You know, everybody. They have their religion, Muslim, Buddhist, and all that. But
Hmm.
in the end, you will see. Like you will see in the end.
They
You will
say the
see.
So,
exact same thing.
I know they say the same. I know they say the same thing.
How do
but
you know
Yeshua,
you're right and they're wrong?
yeah, Yeshua,
Because
it
I
sounds
have
like
faith.
you're, yeah, but Yeshua, it sounds like you're not saying
They
anymore that
have
it's
faith.
obvious. You're saying that it's obvious to you.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
faith.
They have
I
Okay.
have
But
faith.
faith,
is that,
and they can have faith, but they get their stuff off of Muhammad. Muhammad, he woke up and had a dream, and they believed him. They believed him.
so you're saying, I just want to be clear. So you're saying when you
This
said
is
that it was
so crazy.
obvious, Yeshua, you're saying that it's obvious to you, not obvious to everyone.
Okay, like whoever wants to accept them,
No,
they gonna
is
accept
it,
them.
sorry, dude, this is an easy one. Are you saying that it's obvious to everyone that Christianity is true and Islam is false, or just it's
I mean, I'm
obvious
not
to
gonna say
you?
obvious to everyone because, like, obviously, like, there's
Okay, because that's
people
what
in
it
Islam in
sounded
the
like. It
Islam world.
sounded like when like if I walked outside and we were all staring up at the sky and it was clear that the sky was blue, right? And you're like, I think the sky is green. I'd be like, it's obviously blue, right? I'm not saying that it's obviously blue to me. I'm saying like it's obvious to everybody, including you, that it's blue. That's what it sounded like you were saying about Christianity.
Yeah, obvious is obvious. It's apparent, right? Which means other people outside of you can see that as well.
I say, I have faith in my Lord, and I know you're gonna say they have faith as well. You know, like
Hmm.
it's just I have faith in my Lord. I know what He's done for me,
And I
like, and
think,
for people, for
but I
people.
think the fact that both of you have faith and you point to your individual gods as being true because of that faith shows you that faith cannot be a path to truth. It
Hmm.
can't be. If you both are utilizing it to reach different conclusions, and there's one truth according to your belief systems, both of your belief systems, then that shows you that faith isn't the way to get to that truth. You can believe anything based on faith. Just fill in the blank. And faith is
Okay.
a justified reason to believe in it.
But I
Okay.
mean, can you tell
We
us?
believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Like,
Well, you believe in your Lord and Savior, but
I mean,
can you tell us what Jesus?
He's your Lord and Savior as well.
Hold
You just
on,
don't know it right
hold
now.
on, hold on.
Bro, with the
Well,
weak
I
shit, check
turned
that
your
out.
camera off. I turned your camera off.
We get it. You want attention. It's not your turn yet. You'll have to fucking wait. Just like you're waiting on Jesus, wait for your turn.
Are you
It's
talking to
like
me?
it's like she
No.
jonesing or something.
no. I mean, Yeshua, can you tell us what Jesus has done for you? Like you just keep saying that he died for your sins, and is that the only thing he did?
See, we take a lot of stuff for granted. Like it could be the littlest
Like,
things that we take for granted. The littlest things. Like you
okay,
can have something like you can have like a ankle injury and you have to be in the wheelchair for a couple months. Then you wishing that you can walk again. We taking walking for granted. Being able to breathe. Uh
what
What
does
are we
Jesus have to
talking
do with
about right now?
any of that?
He has to do with everything of that.
No, he doesn't.
It's me. See, that's where we see
All right,
differences. Like
so
I'm
hold
a
on. Let
humble.
me
I'm a
Thank you,
listen.
sir. Appreciate you.
listen to me. I'm a humble person. I'm not taking credit for nothing that I achieve or do.
Hold on,
Break
Does
your
hold
that make
leg
you
and
on.
humble?
pray instead of going to the hospital.
You said what?
So break your leg and pray instead of going to the hospital. See what happens.
Okay, and like
Wait,
Jesus
hold
hid me
on. So
behind them doctors.
Hmm.
yeah,
Like
yes,
everything good
yeah,
comes
sure.
from God.
Hold on. So when someone in your hold on, so if someone in your family has a stroke, do you credit Jesus with that, or is that something else?
That I don't know. That could be family. I don't know. That could be family genetics, but we can pray over. I know prayer
Family
is strong.
genetics.
I don't know. That's why I said I don't know. That, but
Well,
prayer
you
is.
said God. You credited God with giving you the ability to
And I
breathe.
never said that I
So
was the
why
humblest
would
man in the
you?
world.
So
Like y'all just
hold
twist
on.
words up and everything. Like
Yes, you did. You
Turn
just
the
gave
fucking
I
God
never said
turn.
that
credit.
was the humblest
Hang on.
person in the
Stop.
world. I never said that.
Turn the fucking comments off if you can't handle it. Stop reading and replying to the comments.
Okay, how you do that?
Yeah. So press on Oso's
Okay,
screen,
I got it.
the
I
big
did it.
screen.
I
You see
did.
clear display.
But I know,
No,
like I said,
Yeshua, you
I know
gave.
prayer is strong. I don't know why that person
Hold
has.
on, Yeshua. You keep answering questions I'm not asking you. You said that we should give God credit for giving us the ability to breathe. Did you not say that?
Yes, he gave us. Yes, he gave
Okay,
us
so
life.
if all right, so stay right there. So if he gives us the ability to breathe, how can you not credit him for giving people strokes as well?
Like I said, that's something I would have to pray, and like I don't have all the answers. I
What,
don't.
what it's a simple that's the logical entailment of your worldview.
It's a simple question. I just gave
If
you a
he
simple
gives
answer.
us no you didn't. You
Yes, I did. I
dodged it.
said I don't have all the answers.
If
That's a
hold
simple
on.
answer.
Yeshua, I'm trying to explain it to you. If he gives us the ability to breathe, right? That means, right, that he's also credited for everything around us, right? So that gives him credit for cancer and other diseases, right?
Well, I will say, and I'm about to answer your question. Don't think I'm about to avoid it. I will say a lot of people go through stuff, like people that don't believe in God, people that's like that do believe in God, but they're still not like coming closer to him. I know that a lot of people do suffer. This is how serious sin is. People suffer to turn to God. So it could be a non-believer that never believed in God. They probably go through something tragic.
This is
There,
not an answer to my question.
it's definitely an
It's not
answer.
even close. No, it
Sometimes
isn't.
yes, it
What
is.
did I
Sometimes
ask you?
he's going
What
to
did I
allow
ask you?
suffering.
What
Sometimes
did I
I'm
ask
listen.
you?
I'm about to
What did
answer.
I say?
You said like is he to blame for strokes? I'm about to answer. You're not listening.
No, you're
Sometimes
preaching about some stupid
sometimes
shit I didn't
some,
ask you.
sometimes he allows suffering so you can come to him. So yes, he might be to blame of strokes. So you can come to him.
Okay. So hold on. So let's work this out. So you have a stroke, and then you become a Muslim because Allah healed you. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Yeah. Why? Like you said, they have to come to God. So if they come to God through the Prophet Muhammad, is
I'm
that a
not
good
even
thing?
Muslim. Like, what are you talking about?
It's just as dumb as what you're saying, right? Oh, we have strokes so people can get closer to Allah, and that's why we have like your faith is not the answer to the question. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, I
It's
don't.
just I can plug in any faith you want. Vishnu gives people strokes so they can come closer to him.
You you asked me a question. Is that a question you just asked?
That just sound like a question.
I
I didn't really hear you.
I think we've hit that point, to be honest. Uh,
We have because he's just not saying anything anymore. It's just
you picked a topic that you not only couldn't answer, but was unwilling to ask God for the answers for.
I'm
Everything
answering you
after
guys'
that was just
questions.
nah.
Sometimes
You didn't
God
answer
allows
my
suffering.
question.
Sometimes God allows suffering so you could come closer to Him. That's how serious it is about coming
What
to
are
Him.
his priorities? What is
What
he
like
prioritizing?
for you to get closer to Him? This life is about God. It's not about you. It's about Him. He created you. This is not about you.
so. If you're homeless, he wants you to get closer to him. How?
You can there's so many ways that you making this platform, you being on this platform, this could be a sign. This could be a sign.
So
Christians coming in here.
Hold on,
if
hold
you're
on, hold on,
homeless,
hold on, hold on, hold
you
on,
should
hold
be
on,
on
hold on,
TikTok.
hold on,
You
hold
say
on, hold
what?
on, hold on,
Say that
hold
again.
on.
Stop talking.
God damn. What are the
Here you go
motherfuckers'
using his name.
priorities? There are people in this world today that are asking him for help, that are still going through the same shit. They're already close enough.
Okay.
What are his priorities? What is the reason for that? What is he prioritizing
Okay.
and having those people that are trying to get closer, that are asking for help? What are his priorities in that for
Okay.
ignoring them?
And if you read your Bible, this is y'all lack knowledge. You have to be patient with God. God is not something you can't just
What?
say. You're not even letting me talk. What? Like you're not even letting me talk.
Yeah, no, because it's
You can't
stupid.
just ask God, hey, do this for me. And he's gonna be like, okay, I'm about to do it. Like, no, it's gonna take time. It's not about to just happen right away. Sometimes it will happen right away.
Why did he say that he would?
Hmm?
Why
Yeah, I
did he
want to know
say
where
that
that
he
is in the
would?
Bible.
What are you asking me? Why does he say that he would?
In John 14,
What okay.
he says, Ask anything in my name and I will do it, so that the Father will be
Okay, so what
glorified
makes
in
you
the
think
Son.
he's not? Okay, so I asked God to bless me with a new home. What makes you think that's because I didn't get it this year or next year? What makes you think I'm not about to think to
Yeah,
myself,
what?
No,
oh, he's
no,
not
I
That's
want to
worthy
weird.
know
Like,
why. I want to know the part where you said y'all lack knowledge. You have to be
because you
patient.
said
Hold on. Hello,
because
can I? Hey,
you just asked the
hey,
question, right?
hey, hey. No,
shoot
I
in the
was
middle
You're
of
not
still
it,
even
though.
asking
finished
the
asking
question.
it.
When you say y'all lack knowledge, you have to be patient with God. I want to know, where does it say in the text that you have to be patient with God? Like, where does it say that? Like, if you ask him for something, that you gotta like be patient and wait years for it to happen.
You can come off mute. I'm muting you when you do that weird shit, bro. I don't know if you catch on that.
Yeshua, you're on mute. Are you there? I,
About
girl, will you stop?
Definitely not you. Just chill out on mute.
I'm starting to feel like I just need to shut the fuck up.
What?
Like,
Did she
I'm gonna
drop or
lie,
did
like
someone drop her?
if you're not speaking about God, like if you're not speaking about him in a positive way, then you should. Like
bitch, you got the game fucked all the way up. You got the game fucked all the way up. Y'all motherfuckers are the ones that run
you
every
the
time.
one that
Shut the fuck
suggested
up.
it.
I'm talking now.
You the one that
Y'all
suggested it.
motherfuckers are the ones that run every time I open my motherfucking mouth. I asked you a question.
I'm not
I
running.
asked you a question. Now,
I'm
if you
still
can
here.
find the shit, then produce it.
I'm still here.
Then
Where's the
produce this,
verse?
produce the
I'm
shit that you
telling I'm
said.
telling you. I'm telling you, you're not a believer, so you're not gonna
It
get
don't
it.
matter if I'm a believer or not, motherfucker. It's either it's in the book or it's not. This is why that belief shit is bullshit. Either it's
If I
there or it's not. I shouldn't have to be a believer to read some shit.
like I
Where the
said,
fuck
if
is it?
I'm not about to
Where is
repeat
it?
myself.
Yeah,
If
like
I pray,
this is why that belief shit is bullshit, because you try to gaslight motherfuckers. You don't know what the fuck you're
nah,
talking about.
nah, you just want
You
something
got up
right
here. See,
away. You want
I came to you with respect, and y'all motherfuckers get scared. Y'all get scared, and then y'all start acting like little bitches. You said some shit. You said y'all lack knowledge.
yeah.
Right? So I'm asking you,
And the way you
where is
talking
this?
too, you
Where
lack
is it?
knowledge.
And
Look
give
at the
us the
way you talking.
knowledge.
Look at
Give
the
us
way
the
you
knowledge.
talking.
Give
Look at
us
the
the
way you talking.
knowledge.
You lack knowledge.
Give us the knowledge then.
Look at the
Where
way you
is it?
talking.
Where is it?
Who taught you to talk like that?
Where is it?
Who taught you to talk like that?
Where is
Who
it?
taught you to talk
Look,
like
stop
that?
deflecting and focus,
Everybody
Who
sees
trying to
what
taught you
you're
to
focus on
doing.
talk like
everything else.
that?
Where is it?
Definitely wasn't God.
Where is it?
For sure.
Where is it? Yeah, your God
For
got you
sure.
talking like that. Your God got you up here
For sure.
lying and saying some bullshit that you can't fucking back up. Your God got you up here
Look, and you
defending him.
angry. You
Your God
angry.
got you. Yes, your God got you up
Look,
here
I can
defending him when he can't even defend himself. You can't even defend yourself. I asked you a
talk
simple
back like
question.
what you
I
I
asked you a
know.
simple question, and you got white as the fucking ghost on your fucking PFP. You muted yourself and then couldn't even figure out how to come off mute. Find the fucking verse. That's all I ask.
Not muting
God
myself.
damn, find the verse. Yep, Christians, don't waste your time here, because the devil's gonna
Oh, damn.
get you.
Psalms
It's crazy the lengths
37:7.
that they'll go to not have to substantiate this stuff. You said Psalms what?
And like y'all the ones
You
that's
said
like
Psalms
so
what?
pressed about God. Like y'all
You
the ones
said
that's so pressed
Psalms
about God.
what?
Thirty-seven
Why are y'all
seven.
pressed about God?
Oh, that's because we
Nigga,
know we
shut
can
the
beat his
fuck
ass
up.
up. That's why.
I'm muting myself. He muting me. Like you
Yeah, because
not
you
And
can't.
I
shutting
will
You
I
can't.
continue
know
to do
You're
your
so
not
your
because you
shutting up
run
ego
your
for
is.
fucking
yourself.
mouth. All you do is run your mouth. You can't answer questions, but you talk all the fucking time. It's
I'm
crazy.
answering the questions. Y'all just not hearing what y'all want to hear.
Okay, it says, "Be still before the Lord," and hold on.
Yeah. Read that. Yeah. Now you want to be quiet now. Hold on.
Shut the fuck
Be
up, you
still
idiot.
before
What
the
was the
Lord and
scripture?
wait patiently for
Hold up.
Psalm
Psalm
37:7.
37:7.
Because the page jumped, but I don't have to explain that to you. Again, you can shut the fuck up while I'm talking, or actually, you don't have a choice. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret over those who prosper in their way, over those who carry out evil devices. This is
This is about prayer.
David's, yeah, this is David's exhortation of patience or to patience and trust.
Yeah, this is about people getting what they deserve. Like, it's very obvious if you read the whole verse. It's not about prayer.
He just controlled
I'm
F
sorry.
patience.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I'm still waiting, right? Where your God tells you that when you ask him for something that you have
I
to
ain't gonna lie. I don't speak
wait.
to ignorant. You could be quiet. Like I don't.
Oh,
You
do I
only
scare
speak
you?
ignorant.
You
Do I
definitely do
scare
scare me.
you?
I'm
I
still
think I
here.
think
I'm
I think
still
I
here.
scare you. This
I'm
is why
still
I say
here.
I think I should just
I'm
shut the
still
fuck up
here.
because y'all Christians
Yeah,
are
do that.
scared
Take
as
your
fuck of
advice.
me.
Take
Y'all
your
are
advice.
scared. Y'all
Take your
y'all
advice.
are
But I'm
scared of
still here.
thinker.
But I'm still here.
Y'all are scared. Yeah, and you're terrified. You're terrified.
You're
Wish.
here
You
off of
wish.
ego
You
purely.
are.
You wish.
Yeah. I mean, I
Nah,
know
she
my
the one
voice
with the
sounds.
ego.
I
Talking
know.
about you're terrified. Like who
I
are
know my.
you?
Yeah. I know
Who are
my voice
you?
sounds like really, really
Who are
cool.
you?
But I swear, it's just this microphone.
Who
That's
are
all.
you to be terrified for? Like
It's
You're
all.
who
exhibiting
are you?
terrified
Yeah.
behavior.
Like
Bro, you don't hear it in your own voice.
Who are
Your
you?
heart rate is your heart rate
Who
is
are
through the
you?
fucking I
Bruh,
can
I'm the
hear
only
your
one
heart
in
rate
here.
in
One,
your
two, three,
fucking
four,
words,
five.
dog.
It's one against
You are
five.
so
It's one
scared,
against
dude.
five, and I'm holding my own.
She's the one talking to you.
You talking too?
She's the one talking to you. You're the reason
And
why
I
your breath
answered her
sounds like that.
question.
The
And I
reason why
answered
your
her
voice sounds like
question.
that is because she was talking to you. You
yeah,
did
I
not
sat
answer
here
her question.
quiet eating Lucky Charms for the majority of your conversation. But I'm done. I just drank the last of the milk.
Nom nom nom.
I mean, I just want to know where your God said you have to wait on him. That's all.
You gotta be patient. Like you gotta be patient. Be
Where does your
patient with
God?
him.
Where does your God say that, Yeshua?
Like I said, you have to be patient. Prayer don't happen.
Yeshua.
Pray prayer don't
Where
happen right
does your
away.
God say that, Yeshua?
Pray. He just read it. What are you talking
That's not
about?
your God, Yeshua. That ain't even David. But that is a
But
human writing.
God speaks through
Yeshua.
people. God
Yeah.
speaks
So
through
then if your
people.
God speaks through people, Yeshua, then your God is speaking through me now. Now prove that he's
No,
not.
he definitely
Prove
not.
it. Can you prove it?
He definitely not
Can you
speaking through
prove
me.
it? Can you
Cause you
prove
saying
it?
that he's not real. So how can he be speaking
Okay,
through
so
you?
that I never said your God wasn't real. When did I say that?
Oh, so what do you believe in then?
And that's none of your business. But prove that your God isn't speaking through me.
What do you believe in?
It doesn't matter. Can you prove
This
if
profile
that your
picture?
God isn't
This what you
speaking
believe
through
in?
me? Yeshua, can you prove that your God
Is that
isn't
a witch or
speaking
What's
through
up?
me
something? Like
He
is
now?
that a
running.
robot?
Prove it, Yeshua.
He said, "Is that a witch?"
Like I said,
And then robot.
God talks through people.
Robot.
You know
Right.
what I'm
So prove
saying?
that he's not speaking through me.
He not speaking through you because the way you're talking. You're
Like
you're
what?
talking
Because I
against
said,
it. You're
what did
talking
I say
against it.
against him? What did I say
Okay,
against
first and
him?
foremost, like you sitting up here cussing,
Yeah.
Your
saying
God cursed. Your God called other gods shitty gods. He cursed.
where he say that at? Cause
He's
where he
in the
say that?
Bible when he
So it
told
say
them
that
not to
word for
be.
word, bar for bar.
Yes, in Hebrew, the word that's used, gilliam, means shit, means dung. He called them shitty gods.
Well, if somebody is claiming to be God, like there's only one
Well, I
God.
mean, I
There's
don't care what
no
excuse
one
you
out
make,
there
Oh
but
like
you
that.
said
wow.
that because I said a
Like I
curse
said,
word, you said because I said a curse word, your God isn't speaking through me. Your
you,
God curses. So next,
nah, like I said, like you cussing at me for some
I
goofy
cussed at you
reasons.
because you said some shit against me, and I called you a little bitch, and that's how you acting like a little bitch.
Right. That's something God would never
Okay,
say. So
like
like
literally, your
that's
God
how I
called
know
y'all
that's
dusty.
how I know
Your
that's how I
your
know he was
God your
speaking through
God
you.
called y'all dusty. Jesus called the scribes vipers. That's how they cursed back then.
Also, he called a woman a dog. He
It's
would call
funny.
somebody a bitch. What are you
It's
talking about?
funny. Go ahead. Go ahead.
For you to say that Jesus called a woman a dog, so he would call somebody a bitch.
All
You
right,
just said
host.
that
What do you
without
believe in?
knowledge.
What do you believe in, host?
Are you okay?
I'm asking you a question. I answer y'all questions. Like I'm asking you a question. What do you believe in?
I'm Elyon.
What is that a rap
I'm,
name? Like what are you like?
no, I'm the Most High.
Oh, you think you're God?
I don't think so. I know so.
Okay, so you don't believe in my God, but you're quoting stuff from the Bible.
I believe that
Damn, and
your
you
God
just
is a
figured it
lesser
out.
deity.
Just think about that.
You
You don't
just
Yeah,
believe
figured
your
in
it
God is a
out.
God,
lesser
but you're
deity.
trying to
No, no,
get
no. Your
facts
God
from
is a
the.
lesser deity.
You don't believe in God, but you're
Yeah, no,
getting
no, no, no,
facts
no,
from the
no, no, no,
Bible
no,
to
no, no,
prove
no,
your
no, no,
point.
no, 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 no. Your
Make
God
that
is a
make
lesser deity.
sense.
Your God is just a lesser deity. I'm a bigger one.
So you're bigger than the creator, someone that created you.
Absolutely. I created the creator.
How do you even think you got here? You think you just
I
appeared
created the
here?
creator. No, I
You think
created
you
the
just
creator.
appeared?
I just want to note
No,
that
I
he
created the
ran for
creator.
my ass.
He absolutely
Oh,
did.
you created the creator. You don't even
Hmm
know where you would like.
You don't even know where I
Ah,
was when I
funny.
created the creator.
You said what?
You don't even know where I was doing when I created the creator. You weren't there
What were you? What was you doing? Tell me.
creating the creator.
Okay. So, how do you think? So you know all, right?
I know more than all.
Okay. So how will you pass away? What year will you pass away?
I will not
Since you
die.
know all, you say what?
What a weird
I will
question to
not
ask a
die.
god.
Oh, so you
Right.
won't die.
I'm
But
merely inhabiting a
when
vessel.
will you leave this earth?
I will leave this earth whenever I cause the heat death of the sun.
Wait, no man knows the day or the hour.
Bruh, what? But he said that he God, so I'm asking him these questions.
I'm the
Right.
most high. I told
Is
you I'm gonna
Jesus
leave this
God?
earth when I cause the heat death of the sun.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Because he didn't know when he was coming back.
It's because he came down in human form. Like he came down in human
Yeah.
form.
Arm.
There you go.
And
Yeah.
he's telling you
The host
God
is
is
also
who.
on a farm.
You say what?
The host is also on a farm.
True.
Farm.
What'd you say?
God came down here in human form.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
Okay?
farm. I thought you said farm.
No.
Oh.
God came down here in human form.
Oh,
Now I
Chicken
okay.
know this
farm.
dude right here, the host, he a human, but like he wasn't put in like Mary, she
Whoa! How the fuck do you know that?
man, I'm talking to some demons, man.
You assuming, bro. You assuming, bro.
But even if, like, why you scared of demons and you got a whole ass God living in your head?
Did I say I'm
Like,
Also,
scared?
you
also
Who
put
sound
that
who
like
said
you
I'm
person.
scared
scared?
as fuck.
Who
Like you
said
got
I'm
a whole ass
you want
God
somebody to
living
be
in your
scared
head and you
so
fucking
bad?
scared
Like
of
what are you
demons,
like
motherfucker.
you want somebody to be scared of
Like
something?
you
Like
and
you the
your God,
boogeyman or
you
something?
and
Like
your
are you the
shaky ass
boogeyman?
God.
Are you the boogeyman? Why you want
Like yeah,
somebody to be
I
scared
might
of you
as
so
well,
bad?
bitch, boo. Like you act like you up here shaking in your fucking
Oh, boo.
draws, talking about I'm in
Want
here
somebody to
with
be scared
some
of her so bad.
demons.
Like,
Like
dang.
damn, like if you had power, motherfucker, flex up. Like you got a whole ass God living in your head.
Man, it's just sad because like it's people like you that talk about him like this, and like he died for y'all. So that's the
Mm,
sad part about it. Like
Also, big me
Listen
up.
to
that's the
you.
messed
Big me
up
up
part
for a
I
about
second.
it.
created
Like
him to die for y'all.
you
I
said
created him
what?
to die for y'all. Yeah, I
You said
created him to die for y'all.
you created him to die for us.
Yeah, you welcome.
See, that's that
See,
ego.
that's not ego. I'm letting you
That's
know.
definitely ego, man. Like,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
mean,
all
What?
good though. Like I don't want to judge. I
the
don't want to judge y'all because like shoot, I was
You
you
wrong.
already
already
Judge me.
have.
did. You
All right, well,
already
I'm
Man,
gonna
did.
ask
judge
God
me.
for. I'm gonna ask God to forgive me. That's the beauty of Jesus. I'm gonna ask Him to forgive me.
I could do
I
whatever
can do
dirty
what I
shit I
want.
want.
I can do what I
Like
want.
I said,
Wow.
I
like
mean, but hold on, Yeshua.
I'm gonna
You
pray for
said that
y'all.
you're in a room full of demons, and the fact that you've presented yourself as ignorant and stupid this entire time,
Okay.
what does that say about your faith in Jesus? Like he didn't
Like I
even
said,
give you the
and
necessary
again,
answers to perform well in a room full of
Damn.
demons. Why would he do that to you?
Not a room full of.
since you like that's just what you think. You think I'm not performing well. You looking from the other side. You looking from the other side. Yeah, it's so funny.
How do you think? How do you think you're performing well?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so
How do you
funny.
think you're performing well?
do a
What do you
little
think you're
bit
doing great?
a
Yeah, let's
little
do a performance
employee
review. Let's do a
evaluation.
performance review. What do you think you're doing great about?
Well, first of all, about trying to spread God's word, like that's first
And
and
you think you've
foremost.
done that by trying to use a single Bible verse to answer one question and that not being the answer
Well,
to the
I
question?
answer a lot of y'all questions just off of like
What
God
Bible verse
speaking
have
through
you
me.
brought to us aside from that one in
Some-
Psalms?
Sometimes I don't even need to bring a Bible verse. God just flow
So
through
you're
me.
not spreading the Bible then, right?
I'm spreading His word. I'm
You
spreading
said
His
God's word.
word. I'm spreading
How are
His
you spreading
word
his word when you brought up one
because
insignificant Bible verse? How are
He's
you doing
talking
that?
through me. He's talking through me. God
Did
do
he
the
do it
work.
in
So
voice
basically,
Oh, and
I.
he
or
don't recognize me?
Wait,
What you mean? God do recognize you.
God is
Like you just a
talking,
lost sheep right
if
now.
God
He
is
would have let you
talking
know.
through you, and God knows what would convince us that He exists, why aren't you able to convince us of like
You're
anything?
not
Hey,
trying to
hey, I
hear
got a
it. You're not
question.
trying to hear it.
No, your God would know.
That's
We've heard
simple.
Hey,
all
You're
I
just
got a
that
not trying to
question.
hear it.
I got a question right
boiled over
quick.
bullshit before.
Ask me a goofy
Yeshua,
question.
Yeshua. Yeah, why did Jesus stop the demons from telling people that he was the Messiah? Why did he always tell them to be quiet whenever they would say, I know who you are? Why would he always tell the demons to shut up and be quiet?
To shut up about what?
About saying who he
When the
was.
demons.
Yeah, when he would cast the demons out, like the demons would be like, hey, dog, I know you. And he would be like, shut up, be quiet. Like, why? Why would he shut the demons up when they would try to
For the demons telling Jesus
teach?
that they know him.
Yeah, they would be like, "Hey, I know you, dog. Like you that one. You the holy
He
one.
probably
Like,
was telling
why
them
would
to
he
shut
tell
up
them to
because
be
like
quiet?
he probably was telling them to shut up because like they don't know him for real. They don't.
When they say you are the Messiah, you are the holy one. Why would he tell them to shut up and then hurry up and cast them out?
Mac, this is
Cause
wonderful
like they
work.
got to get up out of it. Like what you want
But
them to
why would
do?
he tell them to be quiet? Like when they're like, "Hey, you the holy one, you the Messiah," and he'd be like, "Be quiet," and then he'd say, "Get out of here." Like, why would he do that?
Okay, so like you want him to say, "Be quiet and stay in that
No, why
person,"
is he telling them to be quiet
so they
about
can.
them saying that he's the Messiah?
I'm pretty sure they was saying way more than just that. Like,
But what the book says is when they would say, you are the Messiah, you are the
okay,
Holy One, he would tell them to shut up and he would cast them out. Why?
okay, and many people, and I'm about to answer your question. Many people would tell Jesus when they die, like I knew you, and God would tell
No,
them
no,
like,
no.
no,
I'm not asking about that.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
but it's
asking
the
him
same
why
thing
your
though.
Jesus
It's the
wouldn't
same
want
thing.
demons to tell people he is the Messiah.
Oh my God, it's the same thing. Like it's
It's
the
not the
same
same
thing.
thing. It's
He
not the same thing.
Like a lot of people's gonna say, "I knew you, Jesus," and he
you
would say,
gotta
"I
you're
never knew
getting
you,
it
God. Like
completely
depart
backwards.
from
You,
me."
if God's talking through you, why are you butchering his verses so bad?
Not butchering his verse.
The people don't say we knew you. The people said we did prophesied in your name. We cast out demons and other great works. Jesus says, "Depart from me, I
Right.
don't know you."
That's basically them trying to say that they know him.
Yeah,
Mm,
You just
mm.
reading you just
yeah.
reading it. Like
I
you're
didn't.
not taking no
Here's
context.
here's
Like
the
you just
thing,
not
chap.
reading
I
into
didn't read
context
it.
or
I just
nothing.
recited it. I didn't have to read it because I know your book better than you.
Okay.
But go on, keep
But
fucking
that's
up
pretty
God's
sad.
word.
Like if you know
Keep
the book
fucking
Yeah,
up
better
it
than
God's
me,
said
word.
you
it
still not
says
believe
like
it.
the
Like
demons would fall down and start worshiping him, and he'd be like, "Get up, go, get out of here."
yeah, like
Like
what do
why?
you think
Like
that's
why would he
because
say,
they're
"Don't tell
worshiping
nobody
him?
who I am"? He would say, don't let it be known. Don't tell nobody who I am." Why?
He said that. He said, "Don't tell nobody who I am."
Luke, let's see. Let me see which one up. Mark 3:11 and 12. Whenever the unclean spirits saw him, they fell down before him and cried out, "You are the Son of God." And he strictly ordered
Okay.
them not to make him known. Let's
Damn.
see. Mark 1, let me see.
Man,
Mark one
man, he
twenty
don't
three.
know
He did
them.
not allow the demons to speak because they knew who he was.
He don't know them. He don't
That's
know they
not what that said.
know them. He don't want to be
That's not what
associated
that
with
said.
them.
It said
He
he
don't want to be
strictly ordered
associated.
them not to make. He strictly ordered them not to make him known. He did not allow the demons to speak because they knew who he was.
Damn.
Like I said, he don't want to be associated with them. So don't speak my
You
name, and
think
I
your
don't want to be
Jesus want? You think
associated
your
with you.
Jesus want to be associated with us?
I'm saying like don't speak my name,
And answer
and I
this
don't want to be
question. You think your
associated with you.
Jesus? You think your Jesus want to be associated with us when we say stop saying
Still, it's
stop?
still
I
sad.
hey, let me finish talking. when we say as demons, when we as demons say, "Hey, Yeshua, stop essaying kids. Stop having your followers essay kids. Hey, Yeshua, stop sending your followers into foreign lands and stealing their resources and genociding humans. Hey, Yeshua, stop having men beat up children by telling them that they have dominion over them. Hey, Yeshua, stop telling men that they have dominion over women, causing men to beat women. Hey, Yeshua, stop having your pastors take money from the elderly and tell them that they're going to be blessed for giving their last. You think your
Okay.
Jesus would want to be associated with us demons?
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Like
The demons
you
are the ones saying it to Yeshua.
the demons are saying you saying that you guys are saying you basically referring to y'all as demons. That's what you saying?
You called us
Isn't that what you
demons.
called us?
What the fuck? Do you not understand the words
Yeah.
you say?
But I'm saying like
Did you not call us
it's
that?
I know, but I'm asking, is that what she was saying? Like she referring, like I was saying, like
So you're
she
just
was referring,
unable to track your own conversation. Like
like
you don't know what you're saying.
you guys still have it. It's different because you guys are still alive. You still can be saved by God. Them demons that God was casting out of people, they don't have. There's no more salvation. There's no salvation for them. But for you guys, that's over
Can you
here.
answer her question though?
Okay, can you listen though?
Do you
No,
think
can
they
you
were
answer her
looking for
question?
salvation?
Like you're not even listening. This is what I'm talking about. You telling me, can
You're
I
not
answer her
answering the
question?
question because you're
You
talking
not
about
you
people
not
that are
hearing what you
irredeemable.
want to. You're not hearing what you want to hear. So now you're not really hearing what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, it's too
Yeah, yeah,
strong.
you're trying to talk about salvation, and that's not what the question is about.
Well, like if you open up your ears, like this how I know. Like Jesus spoke in parables, and I know you guys wouldn't even.
Say what you mean what you say. She asked you if those are the people that he should be shunning, the ones that are asking him to do better. Answer that and answer it succinctly. I'm tired of you jumping around on all kind of weird shit. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right? Or the ones that accept it out of fear.
Yeah, I don't understand how that would be any better. I guess if you just want a crowd of
I didn't even
yes
know I
men.
was on mute. It's crazy. Like I just answered your question. Like the demons that he casted out, they have no salvation. They can't be saved.
Who
But
was
for
That's
talking
you,
not
about
what
demons
we're
that were
talking
cast
about.
out?
for you guys, I said that it's demons in y'all. Like y'all
Do
demons.
you
Like
That's not
understand the
what you
I'm not.
question you were
said.
asked?
I said that you guys are. I said I'm
Do
in a
you
room full of demons.
understand the question you were asked?
Do you understand the answer that I'm
No,
giving you?
because it doesn't relate to the
Okay, well that's
question.
your fault.
It
Like if you
doesn't
don't
relate to
understand,
the
I'm sorry.
question.
Oh
It
well.
doesn't relate to the
Like
question. Well, what
if
was
you
the
don't understand,
question?
I'm
What
sorry.
was?
Like
Yeshua, what was the question you were asked?
like she asked me, do Jesus like I dang near forgot because y'all keep cutting me
Mm-hmm.
off. Like she
No,
asked me.
because you never intended to answer it.
No, I was answering it, but you guys
No,
keep
you were
cutting
not.
me off. Y'all don't let me talk.
Give your
Like y'all do
best
not let me
rendition
talk.
of what the question was.
Y'all don't
What
want
was
to
the spirit?
hear
What
what
was
I'm
the spirit
talking
of the
about.
question? Yeah, what was the
Y'all-
spirit of the question?
What I was saying is,
No,
No,
what was
no,
the
no.
spirit of the question?
What was the question?
she said something like she said something like, do Jesus not want to associate with people and everything that she said, like everything that she said that came with that.
Do Jesus not want to associate with people and everything that came with that?
Yeah, everything else that she said after that.
And you think that demonstrates that you know what the question is?
You basically saying like you're telling people like you think you're doing good is what you're saying. Like you think you're doing good, even though you don't believe in God. You feel like you're doing good. Like that's what you're saying.
How? How do you get that?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, how did you come to that question? What made you think that? Because you're misremembering the question, so now you're thinking about something else.
Nah,
Would that be
it's
possible?
it's it's just y'all keep talking, like keep cutting me off. So it's like
I don't know if you've
Y'all
noticed
not
this,
trying to hear
but
the answer. Y'all not trying to
that's
hear
fine.
the
That's fine.
answer.
You can believe that, but I don't know if you've noticed this, which clearly you haven't. I do allow people to talk, but that's if they stay on topic. Matter of fact, I even had let you go around the horn, talk about all kinds of other shit not related to the topic for the longest fucking time. I let you have your little time, right? Clearly, you had
And
some
I
shit you
answered
wanted to
that.
say. I just let you.
I answered the topic.
I let you go around the horn with everybody. Let y'all have all your little fun, go through all your little avenues to avoid answering the question. But in
It's
reality,
a
that's
problem when I
fine. That's
do
fine.
it.
In reality, you look at that and you say, "Oh, well, he just doesn't want to hear me talk. He doesn't." I allowed you to talk about everything but the fucking topic. When the first time I asked you what your answer was, you said, "Oh, I can't ask God that." But then you came back after talking to people and said, "Well, God's speaking through me." Well, it's kind of crazy because how is God speaking through you? And then when I ask you the question, it's no, well, I can't ask God that. Well, motherfucker, is he talking through you or not? Right? But you want to run away from that, and I let you do that. But if you're gonna sit there and run away from the shit, you're gonna answer somebody else's question. Again, it's answer thinker's question, or we just gonna wrap it up there. I'm tired of you doing all the running around and shit. Do you need to have it repeated? Because
What? So you can cut me off? Like,
So you can answer it
then you keep putting me on mute for what? Like,
because you're not answering it.
bro, nobody's even
This shit
talking
not
to you.
complicated.
Like you just keep butting in. Like you,
This shit is
it's
not
crazy what
complicated.
listening to somebody will
You
know.
get a
Like he
question.
knows because he listened.
nah.
You get a
I just,
question.
like
You
I say, I
answer
just
it.
want to
You
hear
do
it.
anything else,
I want to hear it. Whatever y'all want to
nobody's
hear.
interested.
You've been on here for a minute with me, so you obviously interested.
No, interested in answers. Hmm. You gave it your worst.
Just saying, man. Y'all turn to God, man. God love y'all.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy. I like y'all said in the comments. I even offered to repeat it one more time so you can have a chance to read to answer it. But that fucking ego y'all be having, God talking through me, God talking through me, motherfucker. To ask God to give you the memory to answer the fucking question.
And then he kept butchering every verse too. It was crazy. God was
Yeah,
talking.
it was crazy because God was flowing through him.
I can remember
Well,
the whole goddamn
basically,
book.
what I meant when I wrote that down is shut the fuck up. If God was talking through you, why in the fuck did you keep saying him and not me? Hmm. Question. Anyways, if you're a believer in the Bible, get your ass on up here. I'm just gonna start pulling people. I have no idea.
Yeah, I got about 3 minutes till a meeting, so
Womp womp.
I'll just drop for now
Uh,
to make space.
you cool then. Spoonie, are you up here on purpose? Spoonie, do you have a driver's license? Wow. Too much TikTok. Devillion, are you up here on purpose? No. Y'all shut up. Marcus, are you up here on purpose? Yes, no, maybe so. Anybody up here on purpose?
Oh shit, I didn't mean to. Take me down.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what I could do? You know what I could do? Y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill. Y'all was never supposed to know that. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna have to week I get retired, bro. What am I looking for? I just recently received the hookup for a tap song. Like I'll give it time to play it. Give me, give me. Oh. Uh, we'll see if it plays. Huh. Yeah, it's the Bear King, baby. Also in the building, pressure, where you at? Y'all know what to do with that screen. Run it up, run it up. That's a screen. Show the fans some love. That's a screen. Don't stop, don't stop. Pressure in the frame, now the heart gon' pop. Let it rain. That's a screen. Let it rain. Who's that playing? We live, we loud, we built for the screen. So tap that screen and crown the king. I'm also no cap, that bad king law. Brains and ball got license store. Pressure hit the cam like what's good, y'all. Now the checks go wild when they see my dog. I don't think, but I know too clever. Mine like a trap, yeah, snap like pressure. No filter, no script, just vibes and truth. But the lights go up when your tap big group. Run it up, run it up. That's the screen. Show the fans some love. That's the screen. Don't stop, don't stop. Pressure in the frame, now the heart gon' pop. That's the screen. Let it rain. Who's that playing? We live, we loud, we built for the screen. So tap that screen and crown the king. Dirty South flow, but the mind say north. Let's board talk, every word's a torch. I laugh, I teach, I roast with finesse. Rap for the band if you feeling that flex. SJ Soul, you a whole new breed. Yeah, and the crowd don't fall from the speed. Brain thought bars, what more y'all need? Got the fake top, not a light stampede. Run it up, run it up. Show the fans some love. Perfect.
Hey, that's dope. Who made that?
Hold on.
Everyone, you heard the song. Now you have to tap the screen.
Yeah, Mr. Michael sent that to me. He sent me
Oh,
actually
that's
a
dope.
good bit of them. That's just the first one. Uh, but yeah, no, they are really good.
Oh, so whose head is on that angel?
That's Christina, right?
That beat Christina.
Yeah.
She is an angel. And is Pressure
Yeah,
Jesus?
absolutely.
I love it.
She's consoling him in the garden because he got shit going on. It is what it is. What can I say? Um, get your Pressure X Christina shirt in the gift store. Um, uh, why is it Mr. I don't know. He whipped it up. He made like a bunch of them. I'll be unveiling them as time goes on. But I was sitting there listening to him this past week, and I was just like, man, I really can't decide which one my favorite one. Yeah, they're
Oh,
pretty
you got
good.
more than
They're
one?
pretty
That's
good.
dope.
Yeah, I think he sent me like 8 of them things, and they all have like a different flair to them. They're dope. Y'all see Mr. Michaels tell him to shout out.
Yeah, great work. W. Mr.
Oh yeah.
Michaels.
Either do. Appreciate y'all. Uh,
That was a funny comment.
um,
Oh, can I
but
ask a quick question? I had a random elevated ass thought. Like, y'all know
mhm,
how Christians always talk about perfection, right?
right.
Mm-hmm.
How would that even be possible when it's subjective? Because I think if I were to ask everybody on this panel, what would be your idea of a perfect day, like temperature, like all of those things, the
Mhm.
specifics, it would not be the same
Mm-hmm.
for every person. So
Yeah, that's true.
without like this robotic understanding of the world, like this erasure of individuality, perfection can't exist. So when they talk about perfection from a biblical standpoint, I don't even know what it is they expect.
Hmm. That's a good
Yeah, I'm
question,
kind of. That's a good question, actually.
especially because they don't bother to figure out what the standard is, even from like the standpoint of other people that believe, like, you know what I mean? Like the people that wrote the Bible, like they, you know, were certain that this is what perfection meant to God. They don't even look at that part. Like they just determine for what themselves, or inside of themselves, what that looks like.
Right.
Because, uh, talk on it, chosen, relating back to that conversation with her, you know, she considered herself a sinner, but in all actuality, what was the sin? Like, well, cussing people out, that's not a sin. You know what I mean? Like they kind of make it up for themselves, but don't verify that with anybody. And how could you? The God don't
Right.
tell you nothing.
At all. And then I'm pretty sure their response would be, whatever God deems, but that's a tautology. Like that's self-sealing. God is perfect because whatever God did is perfect because he said he's perfect, but that's circular. So I'm not sure they've thought through the fact that if if you're striving for perfection under the Christian worldview, then you're actually advocating for the total erasure of who you are as a person because it can't be what you want. That's not going to be
Right.
perfect to everybody else.
Yeah, that's fair. But he don't want robots. He just wants everybody to do and think the same thing.
That part.
Which is crazy because robots are never mentioned once in this fucking book, and every single one of them say he didn't want robots. I can't remember anybody ever telling me that before TikTok, to be honest. Damn, let me get my life together. Let's see. We got 400 people in here, and every single one of y'all is non-believers. That seems suspicious to me. That's as suspicious as motherfucking Umar needing more money for that fucking school. Suspicious. Y'all know which one I'm talking about, the one that don't exist. Mm.
Hello, my name is DJX. I'm from Canada. I'm 32 years old.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool. I'm glad that you came up and announced your name because I'm a little bit further away from my phone than normal, and I did not see that that was a J. You get it. Number one or number two?
I don't understand how his healing power discriminates.
Does it work on everybody?
It seems to work on everybody.
Jesus heals everybody?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Jesus' grace works on everybody, and those who accept him receive the Holy Spirit.
No, 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 no. The healing power. It seems as though it discriminates because it pick and choose who he wants to heal. Is that not the case?
No,
So then why are there people that pray and are prayed for that never receive that healing?
What kind of healing are you talking about?
Let's see. There are people that no longer have the use in their legs to walk, right? Jesus healed a paraplegic man. Uh, you would think that if the Bible works like how it says it works, then he should be able to heal people that don't walk, or that don't have the ability to walk anymore.
But he has.
But does he heal everybody that asks?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You've never heard of somebody that prayed and asked for a healing and they died and stuff?
No, I have not.
Oh wow. Okay. I had an uncle who had uh, lung cancer, which is crazy because he never smoked. But he, along with the family, prayed fervently. By his stripes you're healed, and all the incantations. And he unfortunately died of that cancer. You've heard of a story now. Why does it discriminate?
All things have purpose.
That's why it's discrimination.
I wouldn't call it discrimination.
Well, I mean, it's discriminating between who he wants and wants to be healed or not, right? Clearly, this was a or not situation. How does he to get to the or not? What separates the healed from the unhealed?
Their purpose.
What does that have to do with it?
Some people serve a purpose.
So the people that don't get healed are no longer necessary for the purpose.
That was probably for his purpose.
So they don't get a healing. So they don't get a healing if God needs them to die.
Correct.
Hmm. Hmm. But when Jesus says that the believers should be able to heal the sick, and that anything that you ask in His name, He'll do it. When you have those powers, and the person that's the source of those powers says that He'll help you do anything, why would He not include unless I want them to die? That doesn't make sense.
There are stories in the Bible where people asked for grace, but still had to go through whatever they had to go through because, for example, a sin that they may have done.
So God needs them to die because they sinned.
It's all about purpose.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the purpose is.
Some people serve the purpose of showing God's grace and strength. Some people show the purpose to may bring people closer to God or on a path.
So the purpose for not healing somebody is to make someone else rely on you?
Because there are many non-believers.
Right. So you let somebody die that's asking for a healing so that somebody else gets closer to you?
It's like when David committed that sin and raped that woman, he asked for forgiveness, yet he
Let's
still
use
had to.
TikTok friendly language, please.
Oh, please correct which language I use.
Rape.
My apologies. But when he had committed that sin and asked for grace, he still had to have gone through what he had gone through.
And
Adultery?
in that punishment, what happened? What did God say had to happen?
It's just that sin has a price.
What was the punishment?
He had to pay for that sin,
What was the punishment?
was getting the revenge of his soldiers
The punishment was getting the revenge of his soldiers.
because her husband was very angry with him.
The one that
What
was
did you
dead.
read? What story did you read, DJX?
Does he sound like he's changing his voice?
It
Like
sounds like it, yeah.
he's
I
trying to
don't know
make
if
it
this is a
deeper or something?
troll.
It must be a troll because that's an insane reading of the story.
I just got back. What happened to the little bitch?
Oh yeah,
Crashed
I
out.
told him it was either answer their question or leave, and then he wanted to talk about how we needed to find Jesus as though he has.
Oh, okay.
I am still here.
You're still not making sense.
To figure out what version of the story you read, because the one in the Bible doesn't say anything that you just mentioned.
It's the story of David when he slept with that woman.
Yeah, and we're trying to figure out what was the punishment for that, and then you're just making stuff up that's not in the text. So what version of the Bible are you reading?
He lost his kingdom.
That was the punishment.
See, all things serve a purpose.
So the punishment, David. Okay, and I also didn't even answer your question. Also, like
Yeah, I don't know. Even if you are
He
being
dropped
earnest,
down.
I dropped him.
Oh,
Even if
okay.
you are being
no.
earnest and that's not a troll, you, how do I say this in a way that won't be phrased a particular way by TikTok? If that was you being 100% you, be your authentic self somewhere else, please. If that was you trolling, it wasn't good enough. But if you are an actual believer in the God of the Bible, and you care to have a conversation about that motherfucker, uh, come on now. DJ, bro, it's not that I don't like you. I how do I put this? You've displayed that you have the mental capacity of someone far younger than your professed age.
How old did he say he was?
What do you say, 32?
I forgot.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, there's no way he was 32.
Mm-mm.
And that also doesn't even answer the question also was even asking. He's in the request box again, by the way.
That's okay.
I wonder what song he was listening to in the background.
Probably some bullshit, whatever the little kids listen to. Uh, Again,
Mm.
if you are actually a believer in the God of the Bible, request up. I see.
I don't know if it would
Not.
help if I dropped down. Um, I
I
don't
think you're
know.
fine, thinker.
I don't know. They might not be coming up because I'm on the panel. Like they might think I'm gonna cuss them out or something. I don't know.
I mean, you've been sure. I mean, do what you do. Do what you want to do. But I don't know. I think that if that's what's the deciding factor. Then it really speaks to who you have more reverence for,
True.
or that healthy respect that y'all keep talking.
I also think that if they're staying away because you're up here, that means they know their God can't help them. So
Mm.
That's
that's
true.
on them.
which is an insane
Yeah,
admission. But
that's true too. I didn't think about it like that.
uh, there's someone new in the request.
No, yeah, no, he
Oh
just got dropped
no.
real. Uh, he's not coming back up. Uh, Either it's the case that he's the age that he said he is, and there's just no way we can have this conversation, or he needs a few more years to develop to the actual age that he said he was.
Or he needs to
Sorry
read
if
the
I,
book.
oh, that too. It's not about how
Because
you sound, it's about how you, well, it is about how you sound, but not in that sense, right? It's because you have the ideas of a literal fucking child. It was like talking to a 6-year-old. I'm not here for that.
So
I'm so sorry. And I'm trying to do better because TikTok trying to get on my ass recently about my words. So I'm trying to be nice when I say it, but yeah, I'd rather take a long walk off of a short pier.
I'm sure you'll do well with your own versions of Mister Rogers' Neighborhood. Also, where you explain unalignment to all the 32-year-old grown men.
Like when I ask you what was David's punishment and you say to get the revenge of his soldiers, the fuck does that even mean? You just saying shit. You don't know. I'd rather not. I'd rather talk to somebody that actually knows the book.
Well, it's kind of different when you don't actually read the story and you just rely on apologetics. Uh,
What? He
Feisty
wasn't even
Goddess, are
relying
you
on
in
that.
the? I don't know if Feisty Goddess is doing it on accident or.
I mean, she's not a Christian, so you know.
No. Well, he didn't really lose it completely. He kind of lost it for a couple of days. Then he's right back on the throne, so it didn't really serve a purpose.
Mr.
And that
Oswald
wasn't
Black
even the
is
punishment.
right.
Also, isn't even the punishment God mandated for him.
Oh, I'm cool off that unseen flower. Uh, I want to actually talk to people that actually believe what they're
Yeah.
saying because the point of the conversation is to examine their belief. So I mean, if you're making it up out of whole cloth, that's the same as the motherfucker right before. You know what I mean? Like just saying shit to be saying shit isn't
And I
ain't
think
it
it
for me.
makes it difficult too to have these discussions and, have civil discourse about this book because it's like the vast majority of believers haven't read. It's like having a conversation with a person about the food at a restaurant when they've never eaten it. They've only looked at the menu. Like they can't tell you what it tastes like. They can't tell you anything about, the flavor complexity or anything. That they just read the menu and they're spouting about how good everything is. You don't know that. And then when we have these conversations and we ask questions about the fairness of the God with dealing with David, or the fact that the God, changed his mind when prompted by humans, they don't know what that is. Yet they're sitting here talking about the qualities of this God as though they've, using the restaurant analogy, as if they eat there every single day and they know the intricacies of every dish. And that's just apparently not true.
Yeah, but they think it is.
It's another great analogy for you. And they'll sit there and tell you all day you got to eat at this motherfucking place, knowing damn well they haven't even tried it. You gotta go there, man. I've heard they got a great menu. What's on it? Food. Okay.
Right?
Hey, Venus. It's not that we want biblical scholars. It's just that it's clear you haven't read the text of GJX. Like, also, I think you genuinely hurt this man's feelings. He's been in the comment section the whole time.
I mean, he's just talking just to be seen. This is just an attention grab. I don't really give a fuck because in actuality, you're not like what I'm looking for, and it just is what it is. I don't care how you feel about that. It is what it is. All day today and tomorrow. Why is Christina on the backdrop? Because Christina is consoling my child in the garden. This was that one period in time where I, kind of left him by himself. Just went on a whole fuck it, I don't really care, you know, era. But thankfully, Christina was there to be like, oh, also didn't mean it. You just gotta
Is
die
that where
real
you
quick.
tell them that you're? I say that's where you told him he had to die for everyone's sins.
Absolutely. You just have to die real quick. That's all. I love him though. Y'all know I love him more than anything in the world, but he got to die for it. It just is what it is. It makes sense to me. And if y'all don't accept it, y'all fucked up. Uh, Thinker is controlling the weather. That's why the background's beautiful.
I wish this fucking weather wasn't controlling me right now. God damn.
Allergies?
No, arthritis.
No. Sorry to hear that.
Mm. That's why you gotta pop every joint as often as you can.
I'm scared of that shit.
Don't be.
Yeah,
I
I'll
verified when I was a young
400%.
child through a doctor that shit is not bad for you. And honestly,
Not that it's bad for me. It's literally why I got called fried bologna hoe. Like,
oh,
yeah, I told y'all I was gone and threw up all over the place and ended up locking myself in the bathroom. Like, no. Bad experience.
I get you. I get you. And that's why life is so horrible. Why would Jesus let people call her that? Hmm? Can y'all address that, please? The tree should be Twizzlers. You right about that. Honestly, what I'm going for is a series of realistic paintings, or not realistic paintings, but like real paintings with those figures swapped out. I had not considered altering it to that extent, but I will be incorporating Twizzlers into the next one. I think that's a good idea. And obviously, I'm already in the picture. As the creator of the creator, I'm in the trees.
Yeah, you're upholding the fabric of reality as pressure is going through what it's going through.
Your universe exists in my pinky nail.
hmm You're self
Shit,
authenticating also, as you know.
shit, I bring authenticity to the word. Pretzels? What
Of
the fuck? Where did
course,
pretzels
my
come
faith
from?
in Oso is great. I don't know. Is
Nunchaku
there a
ain't you
pretzel
a
Don't
world?
Christian?
Christina be eating
Uh,
pretzels? Don't she be eating
Does she?
pretzels too?
She
Pretzel
be
sticks?
cheating on the Swiss Lord? That's kind of fucked up. I'm so
yeah, there's
sold that I
only
put
one God,
Twizzlers on my
TJ, and
fucking
it's the
hot
Twiz
dog.
God.
No, it's Christians in here. They just scared to come up for whatever reason. And I don't think it matters
There's a
who
lot
is
of
on
them.
panel. I think it matters what the conversation is, right? Because they'll get up on stage and fucking horde to talk about why it's okay that God allows slavery or whether or not he allows slavery. And they'll get up here and talk about the shit that they don't feel like they have to experience. But when it's time to do some introspection, right? When it's time to ask actual questions, things that you have to consider to like continue in this belief, or at least what I would consider questions that you have to ask to continue in this belief, they don't want to do that shit. That's too much. Now you testing God, you provoking the Lord when it's just questions. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Y'all
they
talk
just want to
about.
fight.
Mm, well, yeah, that's true. And I mean, shit, y'all know me. I can tussle, but I'd rather have fun. And I think it's fun when we can have like a dialogue. Like, I don't know. When Chosen was up here, it was fine. Like, if she was she 1,000% honest? No, but she answered, you know, clearly. At least she stayed on fucking topic. Like the conversation wasn't like entirely unintelligible. You know what I mean? Like, I
You
don't
know, the
know.
crazy thing about that is that like I was feeling sorry for her, and like I was genuinely on her side and like relating to her, and she just like
Uh-huh.
went left field with it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
She snatched uncivility out of the jaws of a respectful conversation.
Yeah, like that was weird.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like it's a fleeting feeling. Either you resolve it or ignore it. But yeah, these weird ass reactions that y'all give, or the fact that y'all are just afraid to have conversations altogether. Hey, I don't know, man. It speaks to uh, how much your God gives a fuck about you. Because if y'all had the power to answer these fucking questions, it wouldn't be all this. Oh, you trying to tempt God, bro? You should ask him. Well, I asked and there was no return. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But y'all say he's real. Can you ask him for me?
Do you think their lack of, willingness to even have these difficult conversations shows the landscape of who would fight back against what we're fighting against right now? Like the I don't know. I feel like the silence is retrospective of who would stand up in the face of hard shit. You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
definitely think so.
Yeah.
Because I think the fact that they aren't willing to allow themselves, even just internally, like the whole idea of thought crimes, right? Like God knows what I'm thinking, so I can't let myself ask these questions. And if somebody asks me something that would lead to potentially making God look bad, I can't do that. So absolutely, and that's all about self-preservation. So if I know that even internally you can't risk thinking something that could cause this God to look badly, what would make me think in real life you're going to do something to protect another human, or you're going to do something to help another human? I think that it absolutely points to the fact that they sit idly by if it meant their own salvation.
Yeah. And that's the worrisome thing or the scary thing. Last night on Todd's Live, there was a black guy in there named Just. Why that
Mm.
crazy ass Timothy guy? Y'all remember the one that came on Christina's Live who thinks that he's God? And he was saying all that racist shit. His name was Timothy or Timmy or y'all know who I'm talking about?
I
Remember
don't
that
think
name.
so.
Oh man, he's a crash out for sure.
It wasn't the one that would
He's like
talk
you
about coveting.
atheists, huh?
Was it the one that says everything is coveting?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was his name, but yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he was on Ty's live last night doing the same shit, right? Saying racist shit. Said something to Zena about her eating chicken, just like.
Uh,
And so I cussed him out. There is a black guy in the comments named Just who's like, "Thinker, I thought better of you." He's saying, "Timothy, it's okay. They don't understand." And I'm like, "You." Like you're sitting here taking the side of a racist because that racist is up here in the name of your God, right? Like you're literally demonizing black women that's defending themselves against racism, defending themselves
Yeah,
against a man, like, and literally, like, I had to take screenshots of it because I'm like, this is some crazy shit. And so, like, if even, like, they will allow racism to happen in order to defend the guy, like, that is very worrisome. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, harmful behavior don't, if that harmful behavior doesn't cause you to have pause and, I don't know, rebuke or reproach the person that you claim is on the same team. I mean, what will you stop at? What's gonna be the line? Oh well, as long as I get mine, I guess.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think it speaks to how a lot of the black men that are believers are, you know, voting for Trump and they're voting for women's
hmm
rights to be taken away. Like they're okay with the racism as long as they get what they want out of it, right? Like they will
which is
side
sad.
with. It's very sad. They have chosen to side with racist white men so that they can get whatever pressure they feel like is on their back relieved.
yeah. Fun times we live in. Um, yes, you.
Yo, nah, my fault. I joined by accident. I'm about to just jump off. Thanks.
Why he sound
That seems
defeated?
kind of dumb. I don't know.
He sounded defeated.
Oh, wait, you want to talk in?
I kind of blanked out on what he said.
I've been there. Said it was an accident.
Oh. Being a Christian and accidentally requesting up is
Yo,
insane work.
Trey, are you a Christian?
yo.
How old are you?
You said how old am I?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 22.
In real life?
My age.
Good for you, man. Solid age. I remember it fondly. Speaking of fond, um,
How old you is, man?
number one and number two.
How old you is?
I'm 69.
Don't sound it.
I appreciate that. That's actually very nice of you to say. Yeah,
Oh,
number one
dog.
and number two.
I gotta pick a number right now. I don't know, man. Both of them are kind of iffy. I didn't know I had to pick.
Iffy.
I didn't know I had to pick a number. Yeah, we do both. What you got going?
Pick one to start. We'll see how that one goes.
Let's start with the first one then.
You sure?
Oh, I mean, what are you talking about when you say that, though?
Yeah, just Jesus heal everybody that asks, that has faith in his healing powers.
Um, no. Well, not
Yeah,
necessarily, but no.
yeah. Why? What's the criteria? How does he pick and choose?
I mean, I'm not Jesus. I don't know. I don't know the criteria on that. And some you gotta you gotta talk to with him.
Do you not talk to him?
I do. I don't.
Does he respond to you?
You do. You talk to me. Let me know what I gotta. He
Okay,
lets
could you ask him to answer that for you?
that's not how that works, bro. That's not
So you
how.
can't talk to him?
That's not how it works.
Yeah, so you can't talk to him?
Does everything you ask get? Are you allowed to ask everybody every type of question?
Am I allowed to ask everybody every
Is
type
it
of question?
is it even the right type of question?
Mm.
Is that what you need to be asking?
Well, why, if we're curious and we have the, I don't understand what you're asking
You're
because if you're,
you're
hold on a second.
uh,
I have a curiosity. Oso wants to know something. He asks a question to get an answer to the thing that he wants to know, and you're saying, is that the type of question you need to be asking?
no, no, that's not the way I said it. That's not the way I said it.
What did I misrepresent?
He said the is that or is that even something I is that do I talk to Jesus, right?
Hmm.
And then he asked if I can ask him that question.
Right.
Why don't you ask him the question?
We don't believe he's real. Why would we ask? That would be like you asking me, why don't I ask Santa Claus what he's bringing me for Christmas? I don't think Santa Claus is real. You claim to have a relationship with his power.
What if when you asked him he answered?
Around here, we respect when the women are talking.
You claim to have a relationship with this all-powerful deity that speaks to you. We've not made that claim. You have that connection. And we're asking you to ask this deity a question. And you're saying it doesn't work that way, and then telling Oso that that's not the question he needs to be asking. Well, that's what he wants to know.
You,
Can I talk now?
well, yeah, she finished speaking.
Okay. Well, I'd like to be met with the same type of respect.
It may or may not happen. Depends.
That's not how things work necessarily, but
Uh,
that isn't.
That's
That is.
interesting.
All right,
And
but what y'all were saying though, if well, I mean, let's say y'all don't believe, right? What if when you ask, you get the answer?
who are we asking if we don't believe in the God?
What if when you ask, he answers?
Who are we
Then
asking
what?
if we don't believe in the God? That's the piece that you're skirting over. You claim
You're
to have
asking
this
God.
relationship. I don't know how. You believe in God. You have a relationship with God, correct?
Why don't yeah, I do.
You
I'd
talk
like
to
to say
him.
I do.
Right. So you communicate with him, correct?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
So if
my okay,
Hold
finish
on.
before I get okay, finish.
so if you have the relationship, I don't have the relationship. Say the relationship is a phone number. You've got God's phone number. I don't. Why can't you call him and ask the question that we're trying to get clarity on?
Because God has a personal relationship with everyone. God has a relationship with y'all, and you probably don't even know it.
Well, no, that's a claim you're making. I know all the people I have a relationship with, every single one of them. I can name them for you. I can show you how frequently I speak to them. I'm aware of that. I know how relationships work. You're claiming a different type of relationship that someone can have with me that I'm unaware of, and I don't know what that means.
You don't know. All right, so okay, can I give an example?
Sure,
Okay, so you have a job, right?
I do.
There is all right, someone in your job that you may not have a relationship with directly affects you. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't even know what you just said and how that applies. So you're saying that there's someone that I have a relationship
What
with?
type of job do you, all right, Finn, do you get what I'm saying?
No, not at all.
Hold on, wait, I can kind of steel man your position, Trey. He's saying that there's someone at your job who you don't know who has an effect on how you can do your job, like a support in the background, even if you don't know them. Is that what you're trying to say, Trey?
Sort of along those lines, yes.
But that doesn't mean I have a relationship with them. That just means that
Exactly.
means they have influence over my reality. That's
Exactly.
but that's not what you said. You said that
It
we
was an
have a relationship
Hold
with
on.
him. If your claim is God influences our lives, then say that. But your claim was we have a relationship with him, and that's what I'm challenging.
hmm? My fault. I read the comments. My fault. My fault. My fault. My fault.
Your claim was not that God influences our lives. Your claim was that we have a relationship with Him. That is what I'm challenging.
Yes.
I
And just like in my example, I'm saying there's someone in, like, there can be people in, maybe not in your life that you may not even know, that still some way somehow affects you.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
a
that's not a
relationship.
relationship.
It
So how would
do
you
do
define
you
a
get the
Hold on,
basis?
Trey. Hold on. How would you define a relationship? Because maybe we're working on different premises. So, like, what is a
That was
relationship
just
to
an
you?
example of what I was saying.
Well, yeah, but that's not a relationship, right? You have to know someone to have a relationship.
But can someone who you don't have a relationship affect you even if you don't have that?
Well, yeah, but
What?
that's not what you're saying, right? You're claiming
That's
that God
literally what
has.
I'm saying.
No, you're not. You're saying
Oh,
that God influences us, but that's not a relationship.
also, I
You
think
can,
I'm
but you can
hold
have
on,
that
Trey.
relationship. It's not your relationship with God isn't a one-way street.
It is, but that's not what we're talking about, Trey.
By
You're
definition, it would be.
Whose
Hold
way?
on,
Wait,
hold on. Fee's trying to get you back on course.
yeah, because you're kind of deviating here. If what you're saying is that there's influence in our lives because of God, and you're saying by virtue of that influence we have a relationship with God, I want to first make sure we're clear on that. And you're comparing that to maybe the CEO of the company I work for, making a decision that influences my everyday life and activities. Is that what you're saying?
it could be like that.
Okay, show me what God's done.
I don't know you.
Well, that's my point. So you can't then say that God has made any sort of action in my life. You don't know that, but you made a sweeping
That's for
generalization.
you. That's for you.
Ah,
My fault. Yeah, yeah.
bro, come on, dog.
You made a sweeping generalization that God had, that we do, even as non-believers, have a relationship with God, and that's categorically.
Same way how if you, let's say your CEO that you don't know, that you don't have a relationship with, directly affects your life, but you don't know him, right? But you wouldn't know him at all if you didn't do what you had to do your job.
I don't know what the fuck.
Do you know what I'm saying? Are
No,
you
no.
No, you
I'm
lost the plot
hearing.
in the middle of your argument.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but it does not make any logical sense whatsoever. Do you want to try to kind of reframe it, but and kind of put those dots closer together? Because what you just said didn't make any sense at all.
okay? Let me. All right. Let me. Okay. Um, that's like saying, all right, all right. What type of job do you have? Do you have like a CEO or something like that? I'm gonna make this all right as simple as I can.
Yeah, just for the sake of your
All right.
argument. But yes.
All right. Let's say you have a CEO, right? Can I go to your CEO and tell him to give you a raise?
You could,
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
Can I?
you can,
yeah.
yeah.
Depends
I
on the
can.
CEO.
Hmm.
Is your what?
You
What?
think you
Yeah,
can't talk to a human being? What are you talking about?
Will your CEO give you a raise?
Oh, that's an entirely
because
different
you
question.
asked. Probably no, but
What is
that's
the
not
question then?
that.
You asked if you
Well, the
can ask them,
question.
and I said you can.
I
Yeah,
mean
I
I
mean,
could I mean but why don't but that's not how the relationship works though. That's not how it is.
It
Trey,
yeah, it
depends on
is.
the
Because
It's
you
not a
company.
relationship.
hold on, because you accidentally made a point for the argument against your God existing. Because you
hmm
could go to that CEO and talk to them, but we can't talk to this God without having this relationship with him. So that's why we're going to
It's
you about it.
And I also think
Is
that we
that
might need to define what you mean by relationship because using your analogy, yes, a CEO's decisions may shape my day or the way I do my job. But if I've never met them, I've never spoken to them, they likely don't even know I exist. So that's not a relationship. That's being under someone's influence. And influence is an intimacy. Being subject to someone's influence doesn't create a relationship. And you made a claim that we have a relationship with this deity. That's not the case. You might want to walk that back and maybe look at that a little bit more deeply.
no? That's just the way y'all are trying to take it that direction. But okay,
It's what you said.
but that's not what I was implying by that.
Then
Do you
reframe
want to
it.
make a yeah? You want to make a new argument?
Okay, so what's your question? What's the question you want to ask me about it?
Also is trying to ask like why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? And he wanted you to ask Jesus if you had a relationship with him,
Can
and
I
you're
ask y'all
trying
a
to
question?
claim that we hold on. I'm just trying to reframe it so you can make a better analogy. You said that we have a relationship with Jesus. We're saying we don't, but you do. And now you're trying to say that we do have a relationship with Jesus. So you can take it away. That's trying
All
to
right,
happen.
how has Jesus's healing power discriminated against any of y'all?
We have relatives who were Christians who unalived, even though Jesus was supposed to heal them.
What do
Because
you
he
mean?
says that
Who
if
said
you
he's
ask
supposed to?
anything, he tells you in the book that if you ask anything in his name, that he will do it.
But all right, life and death is not in our control.
But Jesus, does Jesus heal Christians?
What all right, what if Jesus what if that was I'm not even trying to be like that, but what if that was just there, you know what I'm saying? That's very, it's a bad thing, not a bad thing, but it's just something that happens in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Saying Jesus is
Christians,
all powerful then.
But
yeah,
Stop. Like, what determines in your relationship with Scott, what determines who gets healed?
that's not even really a question.
But it is because
it,
Really a question.
it
it's not
is.
ubiquitous. For unbelievers pray and they say God heals them. Some believers pray and they say they didn't get their prayers answered or their answer was no. So Oso's prompt is why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? It's not consistent.
It doesn't discriminate just because you didn't
Hey,
like the
Trey,
answer.
Trey, Trey, I understand you're excited right now, but again, you have to allow her to finish.
I did that time. I waited till she stopped.
No, you
You
didn't,
did
because I was
not.
in mid sentence.
Uh, It sounded like you were done. My
Well, it's
fault.
because you started talking.
My
My
fault.
question
My
is,
fault.
what determines who Jesus heals? You would agree that it's not consistent. Every prayer is not answered. Every Christian who prays for healing doesn't get it. You agree with that, correct?
Every prayer you make isn't a yes.
Okay,
That's
so the answer to that question was yes. So what determines who gets healed?
I
Determines who gets healed.
I rules on what that is.
Right. There's a discrimination factor in there
Just
somewhere.
be
And I'm not saying that is
though. Maybe all right, maybe a no. Maybe a no.
is a hang on a second.
Maybe just because God said no to something maybe you wanted or wanted to happen in your life or for someone else, maybe it was just no. Maybe
So
the answer was no.
maybe your God could communicate that clearly. I have a really good friend of mine whose daughter was born with a kidney disease, and she lived to be about 22 years old, and she got sick and she passed away. This friend of mine prayed incessantly for her daughter to be healed. She wanted a healing, either a kidney transplant for, some medication to come out that would help her. And the answer was no. The loss of her child completely devastated her. So if you are going to say maybe it's to the purpose of teaching a lesson, what type of parent parents that way? What is that loving? Is that kind? And is that caring? And if what you're saying is that whatever the answer is, maybe there was a reason for it, that's just the post hoc rationalization. You're finding excuses for your God.
I wouldn't I'm not I'm not finding excuses. That's a statement that's wild, but
But true, because
that's
you are
not.
telling you
I wouldn't
it's
say
heads
that's
I
true.
win, it's heads I win, tails you lose. It's heads I win, tails you lose. That's the
That's not.
scenario that then
What
tell me
what
where I went wrong.
No one said you're wrong.
Telling me that the assessment that I just gave you of Christian prayer and the effectiveness of it is incorrect. Tell me where I went wrong in that.
So if you flip a coin and you wanted, you're talking about flipping coins. If you flip a coin and you wanted heads and
No.
you got tails,
Hold on,
you
Trey.
were
Hold on,
wrong.
Trey. Wait a minute. I don't think you understood what that meant. What I'm saying is that you Christians have created a no scenario for their God in prayer. Meaning, if they pray for a thing and they want it and they get it, God gave it to me. If they pray for a thing and they don't get it, maybe God's teaching me a lesson it wasn't meant for me. You've created a scenario where your God can't lose. And the only one that's being diluted in this process is the person who holds that belief. It's not about the coin. It's not about the heads. It's not about the tails. Does that make sense?
That's no, no. It's not. If it happens my way, it's a good thing. If it didn't, it's a bad thing.
I didn't say that. That's what you heard, but that's not what I said.
That's what
I
you're
said it.
trying to say.
I'm not trying to say anything. What I'm trying to say are the words that are coming out of my mouth. What I said was that Christians pray for a thing that they want, a very particular thing that they want. If they get it, God answered their prayer. If they don't get it, then God has another plan. It wasn't meant for them. There's an
There's
out for this God, no matter what the outcome is.
no. There's been multiple times where I've prayed and it had nothing to do with anything I had or anything I wanted.
well that's then that scenario he's talking about doesn't apply to you then. I don't know why you're trying to make it
I'm
apply.
saying not all Christians just pray for what they want.
I didn't say all Christians. I said some Christians.
That's literally what you just said.
No,
You
it's
literally
not. I
said
said,
Christians pray for if they if they they pray for what they want. If they don't get it, or if they
Yeah.
get it, it's a
So
good
so
thing.
so
If they don't, it's an out.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
every
so Trey.
Christian does that.
So but hold
Hold
on,
on.
Trey.
She can say what she said though. Like we don't have
I
to.
She
She can
can
say what
say
she
what she
said. Fee, what
said,
did you
but
say?
she's applying it to. She's talking to me about it though.
so
Yeah, but you go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on.
yeah, I'm talking to you because you're the Christian on panel. So what I'm saying doesn't apply to all Christians. I'm not painting with a brush that broad. What I'm saying is that under the Christian theology, the Christians that I've spoken to, I see a pattern of they pray for a thing, whether it's a personal desire, whether it's a job or car or house or whatever. It could be for someone else, for the protection of someone else. It doesn't have to be individualistic for the prayer. What I'm saying is that they pray for a thing, they get it, God did it. If they pray for that very thing and they don't get it, then God has another plan. My point is that no matter what happens, you have to conclude that whatever happens was God's desire and your God is good either way. That's all I'm saying. Not you particular, but across the board. That's the understanding in most denominations of Christianity.
Okay, so that's across the board because you said it.
It's the experience that I have speaking to Christians. I just said it doesn't apply to all Christians. There are
But
certain
what if
denominations.
that okay? What if that doesn't what if that doesn't apply? What if that's actually not the case?
For who? For you?
No, I mean for anyone. It's not just about me.
How can you tell me that's not the case when I'm the person who engaged in a conversation with other believers? I've been told this by other Christians. I believed this when I was a Christian. That may not be necessarily true for you, but you cannot say to me that no Christians believe that way because they do.
I mean, some Christians do that type of thing, or some Christians do think that type of way or act that way, but not every Christian is. You know,
I never
no
made.
one's perfect when it comes to you know.
Not once in this conversation have I said every Christian. That was something you smuggled in as a response, which was not what I said to begin with.
You said across the board.
So what does across the board mean?
That's everyone.
No, it's not. Like the reality is
Across the board.
I said from the beginning that Christianity as a whole. Do you not believe that God answers prayers?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe that when God answers prayers, sometimes the answer can be yes and sometimes the answer can be no?
Yeah.
Then why are you pushing back on this? Because this is a belief that you hold as well. Either way, if you pray for a thing, if you get it, it's God. If you don't get it, it's still God. I don't know what you're refuting right here.
So you're telling me what I believe.
Oh my goodness. You literally just said yes to the questions that I asked you. That's a logical
That was
entailment of the
before
position that you hold.
that was before you said I agree with this.
That was before I
But
agree with
I
what?
agree with the question.
With what question, Trey?
You're talking about the topic, what we're talking about.
I don't even think you know what we're talking about at this point.
How do you agree with a question?
I have
I
no
don't
idea.
know.
The
He's up
prompt.
here to argue.
The prompt.
The
Okay.
prompt
We
is a
we
question.
I
That's what I'm saying. You're saying I'm going with that. That's what she's saying. Okay.
no, she's saying right. Well, I mean, if you want her to repeat what she said, you could just ask her. But she's saying right that you believe in the power of prayer. Do you not?
Yeah, I do. But no,
Oh, oh, oh
y'all are trying to get
hold
me
on, Trey, hold on. No
to
one's trying to
just
get you to do
agree
anything.
with
We're
that.
saying she did not even ask you to agree with her.
Y'all are trying to get me to go with that Jesus
No,
healing
we're
power
not.
discriminate.
W Gaga.
So okay, so explain to us how it doesn't discriminate.
Y'all haven't given me a reason that it does.
Because he doesn't heal everyone who asks him, right?
That
He
does
heals
just
some
because you
people.
ask for
He
something
doesn't
doesn't
heal
mean you get
others.
it.
Because he
Okay, so then what's the
discriminates.
criteria? How is he discriminating, right?
Who said there was a criteria? Y'all are acting like you know.
So then why doesn't
Talk.
he heal?
Y'all are
All right, so
All right,
Trey,
talking
hold on,
like
Trey,
hold
hold
on,
you
on.
hold
know
on,
You,
hold
this.
on, hold on, hold on. Are you saying that it's just random choice? There is no criteria. It's just random.
No one said it was random. It's if he heals them or he
It's
doesn't.
because he chose to, correct?
Does he just
Are y'all
level
are
set
acting
here?
like y'all are
Do you know what it means
like
on the
to
level
you're
like you
making
can
love
tell
to the
him
point
what
and
to
just
you're
real
do or
just
quick,
something?
ignoring it.
Trey, do you know what it means to discriminate?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
I think that may be
All
the
right,
issue,
all
twin.
right, for sure, for sure.
What
All
does
right,
it mean?
that's where y'all want to take it, bro. I'm not gonna hear that, bro.
What does it mean?
I'm not hearing that from you, bro.
What does the word discriminate mean?
I'm not hearing it.
It seems
Are
like
you
you're having a
thinking
hard
that
time with it, so I'm trying to
yeah.
level
I'm
set.
not hearing it from you, bro.
You're
Well,
not hearing what?
I'm not hearing it from you.
if
You're
we
not
aren't
hearing what?
talking about the same thing, Trey, like that's going to make the conversation kind of go in a circle. So
So
when we say
because
discriminate, what do you
y'all won't even answer a question. Y'all's minds are made up of what it is.
What question have you asked us?
Y'all wouldn't change your answer if it was proven right.
What are you
What are you
talking about?
talking about?
Now look, in all fairness, I just rejoined. I was on a work call, so I missed most of that. What would we not believe or
What?
change our answer to?
I'm not trying to change your answer to anything.
You just said we
We're
wouldn't.
talking. I'm saying all right, if y'all had proven like without a shadow of a doubt evidence that that first statement y'all have is wrong,
Do you
y'all
have
wouldn't
that?
believe it. Y'all wouldn't believe it.
Do you
That's
have
not true.
that?
That's also not true, Trey. I think you've made a sweeping generalization.
Mm-hmm.
So if one
Be-
thing doesn't go y'all's way, lose all faith, lose all belief
Is
in
Who
that
said
that.
that?
is that what you think is
Nobody.
happening?
That's how y'all
Is
are
that what you
acting and
think is
talking.
happening?
That's how y'all are talking. That's how y'all are
Well,
That's what
talking.
you.
hold
No,
on,
that's what you
Trey.
That
hear.
might be how you're listening.
Yeah, because Trey, you just
I mean, it's
made
like a 1-on-5. What are we doing?
Oh, you're gonna be upset about
well,
that too.
Well, I don't
Like,
know what to tell
actually,
you
it's a
about
one
that,
on
Trey,
four. I haven't
because
said shit to
If you
you.
knew how to handle it like I
Right?
did.
well,
They could have
also
been
hold
on
on,
mute the whole
also hold
time.
on. It's only one of you because y'all don't like to come up and have these conversations. So don't blame me. I got spots open for several more of your allies to come in, but they don't come up. So blame them, not me.
Because it's like walking to a wall. The answer wouldn't change, bro. Y'all's
Look,
minds are
Trey,
made up on what it is, bro.
Trey, stop.
Is your mind
You
not made
spent
up on what it is?
Yeah, because Trey, you spent
You
like
asked me.
10 minutes. Trey, hold on.
It's not my problem. It's not my business.
Tr-
Y'all can
Trey,
do that if that's what
Well,
y'all
he's
want.
answering my question, Javarius. Hold on.
okay, good.
Is your mind not made up?
What are you talking about?
Is your mind not made up? Are you going to walk away from this conversation changing your mind about anything?
My answer's the same.
So then why are you complaining if my mind is made up?
I'm not
My mind can only
complaining,
be
but
made up if it thinks like
you're
you?
not listening to my answer though.
How?
You're not listening to my answer. I talk, I get muted.
You get muted when you talk over people.
I'm not
When you
talking
start
over
your when
anyone
you
in it.
start
I'm not
talking,
talking over
you're
anyone
doing it right
talking.
now.
Fine.
When you have zero patience for anybody to complete their thoughts.
When
You hear a
what
you
if
look see you hear a comma and you assume it's a period because you're just so eager to talk. If
what
you
if
would
I
calm
didn't
down for
stop
look,
talking?
see you're doing it again. This is why you get muted, Trey, because you don't know how to have the fucking conversation, man. All you have to do is wait for the person to stop talking and that ends. But you want to claim that we don't want to hear you because we're muting you, when in actuality, you get muted because you want to talk over, lock in.
Yeah, I think if you could prove somehow that it's not discriminate healing, I'd be compelled by that. Does that
Pray
answer your
to him.
question?
Pray to him.
Pray to
Pray.
who?
Pray to God.
I I'm not gonna pray to a God I don't believe in.
Okay, then
No, because
how's
here's
your
why.
answer?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell
Oh,
you why. Because if I did go through the motions and pray, and you know, and I know that I don't believe this God exists, you would just say, well, you don't actually believe, so he's not going to answer you anyway because he knows your heart's not in the right place.
you can't tell me what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I've dealt with enough of you that I know.
So
It's
you
a ridiculous
could
ask.
though?
You claim to have the connection.
So you think you could though?
I could what?
Tell me what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I've seen enough of you guys to know.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're gonna generalize
Yes.
everyone because,
Yes.
and I
You
I don't
just,
definitely
you
understand.
just,
Like, is that not a very powerful tool of survival?
you also just got done
generalizing
generalizing
everyone.
everyone.
Generalizing everyone.
Yeah, Trey, you just got done doing that, so why are you complaining about it?
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
When
You
like
said that. Hold on. You said that we were all atheists because we asked God for one thing and He didn't do it. No one told you
that's
that.
that's how you talk.
And
No,
that's
it
how you
isn't.
talk. Are you understanding? Everything you're lobbing out, you're doing yourself.
Cause I'm what? That's how what do you mean
Every
everything? That's how what do you mean
every
everything I'm doing?
accusation of yours is a confession. Does that make it
So
a little more
saying
digestible?
same thing about how you just generalize everyone is not a confession, or not saying something like that is not the same.
What?
What?
Did that did that
That's
did that
literally
sound like
the
a
exact
coherent
same
sentence in
thing.
your head?
And then Faye is talking. She said across the
Dude,
board.
Said multiple times that I don't make sweeping generalizations. I don't know how many times I would need to repeat that, but I told you that my statement was based on conversations with other Christians. If you believe that that's
Then
not a
that's a
Christian,
generalization.
Trey, you remember what I just told you? Clearly not, right?
if that is a position that you think no Christian has, then you're going to have to take it up with your fellow believers. But at no point did I say that anything that I'm saying represents all Christians. So you can stop repeating that because it was false the first time as well as the second and third times you said it.
Okay.
I mean,
You're
you
such a
say
soft little
okay.
bitch.
Yeah,
Is that
you say
okay?
okay. Yeah, you say Trey. You say okay, right? But you can't tell us the criteria Jesus uses for reasons He doesn't heal people. What is it?
Whoever said there was a criteria? Didn't I just say
So
there?
then it's just
Yeah.
random. So then when Jesus just answers things by random chance, there's no criteria.
If all right, do you? I can't even compare it that way. So
Oh, damn, that's tough. Trey, it's been interesting, but they did pay to drop you.
Mm,
While you're in the comments, think about the fact that you had to sit there and try to come up with an analogy to answer a simple question. Thank you, Amber. I caught you. A simple answer should have sufficed, right? Like you had to go and try to make a complicated story to try to answer a question that has a simple answer. Yes, he picks and chooses.
she's like, "Ah, I gotta go over to Venmo. Cash App's not working.
Absolutely.
That's how desperate I am
Absolutely.
to get this fucking dork off the panel."
Antoine, I think that like your question about what we mean by discriminate is was key because I don't know that he was following that. It's not about like discrimination in the, the
Yeah, like
American sense of it. Like it's
Yeah.
like why does he pick and choose who gets healed? Because clearly it's not healing across the board. It requires more than just saying it in prayer.
yeah, I don't like I don't know. It's weird being like if you're at an impasse like that and somebody asks you like, do you know what this word means? Are we talking about the same thing? To get all huffy about it is weird behavior.
Yeah.
He just wanted to fight because
Yeah.
Fee made it very clear several times that she was not making a sweeping generalization, and then he went on to make sweeping generalizations about everyone on the panel.
Called her straight for nothing because she hadn't said a word.
Not a one.
That's sure. I think it was just, I think it was just there.
Just thinking. Um, Supreme, are you a believer?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
We
I
can.
was coming up to answer one of the questions.
Are you a believer?
Believe in what?
Are you a
The
Christian?
Bible.
Yes, I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way that you could be up here with the TV less loud or in a different room?
Oh, actually, let me remove my headset. It takes too much. Is this better?
It's the exact same
No.
volume.
Maybe volume s'il te plaît.
You mute your TV or go to a different room.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's actually my kid watching, and I'm working from home, and my office is in the living room, and he's on vacation, so you know, I just told him
Yeah,
to look.
so
Yeah. Which topic do you want to talk about?
I wanted to answer the prompt. The first question says, why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we first have to define the purpose of prayer, right? So from a biblical perspective, prayer is not transactional, right? It's about building a relationship with God, right? So that's the basis. So it's an ongoing conversation with God where you're expressing gratitude, you're talking about the wrongs, seeking guidance, and most importantly, you are aligning your your will with His will, right? So there's two things: you have the free will, but also God has a master plan, right? So as a Christian, you use prayer to align your life and your will to God's ultimate will for you and for everybody in general. So it is possible that you can pray and not have the answer that you're seeking in that specific moment. That doesn't mean that God is discriminating because
Is
the
that the
word
only way it's used in the Bible?
prayer,
Yeah.
yes, it is.
So when Jesus says things like, anything you ask for in my name, I will do it. What is he saying?
Yeah, when anything you ask for in my name, he will do it when it's
Hmm.
aligned with his will
Well,
and
it
in
doesn't
good
say
uh,
time.
that.
And in
Doesn't
due
say
time,
that.
well, it doesn't say that in that one verse, right? But if you look at the spirit of the Bible regarding prayer, it is really that, right? It means that it doesn't have to answer that in that moment in the way that you want, but if you align your will with his will, whatever you
So
ask.
why did he lie then?
Why did I lie?
No, not you. Why did Jesus lie? If
He
what you're
didn't
saying
lie.
is true, then he should have never have said that.
Okay. There is no way to take one statement of Jesus without looking at the overall theology of what he's saying, right? So if you're looking at one statement, you can do that to anybody, you will say it's a lie, right? This is a lie, this is a lie. But actually, if you're looking at the overall theology of Jesus Christ and what he's preaching, you will see that it is an alignment with God's will,
Well,
right?
well,
Can
So
I
it,
can
it,
I
it
ask a
isn't.
question?
Go ahead,
Yeah, go
Thinker.
ahead, thinker.
I wasn't
In
I
actually
two
would like
seconds.
to.
I wasn't actually done. If I can do my submission and then you can ask me questions
Submission.
after, or
Thinker,
my
that's up to you.
Yeah, you can go ahead and finish.
yeah, so that I don't lose my train of thought, please. Yeah, so to me, then prayer is more about it's about communion. It's not just about asking for needs, even though it does. So I would say, like, how I would think of it is like it's not like placing an order at a store, but more like talking to
Mm.
a trusted mentor. So you're building trust, you're deepening your knowledge and understanding of God, you're aligning your goals with God's God's goals, even if it doesn't grant every request. Same thing with with the child. The child can want something because they think it's good and it appears good to them, but as if you're a parent and you're a wife parent, you can accept to grant it at that moment or you can accept to grant it later. So each of your decisions is based on the wisdom that you've acquired over the years, right? So then your question is really discrimination, right? Why aren't all the prayers answered? Me, I would say that God promised.
Did you wrap up your point that you were making?
No, I didn't. I'm not done.
It sounded
Well,
like you're moving to
Right?
Yeah,
something
So,
please,
else.
the
please
problem when
Yeah,
you
hurry up.
have like
like it's like you
minutes long,
preaching.
yeah, when you go for like minutes at a
all
time.
right, go ahead.
Hang on, hang on,
But it's like
hang on,
I'm just saying my
hang
whole point.
on.
Okay, go
Don't make
ahead.
me mute you. Okay? When you go on for minutes upon minutes, people have questions about things you said at the beginning. And if you
Yeah,
make
just
them wait,
write it down.
hang the fuck on. Don't get muted. It's not fair to the people you're interacting with to give these long ass soliloquies and then expect them to just have to go all the way back to something you said at the beginning that they did not understand or agree with. Put a period in there, have a discussion. It's a dialogue, not a monologue.
The things that you're saying, right, regarding how what prayer is for, and that some people just have to accept that the answer to God, to your request to God, is no. The thing is, right, like when I read the Bible, when people ask Jesus to heal him, he did it, right? There isn't a example in the Bible where Jesus tells them no and then explains to them that they just need to accept the will of God. Right? There's no lesson there from your Jesus teaching you this. This is something that you all have had to come up with extra biblically because of your lived experiences and the reality that healing isn't taking place, right? There are times where, Jesus is in the place where there's a lot of people that need to be healed. He heals who he needs to heal, and then he leaves those other people unhealed without saying anything to them. And then there is one time where he's like, that ain't my mission, guys. I got to go and preach to other towns. Like healing was not his priority. So this, what you're saying right now sounds like teachings of men and not necessarily represented in the book. The book represents selective healing. Don't you think it's kind of like rude if I sat there and like listened to, and then he teacups like it's.
I was trying to turn off the thing because I was getting a call.
I'm not repeating any of that.
No, I heard. I can be off, but I heard everything. So you said something that is key to what I actually said when I introduced my point. You know, you said that he would heal and then he would stop and go, right? And you say, okay, and you say his priority wasn't healing. Well, his priority maybe wasn't healing everybody. His priority was healing specific people. That's why I
I'm
talked
sorry,
about.
that was not my question.
No, I didn't say that was your
Yeah, but I
question.
asked a
You made
question.
that point.
But I
You made
asked a question. I don't need you to recite to me what I said, right? I asked a question regarding what it is that you are teaching now versus the examples in the book.
But exactly, I didn't teach anything different
You
because
literally said that a person has to accept that your God's answer is no and accept that it just was not his will to heal them. And
yes,
that's not what the book represents. When people asked for healing, he did it. There is no example where your Jesus refuses to heal somebody who asked and then he says the will of the Father is no and you have to learn to accept the will of the Father. That example is not in this book. That is an extra biblical teaching that came from men, and most likely because it is your lived experience.
okay. A lot of people, what I'm saying is that you, in the example that you gave, right? Jesus could have healed everybody there, but he chose specific people to heal. It wasn't power that was missing for him to heal everybody that was there. So he healed a few. He healed specific people that he wanted, like the guy at the pool. Those other people that were sick there, right? And that guy didn't even ask him. Jesus went to him and said, "Do you want to be healed?" Right? And he healed him. And the guy said yes, and he healed that specific person, right? So as I am not God, I don't know why that specific person healing plays into the greater plan of God, right? I don't know why he chose three people at a specific time in a specific place to have a miracle healing them in that specific way, and the ripple effects of that over time
Okay, stop for a
happening.
second. What you are
That's why I
describing
was
is
saying,
selective. What you are describing is selective healing, which is the question, right? You saying, I don't know why. I guess your answer is you don't know. But you came in here and said that people need to accept, right? That the answer to their prayer was no, and that they need to learn to accept the will of God. That isn't taught in the book. That is extra biblical teaching from men from their lived experiences, right? Right now, you're saying, I don't know why Jesus selectively chose these people, right? But then when you first started, you said, well, when people pray, they need to understand that they did get an answer, and the answer is no, and they need to understand how to accept the will of God. So now you're saying two different things.
actually, I never said any of the thing that you just said that
You
he
didn't
actually
say that
said.
people need to,
You
that
can
people
claim
need to
that.
that even when they pray, the answer might be no, and that they need
I
to learn
never
to
said
accept the will of God.
I never said the word no in my
Oh
submission.
my God.
I only said that it's not just about requesting things, and it's not just about granting things, right?
Did you not say
I'll give
that
you the
if they
example.
don't get what they want, they need to learn to accept the will of God? Did you not say that?
Yeah, I said you have to
Okay,
ask the
so like, please
question.
stop playing semantics with
I
me. Like,
said
that's
no.
unnecessary. You know what you said,
Why are you
right?
being
And now you're saying you don't know why he was selective. So you are saying two different things, and
Right.
it would be better, like, if you not try to
is
fill
that
this
two different things?
conversation with unnecessary words and just stick to the points that
But
we are
how is that
interested in.
different
Like,
things?
please stop talking while I'm talking. Like, it would be best if you not try to fill this conversation with unnecessary words, right? And just stick to what we want to discuss, and that is, why is your Jesus selective in his healing?
Okay, thank you for your advice, but I don't see how those things are different. One perspective is Jesus being selective. The other perspective is the fact that I don't know why he's selective. So aligning my will with
Let
His
me
will
correct you really
is
quickly.
that.
Hold on. Let me put it
Why
in
you
because you said the wrong thing. Because you said the wrong thing, and maybe if you were not on the phone while I was talking, and maybe if you were not talking while I was talking, you would not have said the wrong thing. The two things are you saying you didn't get what you want. You need to learn to accept the will of God, not biblical. The second thing is you saying, I don't know why Jesus was selective. That's biblical. Those are the two things. Now you can respond.
You'll have to hit the microphone button.
Okay, we can look at when you say that aligning our will is not biblical, right? You can look at James 4:3. You can even go to the Old Testament and look
What she said,
Isaiah.
but that's not what she said though. Like you're responding to something she didn't say.
Okay, she said it is not biblical about aligning your will to God's will. Accepting God's will is not biblical.
That's not what
You
she
Being
said.
say
selective is biblical.
what I said was
And I'm saying
your
both are
initial
biblical.
answer to the question of prayer. When people pray for healing and they do not get what they want, they need to learn how to accept that, accept the will of God. You don't want me to say no, that you said no, which is what you said, but you said they need to learn how to accept the will of God. That is not biblical. There is no example where your Jesus declined somebody healing and told them that's just the will of God.
Yes, there is.
Give me the
But it
example.
doesn't say
Give
it's
me
the
the
will of
example,
God.
please.
It doesn't heal the person.
Give me the, then there is no example
I
then.
think there is. Okay,
Then
so
give it to me. What's the example?
calm down.
Don't fucking tell me to
You
calm
get
down.
excited.
Don't fucking tell me to calm
I
down.
tell you to calm down because
Yeah,
you
I
just
don't give a
said
fuck.
the
You can
will
say
is
it
not God.
5,000 fucking times and I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, but you're still shouting.
It doesn't matter. It
That's
doesn't
fine,
fucking
bro.
matter. All
Bring
you're
bring the
doing is
verse.
talking.
Yeah, you just yapping. Bring the verse.
Yeah, like she's not yapping. She's yapping and shouting at the same time. Okay, let me answer that. Okay,
Nobody cares about
look
your
for the
insecurity.
Bible verse where there's a Gentile woman, and Jesus said it's basically like doing mission focus. I'm
Where?
just looking for. Calm down, calm down. I'm looking for it. Is it in Matthew?
I swear, the way y'all wait, you believers in the
It's
comments,
Matthew.
I'm talking right now. I know you hear me talking.
It's Matthew.
I know you hear me talking right now.
Can definitely square that up.
The believers in the comments, the way y'all sit and foam at the mouth and wait until you hear me cuss somebody out, like it
Mm.
literally speaks volumes about your lack of peace, right? Like you wish that you could get up here and cuss somebody out and not give a fuck, but you can't because you have no peace. You too scared what somebody else is gonna say about your ass. Now you can talk, Supreme.
Yeah, cussing people out actually shows your character. It has nothing to do with
I,
me.
I, I show my character myself. I don't hide my character.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
show you. I'm talking right now, Supreme. Supreme, I'm talking. I'm talking right now, Supreme. I'm talking right now. I will show you my whole ass. I don't hide my character. There is no shame in my character. I love who the fuck I am, and I am who I am. You have a problem with it. And could give less than two fucks about your problem that you have with who I am. Deal with it.
You done?
Yep.
I can speak without you jumping in and yapping.
As long as you don't say my motherfucking name.
You can provide verses. You can stop with the fucking meta crying and just make your argument.
Yeah,
Who's
what's the verse?
crying?
Yeah,
fucking.
what's
You're
the
the ones who are
verse?
crying. I'm
What's
not
the
the one who's crying.
You're
verse?
literally crying about her swearing. Shut the
Anyways,
fuck
in
up.
Matthew 15:21 to 28, Jesus is encountering this
Did he
Canaanite
not
woman.
heal the woman's daughter?
He eventually did, right?
Okay.
So he
Right.
eventually did,
Right.
meaning that part of the answers to prayer is also not yet, right? It's not
Not yet.
necessarily
It was like a
yes right away.
30-second
Whoa.
I'm
conversation.
healing and whatever. So
What?
so
It was a
saying
30-second
saying
conversation.
okay, saying that the will that the Bible doesn't ask us to understand or to align ourselves with the will of God is a lie, right? There are Bible verses that
Did
say
not say that. You keep going back to that. She did not say that. You're arguing a point that was not made.
no. My argument, my submission is that prayer is not just about getting all what we request answered. The selectiveness of God has to do with wisdom about the greater plan and not basically just what you want and you believe that it's
Show
good
us that from the
maybe
Bible.
at the same at that moment.
Can you show
But
us
yeah,
that what you just pointed out biblically?
Yes, I can.
It's kind of funny that
Look
aligning
at
with God's will is calling yourself a dog.
Isaiah
I was,
50.
I was, I was going to say the story you picked. Not only did the woman get what she wanted, but Jesus did it immediately, and secondly, she didn't align herself with his will. She embarrassed herself.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
She called
No, she
herself a
didn't.
dog.
She
What do you
didn't.
mean?
That was she didn't call herself a dog. Anyways,
Yes, she
in
did.
Oh, reading
In
comprehension
Isaiah
eludes you, I guess.
55, 8 to 9, it says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. Right?
Who gives a shit?
As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my
This
ways
is
higher.
That's not
something he
what
doesn't
we
want to
asked
talk
you.
about.
No, no,
We
no, no.
That's
I'm just
not what we
saying that
asked you. We asked you to show us in the Bible an example where your Jesus is refusing to heal someone and telling them that
you
this
did.
is how I'm fucking talking. What we asked you for is an example in your Bible where your Jesus is refusing to heal someone and telling them the answer is not right now. Learn how to deal with the will of God.
I
But the
think
crazy
you
thing
implied.
about it is
I
what
think it's
I'm
implied.
fighting, motherfucker.
You.
Stop fucking talking while I'm talking. The crazy thing about it is that what I'm finding is that the will of your God doesn't even align with the will of this God. That's what I'm finding. Everything that you are saying is extra biblical. And now you're over there fumbling because you can't find the
It's
shit in this
implied.
book.
Nobody's fumbling. Nobody's
You're
fumbling.
fumbling. That's why you
You
went
are
all the way
just
back to
so
Isaiah. That's
excited.
why son of a bitch is telling you to go to Ecclesiastes
You
because
are
you
just
cannot find
super
the shit
excited.
that you are saying to coming out of the mouth of your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
You are just super excited.
That is crazy.
Right? You're
She
just
said
super
son of a
excited.
bitch.
That's all. That's all. You're just super excited. Okay? You just have to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Okay?
sure
So
this works on your children.
what
I'm
I'm
sure this works
saying
on
is
your
that
children, but it does not
don't
work on
talk about
actual adults.
don't
You
talk
can
about
either address it by giving us the verse, or you can shut up. Like, I'm sure that
don't
this
talk
little, oh, you're just
don't,
feeling emotional thing, I'm sure that that works on your
don't
kids.
talk
I'm
about my
sure it does.
children.
But grown ass adults don't give a fuck how you feel about how we feel. Either you can provide what we're asking for, or you
Don't
cannot.
talk
Can
about
you
my
provide it?
children. Don't talk about my children. Insult whatever you want to insult. Don't even
How
bring
did I
it to my.
insult them? How did I insult them?
You said even my children. Don't talk about my children. Don't even
Yeah.
bring them
No,
up.
How did I
your
insult them?
kids are
Okay.
gullible.
Anyways. Okay. My
Your dumb
point is
kids are
that it's
gullible.
implied. If people are coming for healing, and there's many people that are lame, that are blind, that are lined up for healing, and Jesus selects three of them and heals them, and he goes away, by default is refusing to heal the other people. Right? So that means that him being selective is not an issue, right? It's not discrimination. He did it because that's what he wanted to do it. I have no idea why he does that. And I say that as me, I don't know the thoughts and ways of God. I don't know the immensity of his wisdom. I have to align myself that ultimately he knows the plans that are good for me. And my definition of good for me and his definition of good for me can be ultimately different, as in Jeremiah. That's why I'm saying that in the theology of the Bible, it does say that prayers can be answered. You can wait for an answer. The answer can be no. The answer can be yes. The answer can be not yet. Okay, and that it's okay, because if you trust God and you've aligned your will with Him and you believe in the immensity of His wisdom, then you know that ultimately whatever He's going to do for you
So
will
you don't
be
have a Bible
good
verse?
for you. Will be
Mm-mm.
So you
good
don't
for
have a
you.
Bible
Well,
verse?
there's
Yeah, that
Jeremiah,
no one's.
I
You're
tried
just
it,
preaching. No one
Isaiah.
asked you any of that.
But that's my point. That's my submission. Discrimination means it's unfair, right? To
No.
No,
discriminate means the
no,
connotation that we've had. Okay, in
no,
human terms, discrimination is an unfair treatment based on a bias or prejudice, right?
No.
That's what
no.
discrimination is.
No.
All right.
Discriminating, it means selective.
Yeah, it could mean selective. I'm saying that,
That's
but you
what it
could have
means.
written
When
selective.
you
But when
apply
we
for
say
a job, hold
in
on. When you apply
human
for a
terms, I
job, when you apply for a job, do they discriminate based on merit and achievements?
if you go to anybody in a public place and you ask
Supreme,
what is
answer the question.
discrimination,
When you apply
I
for a
say
job,
like this.
are they
I know
discriminating
what
based on
discriminate
merit and
is.
achievements? Yes or no?
I know what discriminate is. Okay,
Are
I
they
do know what.
discriminating based
Do
on
you?
merits and achievements? Yes or no?
So yes, yes, I know what it is. What
Okay. Is
discrimination?
that unfair? Is that bad?
I said in social terms, if you go to a public space and you interview people and you ask
If you
what
have
is
the person who wrote the word right in
discrimination,
front of your
they
face
will
and you could
tell
just
you it's
ask him, what do you
unfair.
mean by discriminate? Then
Okay,
none of this
he's
ambiguity is
selective. Yes.
necessary.
Why is healing power
You
discriminate?
have the person who wrote the prompt right there. You have his ear. You could say, hey, what do you mean by discriminate?
I agree then
But instead, you're pretending we're
that
at a
he's selective.
mall and just guessing what the word means.
But then I agreed, right? I just said if discrimination was put in a negative connotation, then it wouldn't be that. Okay, but if it's just
I
selective,
think you're only trying to view
if
it
it's
from a
selective,
negative
that's
lens
fine.
because you know that the answer is not going to be positive. I think that's why you are assuming it being from a negative lens. Because in all actuality, whatever the answer is, it's not going to be based on anything that's actually just or actually uh, keeping with his promises or any of that stuff. You know what the criteria is going to be. It's arbitrary at best. And I think you know that. And I think that's why you're up here pretending like
But
you have no idea what the question means when
I
you
think
yourself
it's
know.
I think it's arbitrary in our point of view, right? If your will is not aligned with God and you're asking, then you're just like a child asking for more candies from your father because you love candies and you want to have your candies. And if they say no at one point and another point they say yes, you can see it as arbitrary because as a child, like a
Wow.
little child.
Wow.
But it
So
doesn't mean that it is.
in this
It
analogy,
doesn't mean
wanting
that it
people to
is.
not die. Hold on. No, in this analogy, wanting people to not die from like a illness that people go through is asking for more candy because you like candy. Because again, we're talking about healing. So the in your analogy, this is just candy. It's not something vital to someone's life.
Yeah, in my analogy, this would be thinking that being healed in that moment is actually a good thing in the overall context.
Water's
You
a
see,
good
that's what I
thing. You
mean.
don't need
Meaning
candy
that
though. People,
we
you
want
don't. Hold
healing,
on.
right?
Water's a
And
good thing, and water is something that people need. Candy can be good, but it's not
not all
something
the
that people
time.
need. People need to be healed.
Water is not a good thing all the time. People can need water. Somebody can be thirsty, but in medicine, you don't give them water even if they're thirsty. Right?
Why?
Because giving them water in that moment could cause another issue. For example, malnourished kids, right? They could be hungry, but you can't feed them solid foods. They could want to eat
Can you give them
that
water?
thing that they want, but you
Can you
won't
give
give
them
it to
water?
them. You have to give them
Can you give
something
them water
something
though?
else. No, but in that situation, they can ask for porridge, but you have to give them
Can
water.
they have water though?
Yes, they can have water
Oh,
for
okay. Because
malnourished
it's
in
vital,
that
right?
example. In
Yeah,
that specific
in
example.
that example, it takes what I'm talking about and makes it something that I'm not talking about.
No, but you said healing is a good thing, right? And
Is
I'm
it not?
saying yes, healing is a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing for the person that's receiving,
It's
right?
essential for
But
them to continue to live, correct?
yeah, if continuing to live is a good thing.
Yeah, are we? Is this the level we're at? We're pretending that continuing to live is a bad thing.
Well, good or bad, what are you basing yourself on? On an atheistic point of view, why is
Oh
live
my
continuing to live good?
god!
Why is it good?
You don't
Does
have the
anybody
boots
else
for
have
this
anything
hype,
else for him?
man.
I think it's crazy that he's asking, and I'm not talking to you, Supreme. I think it's crazy that he's asking from an atheist point of view, why is continuous living a good thing, while he attaches himself to a belief system that promises him continuous life.
Yeah, I know you
That's
might say,
I'm not
interesting.
talking to
good.
you.
Yeah,
I'm not talking to
That
you
is
either. I'm
interesting.
just responding to what I heard, right?
you
Yeah,
said
does anybody
I'm
else
not
have?
talking to you either.
I just responded to what I
So
heard.
nobody else was talking to you. So who were you not talking to? Yeah, man, just let one of your dumb kids end up in the hospital. See how quickly you pray for him to get better.
I find it ironic that in these conversations, believers have to
You are
add
dumb.
so
I'm not
many
dumb.
believers have to have add so many variables and so many
Yeah,
contingencies
I
and
did
so
it.
many, well, this could be that, this could be this, like in order to protect this God. It is crazy to me.
Yeah, I dropped him for the record.
Ah,
Because he's hit that wall clearly,
yeah,
and
he started
I don't
throwing
know why
shit at
y'all
the
think
wall.
we can't see it. Yeah, I don't know why y'all think we can't see it, but we do. Like you're not slick. We see it. Um,
He's like,
and
oh fuck. Well, what about objective morality? What do you guys think
yeah,
about
bro.
that,
Like
huh?
I'm not gonna do that because honestly, I've been giving y'all absolutely so much fucking grace today because y'all come up here and we talk about the prompt for 2.5 seconds and you run away from it. You run away from it. Y'all want to talk about everything under the sun except for what is on the background. I be letting y'all get off, but when it comes time to actually paying the piper and get into the actual fucking topic, we do dumb shit like, well, what is it? What is it necessarily good to live? Is it necessarily good to live without pain? Like, I mean, yeah, being sick sucks, but you know, is it good? I don't know, bro. Ask somebody that has something that like really limits their mobility. Ask somebody that like is going through some shit right now that is hoping for a change because their every waking moment is pain. And all they want is to not feel that. But you're saying, oh, is it good? Is that even necessarily a good thing? That makes no sense. You're a fucking child, and I don't like y'all. Oh goodness.
It's selfish, honestly. Like you got to be a really selfish person to like believe in this belief system. First off, it starts with like intrinsic motivation of yourself, and then you sit up here and say, is that a good thing for somebody's prayer to be answered to relieve their sickness or to heal their sick child, while you will pray for your sick child and hope that this same God heals your sick child? It's a
Right.
very selfish belief system.
Absolutely. They can discount the pain and suffering of other people because they are not experiencing it. Because even the ones that had in the past would be like, oh well, I get it, I understand, I went through that too, but because they on the other side, they don't want to seem like ungrateful, so that they can get to the other side. They're willing to shirk that off because it doesn't mean anything to them. They're not feeling that one. It's
I saw a video this
dumb.
morning of a lady crying in her car asking for prayers because she just found out her 17-year-old son has some hereditary cancer that killed her husband like a couple of months prior. He got it from his dad. The dad's brother
Oh wow.
died from it, And then so she called the dad's mom, his stepmom, who has a 17-year-old son with her husband's daddy. She called the stepmom, was like, "Hey, you need to go get such and such checked because they're saying that the cancer is hereditary. I know you just lost your other son a couple of months ago. Just make sure he good." Come to find out, the 17-year-old
Right.
has the same cancer. So now all the men in their family line is getting ready to be gone from this one hereditary cancer. And she's like begging for prayers because she's like, we don't have grandkids. There are no more men in their line. What would be the God's point of that? Not healing that.
Gotta align with the will, man. We learned that in John chapter 35. Speaking of John, bro, are you a Christian?
Yes. I believe in God of Bible, yeah, definitely.
How old are you?
Uh, over 25.
Okay, okay. Number one or number two?
Number one. Oh, sorry, number two.
What you think?
Hold on. Can I answer something in the comments right quick also?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are God's priorities straight?
One second. For those of you in the comments that's saying he don't want the line to continue, then he shouldn't have fucking sent it here. If he didn't want the line to continue, don't fucking send men here just to kill them with cancer.
That's insane. That's wild.
Mm, I mean, do you know you have cancer?
Address number two. That's that. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, God's priorities are straight. Yes. Well, what would you
What are we?
disagree?
What is he prioritizing this?
That we keep a moral and decent compass. Sorry, a decent decency and moral compasses. That's what his priorities are for the whole world, just to love each other. Don't unalive each other. All that rest, all that stuff.
And how is he prioritizing that?
How's he prioritizing it? Well, he
Uh-huh.
said, "Hey, love each other." But is it his prioritizing that? I mean, he doesn't he doesn't like people who go against his rules. But
But does he
then,
allow people to go against his rules?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, why would
Well,
he do that?
I mean, when you say that, I mean, does he want people to be starving? No, but he
Why does
says,
he allow people to break his rules?
I know people are evil. Okay,
Yeah, why
human
does he
beings are
allow
evil.
people to break his rules is the question.
He actually doesn't. We have the moral compass to actually want to
He doesn't
follow them.
allow people to break his rules.
No, that's why they
So
have
God
rules.
stops anything that goes against his rules.
Well, no. I mean, if you don't want to follow the rules, then you must be indecent.
Which one is it? Does God allow things to happen that he does not want, or God doesn't? Which one is it?
He doesn't allow for things to happen.
So God doesn't allow bad things to happen to people.
He doesn't know. He specifically says don't do bad things against others.
Are you?
Happened. People do
Yeah,
bad
because there's
things
bad
to each
people.
other.
Well, there's bad people. We can't blame God for bad people, can we?
Could he stop them?
Could he stop them?
Yes.
He's. I mean, if there was a point that he wanted to stop them, I guess he could.
All right.
So then,
But
if he can stop them, is he allowing them to do it?
well, can they
W.
not stop
Gara.
themselves? I mean, I
Hold
don't
on.
know. Like, if you
If he
don't follow
can
the rules,
stop them, is he not allowing them to do it?
no, he's just He's already told them don't do it. It's not him that's allowing them to do it. It's them doing it.
God have the power to stop them from doing bad things.
Thank you, Fee, because
God has the power to send the wind. He's got the
Oh,
power to do
that
everything. But he's
hold on a second. Does God have the power to stop humans from doing bad things? That's a yes or a no.
yeah, absolutely. But does
Okay,
he
so
want to?
he has the power. Does he do it? Does he exercise that power to prevent humans from doing bad things?
No, he's not. He hasn't. He's not exercising it yet, but he will one day.
So he's current. So the answer to that question is no. He does not. He does not stop them
No,
from
no, he does
exercising
have the
it.
power, but he's not exercising it yet. He will one day,
Which,
though.
hold on a second. So because he has the power to stop them, and he does not exercise that power to stop them, that means he is allowing those bad things to be done to human beings. That's a logical entailment of your belief system.
No, no, it's not. I mean, human beings are doing it to human beings. He's not letting them do it. He's just not. He's
What
not
does
taking the
allow mean?
stance.
What does allow
He's just
mean?
not taking the stance.
What does the word allow mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
To permit something to be. If
Okay.
I have the power, if I have the power to hold your hand and stop you from swinging on another human being, and I just stand there and I don't stop you from swinging on that other human being, I allowed you to do that. I did not cause you to do it, but absolutely I allowed it to happen because I have the power to prevent it and I did not. Therefore, your God allows these things to happen
Well,
on a
you've got the power
consistent
to
basis.
feed the whole world. What do you?
Do I have
what?
the power to feed the whole world?
Yeah, you do.
No, no, actually I don't, but your God does, and he doesn't.
Well, no, well, you've got the power to feed at least one person per day.
And I do it on a regular basis.
I
But
mean,
we're
if
not
you feed
talking
Then
yourself,
about
that's one
why
person.
are people still starving?
the interesting thing about it is we're not talking about me, a limited human being. We're talking about your God who has no limitations, yet they're still hungry people.
Well, you've got the
Just
power
want to
to
like
stop
full
people from
stupid mode.
eliminating another human being.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about your God. If I were
Sure.
omniscient, if I were all
Well,
powerful, then
my God is
I would be
stopping
the
me from eliminating another human being.
So you would kill people if God didn't stop you?
What? I don't feel like killing people.
Right.
Why
So
do you have to say that word
so
for? I don't know.
but you would
Stop.
if God didn't stop you.
Well, I would if
That's
God
what you
didn't stop
said.
me. Not at all. I don't
That's
feel
literally
like
what you
ever
just
if I.
That's
said.
literally what
I
you
mean,
yeah.
actually, tell you the truth. Tell you the truth. There are some people that don't belong on this earth. Absolutely. Do I want to unalive them? Yes. Am I? No. So, uh, is that me doing that? Yeah, of course it is. Is it because of God? No. It's just because
Does
I
God have the
don't
power
have
to
to.
stop you from doing that?
God has the
Apparently he
power.
is.
God has the power to take my life anytime He wants to.
Is that
Does
what the
God have the
question
power to
was?
stop you from doing that?
Does God have the power? I guess He is because I don't.
Crazy.
I don't know.
So God can stop some people, but he doesn't stop other people.
No, no, no. Other people just are indecent and immoral. I don't know.
But
From
God
just the
can
whole
stop them
gambling
from
thing,
doing the things that are indecent and immoral, correct?
God has the power to do anything. Of
And he chooses not to
absolutely.
use that power to stop them, correct?
Not that He chooses not to use it. He gives us the will to use it or not. He gives us the will to say, yes, I'm going to put this man to unalivement or not. Yes, I'm going to feed this man today or not. I mean, is man evil? Yes. Does God love everybody? No.
Do you make sense? Not at all.
I mean,
No. Raw.
what did I say that was wrong?
You just say shit.
That's
Well, He
exactly
doesn't love
right.
everybody. I mean, if you don't love Him, why would He love you?
Does he even love the people who do love him? Considering the fact that there are millions of Christians starving right now, there are people praying to him to take care of their children or protect their children, and he's not doing that either. We're not talking about us. We don't believe in the God. Y'all do. Y'all
Yeah,
consistently get let
I
down
mean,
by
I
this
believe
God.
in the
And
Creator, so I think He's looking after me and my family.
there we
Oh,
go. Thinker just called it. Y'all are selfish.
Yeah,
Y'all, as long
fuck
as
everyone
you're
else.
okay, yeah,
I
as
mean,
long as you're
well,
okay. I know
you
God
said fuck
can.
him. You're saying fuck him. How do we know that
hold
he's
on,
for
hold
good?
on, hold on, because she wasn't done talking, and I'd rather hear her than whatever the fuck you trying to mumble.
It's crazy because as long as you're good, then like Twin said, fuck everybody else. He has the power to fix all of this with like the snap of a finger, but he doesn't. But as long as you're okay, it doesn't matter. It's
Well, I
such a
don't know.
selfish
Well, I don't
worldview
know.
to have.
I don't know if he's
Hey,
just
what the
looking
fuck
after
did I
me.
just say? I don't care about your mumbling. Let her finish.
Yeah, I just think it's so selfish to be so self-centered to the point that you ignore what's going on around you with other human beings, and then at that same time claim to have the moral high ground. That's bananas.
I mean, when did I say he was just looking after me?
Just did. You said God's looking after you and your
Like,
family.
not even you wants to listen to you.
No, no. When did I say he was just looking after me? Like I'm exclusive to being looked
That's
after
that
by
that
God.
you just got done saying it.
See, I mean, I think, yeah, nah, thanks.
Was that
Oh wow.
reply supposed to mean something?
It's pointless talking to you because you're obviously just gonna lie.
No, no one's lying, right?
Oh, I was going to quickly ask, what did you mention about you and your family? Why did you bring up you
Well,
and your family in the conversation?
he's obviously looking after us.
Right. So is he looking after everyone who believes in him?
I guess so.
Even though there are children that are praying to him that are dying of hunger, and people who are praying to him that are being abused by their family members or people in his church. We
There are
know that
people.
that's the case.
There are people praying to Satan, and they rule the earth.
That has absolutely nothing to do with the question that I just asked you. That's a deflection. My
I mean,
my point is that you hold on a
no,
second.
no.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. My point is that you brought up you and your family because God is taking care of you. At the same time, you recognize that there are fellow believers whose needs are going unmet. There are children who believe in this God that are hungry. You also believe this God has the power to fix that and doesn't. But because you and your family are okay, then God is good. That is what we're saying is selfish. I
I
didn't
mean,
put words in your mouth.
the God that I love, he's got the power to look after me at least. But then there's these other people who
Ah!
don't follow the God that I love, and they own the world. I mean, did you want him to just unalive everybody and restart? Is that what you
I would
want?
like for I would like for him to do what you guys believe that he can do is take care of humans. I would like for him to stop children from
No,
starving. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, because I want to tell you what I'd like from your God. I like for him to very clearly say, "Hey, humans, don't BOMB other humans into oblivion because you think I gave you this land in a book." I would like for him to say, "Hey, people on the continent, stop abusing those folks that live there for their minerals because that's not okay." Like, I would like for him to do that. It's odd that you thought that my answer would be to unalive everyone. That's really weird, considering you serve a loving God, and that was your first
He,
thought.
he is a Christian.
father. Have were any of you raised by fathers?
We sure were.
I was
Okay,
raised by
so
two fathers. My dads are gay.
did your fathers look after everyone in the in your neighborhood?
They looked after the entire state. They were
What
both
does that have
defenders.
to do?
Looked after their own
So
families, you
my
stupid
God would
fuck.
look after the
They
people
looked
who
after their
consider
own
him
families.
his God.
They looked after their own families.
Well, so
I
what?
think he,
My God's looking after his family too.
but he isn't.
Clearly not.
Well, what you think his family's the whole world?
His
I mean,
family are the fellow
who-
Christians who
uh,
are
You do
dying
realize
of
that we're talking
starving.
about the people that believe in him, right?
I mean, does
You realize
Allah
that, right?
is Allah the Christian family Christian's God? I mean, do
Are
you
you
know
You
good?
want to you want
other
to try
gods
that
of
again
the
in
faith?
English? You want to try that
Yeah,
again in English?
I mean,
he's that good also.
do
You having a stroke or something? Like dead ass, because that
Does
was.
Allah look after the Christians?
Because
Halakha.
we're having two separate
Okay,
conversations.
you don't
Said,
understand.
oh no, you said Hamalama Christians.
Oh, okay.
Do
I
you
mean,
think
it's
your
pretty
God?
hard to be to say anything if there's three people talking at the same time. But I guess I gotta be muted.
Yeah, I don't know. Makes sense.
So yeah, that's why God doesn't look after those people because they don't believe in my God.
They do believe in your God, numbnuts.
I don't
We're
know
talking
who.
about we're talking about people who do believe in your God and still suffer and die.
I mean, if you break your father's rules, right? Would he?
Oh, now they're deserving of
Would he
it.
discipline you?
Now they're sinners. You know
No. Would
these
he
people
discipline you though?
these
I'm not
people
talking
you
about
don't
him.
these people you don't know anything about. You're gonna say that they're guilty and deserving of
I
punishment.
mean, no. If
Hmm?
I mean,
Huh? Hmm?
if your next door neighbor, right, break the rules that your father sets for you, is your father going to go punish them?
These are not your neighbors, stupid. They're your siblings.
No, your next door neighbors. I'm talking about, not your
No, we're
siblings.
talking about people under the same father, stupid.
Yeah, well, there you go. He's looking after the people that are under the same roof.
He's clearly not.
How do you know?
I can't with this fucking moron. Like he's
I
I'm
too
mean,
dumb for
honestly,
words.
I'm waiting for y'all to be done with him.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you have like a
Yeah,
traffic
no,
cone in, if you have a traffic cone in the request queue, go ahead and bring that up.
Now he left under his own power. That's crazy. He couldn't
you
wait to
little
get out.
sauce.
Hello.
God damn, that boy folded immediately. Hobo, why do you
I'm.
smell like that?
It's a joke. It was an inside joke, guys.
Oh, well, we outside right now. You said you're a Christian though, right?
Big Hoobastank fan.
That's what's up. Number one, number two. What you think?
Discriminate because some people deserve it. Some people deserve to suffer. Just like Thinker, she's black. She used to be a white man in her last life. Now she's a nigger. How do you like that, Thinker? You don't want to know one thing? Your dad's in hell. And so you're going to heaven. He made a deal with the devil. And you're going to get to go to heaven, nigger. But your daddy, he's like, oh, Thinker! Thinker! But you, bitch, you're going to heaven. How do you like them apples? Go ahead. The kids that suffer, they all deserve it. You know why? Because you're sinners. Cat got your tongue, niggers? Nigger! Ah! Help me! Help me! To go to heaven, Christian heaven, thinker. You're going to spend all your eternity with all the goody goodies. So what's up? Crying? I like to watch niggers cry. They used to be white. They used to whip niggers. Now you deserve. Not 529. 29.
Hey, Jay, stop muting him. He's up here for a reason.
John 529, thinker. Why are you a nigger? Why were you born a nigger? Why did God make you a nigger? Everybody hates niggers. Thinker. Why are you a nigger? You used to be a white man. beating on niggers. Now you're getting what you deserve. 29, baby. Say something.
Not one Christian in those comments reprimanded him. Not one. He is, Crystal. He definitely is. He's a Christian. It
And then who's the sick fuck that gifted him?
was a mistake. I think they were trying to send it to Oso because I think that I saw the same name
Was it
switch up.
2 points? Because that was me. I followed him.
Wow, I didn't see the comments.
I think it gives like 2 coins when you follow someone, right?
Yeah, it does. I think that that's interesting. And by interesting, I mean predictable. Um,
Telling no, like it's character revealing in a way that I'm not sure they realize, or they don't give a shit, because
They don't
the
give a
come.
shit.
No, they don't give a shit.
But it's the black Christians that I wonder if, like, think about the only thing I do is talk about Jesus. And for me to be
Hmm.
in their head, for them to be so fucking mad at me, right? To the black Christians that sit there and watch these lives, like, you're mad at me too. I get it. I get it. I get it. But why are they mad at me? Why are they calling me a
Hmm.
nigger? And do you think that they wouldn't say the same thing to you? And when it all boils down to it, the same way y'all will abandon us for them, they're going to abandon you for themselves.
Hmm. And it's interesting. The Supreme is saying that nobody reprimanded anybody else, but you all have the moral high ground. We're sons of the devil. We don't know how to behave, so that should be expected from us, right? But the reality is, he came up representing the God you pray to and calling us niggas.
Oh,
A
and that's
man that
okay.
looks like you. Yeah.
The fucked up thing about it is that Supreme cares more about his dick and his fucking ego and me telling him to shut the fuck up while I'm talking, that you will let a white
mhm.
man call you a nigger, bitch. And you
Hmm.
ain't anybody that I want to fucking follow. You are not a fucking commander, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfuckers are gonna be the ones that lead us back to slavery, back to the
Yep.
Reconstruction era. You stupid motherfuckers are gonna be the ones to do that.
Bunch of Stevens in this motherfucker. It's
And then
just
go to church and pray to the same God that hobo prays to. That is crazy to me.
You will bow down and suck his dick while he calling you nigga.
just to be in the same club, and then wonder why when Rio run that you can't be this and pro black. Why you say that? Why you say that? I wonder why.
He care more about his motherfucking ego. You are the weakest link, motherfucker. You weak as fuck. Let that be in your dreams at night. Go and tell daddy to come and call Thinker a nigga because she told you that you was weak than a motherfucker. This is what I meant the other day when I said y'all be holding another motherfucker's nutsack. You'll let another motherfucker say the shit that you want to say because you too weak to fucking say it yourself.
Yep. And I think it also speaks to what you were saying earlier, right? Like people love to pretend, oh, it's not that. Like when you were talking to that dude earlier, he's like, who are you to be? You got such an ego. Like, why would you think that? Why would you say that? It speaks volumes when y'all get up here having nothing to like Thinker don't have nothing to do with the conversation and y'all drag her into the conversation. Y'all fear this woman. And it's really funny because it's so blatantly obvious.
It really is. Like, I don't care what panel, whose live it is. If things are they somebody is gonna come in the comments saying her name. And it's interesting because they come at you, they don't come at what you say. They can't come at the content. They can't come at the Bible because they haven't read it. They can't talk about the original language because they don't know it. The only thing that they can do is attack you, but what does that say about their God? What does it say about the power of the being that they supposedly serve? Why wouldn't it be able to imbue you with the words that would defeat what you're saying from the Bible? They can't do that. So the only thing they can do is resort to character assassination of some sort. And to Supreme, the insults don't matter, right? Like we know who we are and we know who we aren't. So it doesn't matter what people call us. The point is, what does it say about the God y'all serve that he feels emboldened to get up here and say what he said? And he worships the same God that you do. So that's what you need to be thinking about. Nobody feels insulted by what they say.
It's also funny because a while back you talked about how you can't get them to make you you can't stop them from trying to make you come back into the fold. Like they'll be willing to do anything and say anything to make you come to make you come back. That motherfucker said that you're going to heaven whether you like it or not. Like, bro, what?
Right. I was over here cracking up.
Like
I was like,
what?
what?
Crazy. They turn their whole heaven into hell just to make you feel bad. Like, think about that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do
I know
have
you don't
something
want
to
to
do
go,
with
so you're
God.
going regardless.
Yeah, and then I mean, by trying to distance yourself, somebody in common, his actions have nothing to do with God. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. The belief in this God is based on supremacy. This God is based on having a select few and fuck everybody else. He came up here being a white supremacist, just like your Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. It's no different. That has everything to do with the foundation and the template this God left.
But you know what? The crazy thing is they don't troll Justin like this wherever Justin go. They don't
Mm,
troll Matt Dillahunty this way. They don't troll Dr. B when he in here like this. This
All
is
or mezzo, none of them. Mm-mm.
yeah. Oh, they're mad because black people. This is the money.
hmm
This is the money, and then black people think that this God is going to save them. Y'all scared. Y'all in a
And
corner some fucking where.
how dare you be black and a woman and have something to say?
Yep.
And that's
You know
honestly
what? You know
people's
what my
best
daughter said
choice.
the other day. She was talking to my son, and she said something that like I told her that I don't say that again, but she was like, "Mama's something like a Martin Luther King," and I was like, "No, I'm not." But like when you think about it, the like what's happening right now, right? A lot of black people are waking up in a moment in time where those that use this religion need black people to be docile the most. And it's
Hmm
pissing people off. It's
Yeah.
pissing them off.
And
And the
and to,
reality is, the violence is gonna be like it when they can't beat us. We were talking about that video where that white man was messing with that flight attendant, and the black man stood up and picked him up like a kid and put him in his car seat. Did
that
y'all
was
see that? That
hilarious.
shit
I did
was
not see
funny
that,
as fuck.
I'll send it to you also. It was
That's,
hilarious.
but
man, we were talking about that and how we're at a point in time where we can do shit like that, right? We can
hmm
fight back, and they don't like that, right? And it's gonna take, for us to be able to do that, even like with our voices, even with this God. But when they can't beat us intellectually, right? The next thing they move to is violence, right? They move to doing things like they did in Philadelphia, right? Like what they did in Rosewood. Like that's their plan.
you know who that guy reminded me of?
Don't fucking say it.
Little shit.
You think so?
Who?
I
Which
just
guy? The one that was on stage?
uh-huh.
Is Lil Shit
Was
Mexican?
that him?
I don't know.
That sounded like a Latino.
I wouldn't be able to tell you to be honest.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I hear you.
Something happened with my mic. Did you say you know
Well,
who that? I said you know who that reminds me of. I said don't fucking say it.
oh, who would you think I was gonna say?
Me.
Oh, well, you know what they say,
Mm-hmm.
as accusations are accusations.
no
Yeah,
one
I was
said
getting.
no.
Yeah, there was some accent there. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say no one said he wasn't a white Latino.
Yeah,
I literally asked, is he well Hispanic or Mexican? Like I thought Lil Shit was I honestly thought Lil Shit was black. I didn't
I
know.
don't get that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what little shit is,
The
and I
the
don't know
shit
what
that
that
he be
guy is.
saying, the shit be saying in the comments. I thought he was black.
I've never heard him talk. I don't think.
It's just it's the comments that he be
Yeah.
making.
It's possible. That's just who I thought of. Angie,
Hi. Hi, everyone.
hola, are you a believer?
Yes.
Cool beans. Um, number one or number two?
Um, We can start at number one, I guess. So it
What do you think?
says, it says, why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? And so before start trying to give answers, I would like to understand more about the question. What makes you believe that God's healing powers discriminate?
Are there people who are believers who ask God for a healing and do not receive it?
Uh,
Are there people who are believers that ask God for a healing and receive it?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I would
Why is
agree.
it? What's the
Mhm.
criteria there? Why does he pick some to heal and some not?
I believe when it says belief, I believe belief is not necessarily a general statement. There's so many denominations and different beliefs of God and what the concept of God is. Um, and so, based on just biblical examples, there were many cases when Jesus was walking the earth, and a lot of his healings was based on the believer's faith. So there is also somewhat of a necessary part of the believer and participation to their healing. Um, for example, Peter, even after Jesus ascended back to heaven, Peter came upon a person to be healed, and the first thing the Bible mentions specifically that he he knew that this person was a believer and had faith, and then so he went and he healed the person. It had been occasions where Jesus had asked the room to be cleared when he healed a little girl, and the only people was present was like the parents. Everyone else left the room, and he healed the little girl. So
Can, can I ask a quick question, Angie?
yeah.
If 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 it if the determining factor is faith, how do you explain the cases where faithful believers die of treatable illnesses, but like non-believers recover? So in using the biblical examples, you're right. There are some healings that Jesus did because of the faith of the person that he healed, but there are also healings that he did not because of that. The amount of faith or the presence of faith for the person who was healed wasn't even mentioned. Like the example of the guy who was lowered through the roof, it was the faith of the
Mhm.
people that brought him, not the faith of the person who received the healing. So if that determines who's healed, how do you explain that discrepancy?
Um, the discrepancy is not necessarily based on um, what was mentioned in the Bible. Some things are mentioned based on the glorification of God. So that part is mentioned. And so because he said because of the faith, let them be healed, they were
Right.
healed. Just like the example of the woman that was bleeding. And she said to herself, if I could just touch his garment, I'll be healed. So
Right. I
Jesus wasn't
followed
even
you.
aware.
Yeah, I
And
followed you on
when
those examples. I'm talking about the examples that people were healed and the amount of faith the healed person had wasn't even mentioned. I'm talking about those because you said it depended on
for
faith.
for a Bible example, or you, because to me it sounds like general, and what I would say to general, nobody can determine the level of faith that anybody has.
No,
All you can go
she
based on
gave
is
you
a
Bible
claim.
examples. She gave you Bible examples.
Well, I did.
No,
Based
no.
on the glorification,
Fee gave you Bible examples. The man in
right?
Mark two, the paralytic
Like the
man. Yeah.
man. Yeah. Well, the faith was still there. The faith
But
was
it
still
Doesn't.
wasn't
there.
Where do you
it
get
wasn't the
that?
faith of the person, yeah, like because it wasn't the faith of of the paralyzed man. It was the faith of the people that brought him.
But faith was still applicable. So if faith is a determining factor or requirement, it was still present at that time. Even though whether or not they mentioned the man's faith, it doesn't mean he didn't have faith. It just did not mention it. But the faith part was still present, even in the people around him.
So are you saying that as
Oh.
long as faith is present, healing happens?
Um, I wouldn't necessarily say that to be 100% of the case, but it's no way for me to determine that because I can't read hearts and minds. I'm not the Almighty, so I can't. If you tell me, like, listen, Ange, I got faith, there's no way for me to determine that to be a fact. That's merely a statement and a claim. You may even feel like you have faith, but I'm pretty confident that God knows better than I do. So
Have
that's not
you
something I would determine.
have you ever prayed for someone who didn't recover?
Um, I I have.
Okay.
I have. I've
Was
lost family.
your faith insufficient then?
Well, I also pray for God's will to be done. So I don't put my faith over the
Oh.
will of God. So yeah, I mean,
So it's
if it's
how he
God's will,
chooses.
But
correct.
Okay,
that
so it's
creates an inherent,
discriminating taste.
and it also creates a very inherent tension though.
I'm sorry.
Because
Can you repeat that? There were two people talking.
I'm saying that creates a tension, what you just said. Like, how would you resolve it? Because if you as a believer think that you can pray for something, and if you get it, well, you can pray for something, but then God has a plan. Which one, or God's will, in alignment with God's will, which one comes first?
God's
Because then,
will.
okay, then what are you praying for then?
I'm praying for it to be in His will. If it is in His will, let them be healed. Um, if it's not in God's will, then God's will comes first. Let God's will be done.
So you're
Is
praying that God help you be okay with whatever happens. Because
Exactly.
if God's will is fixed and perfect, then asking for a particular thing, like I want this person to stay alive. If the person stays alive, then God answered the prayer. If the person didn't stay alive, then God has a bigger plan. It's the same thing that we had with that other caller. It can't be both. Like that's almost like this circular loop that always points to God being right. Either you feel like your prayer is effective and can have an impact and change an outcome, or what God's will is the thing that's going to happen. It can't be both.
yeah.
It can be. It can be because um
So if the
it's
person
there are instances in the Bible where prayer made things happen. An instance of John the Baptist when he was incarcerated. Um, and probably more instances. Let me see if I can think of another one. John the Baptist, when
Appreciate you,
Moses
Shake.
prayed for Israel when they were at war, his arms stayed up in prayer. They continued to um, conquer or defend themselves against the opposers, and based on prayer. Prayer does move
Well,
things.
that was a command. He was commanded to do that, so that and if he left his hands down, or if he let his hands fall down, then they would start to
Hmm.
lose. That's a little bit different.
Right. I mean, it's still based on the will of God. If God said this is what needs to happen for this to happen, it's it's still within faith, acting on faith. So that means if you obey God, then you're exercising faith in what He has told you and
I
commanded
mean,
you to do.
well, I mean,
Moses,
if that's
he
how it
didn't
works,
have to
then because
obey.
Jesus said, hold on, because Jesus says in Mark 16, 17, and 18 that if you are a believer, that one of the things that you should be able to do is heal people. So that sounds like it's inside of his will, and he gave you the power to do it.
Okay.
You
So
think
then why
John?
does the power not work when you use it?
I mean, when you say that, it's a general statement. Is so to say that it needs to work um, in every circumstance where you feel like it didn't work. That's again to be determined. That's just based on what your naked eye, your observation. At the end, we are in an imperfect state, and we are going to die. This flesh is not going to
How did
inherit the
he?
kingdom of God. So I mean,
How
how
do we
hard,
get here?
how much can you hold on to flesh in regards to healing? If it's in God's will for you to be healed, it could be because of a purpose that you have for the kingdom. It's just not necessarily because you subscribe to this flesh and you want to stay in the flesh. That's more so your own will and not necessarily the will of God. So when people are going to die, and even Jesus himself as a human who took on the seed of Abraham, he died as well. So I mean, to some degree, you cannot
Hey, Angie,
defy
Angie, hang on a
the.
second. Hang on a second, because you're saying a whole lot of things, and I've completely forgot what Oso's question was because I don't think you answered it. Well, Oso, what was your question?
Yeah, the question was why is it that it doesn't work when he says that you have the power and it's in his will?
I mean, when you're saying it doesn't work, who's? I mean, it does work.
Yeah,
Did they give
sometimes,
us?
You're
but
saying
other
it
times it
doesn't
doesn't.
work,
Yeah,
but
sorry.
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
it
that's
can work
based on
sometimes. That's cool, Angie, but I'm asking about the times that it
that's
does not work.
but that's and the reason why I answered the question exactly that. That's like saying if it has to work every time, that means that nobody dies.
That's
And
not
that's not
true.
the fate of this flesh. If
We know.
everybody gets to heal,
Hold on,
if
Angie. Hold on.
everybody gets to heal based on that,
Angie,
sometimes things are for the glorification of God.
can you
God
heal
made
somebody of old
promises.
age? Angie, can you kill somebody or can you heal somebody of old age?
No, and you can't
But
heal them
can people die of old age?
they can.
Okay, so this makes no sense. I'm talking
But
about people
okay,
that need a
well
healing,
but
not people that
what
want to
happened?
be eternal.
Okay, but what happens in old age? The body shuts down. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
not prematurely though.
What's premature? Because in
He said it.
in the
Well,
days
he
of
already gave the
early,
limit. He said 120 years. Why can't people just
and
live to live more?
Adam lived to 900 years,
That
and
was
Moses
before.
lived to
That was
9.
before God set the limit.
Correct. So he set the limit then. He said, "The day you eat of the fruit, the day you will die.
No,
A day is
no,
like a
no,
thousand
no.
years." And
What?
Even Adam
Are
did
you
not
just? Are
live
you
beyond
spinning a
that
wheel right
day.
now? Are you
Yeah,
You
spinning
said
a
I
he
wheel
think
set
with
so.
like cliches on it?
no. You said he set the limit at 120 years,
Yeah, in
but that's
Genesis
not the first
6.
limit. That's not the first limit. He said in the
He didn't
day.
he
That
didn't
was the first. That was the
That's
first
not a
limit.
limit. It's a metaphor.
Where I don't know that. Yeah, I
I
don't know if
If
truly
he
don't
someone
said
get off.
understand
if
that verse at all.
if he said man's days would be 120 years,
Hmm.
how did Adam live to be
Was Adam
900
before or
years?
after he
That's
said that?
so that wasn't his first limit. That's all I'm saying.
He
That
didn't
wasn't the
put a
first time
limit
he
on
said
Adam. Adam died when he died.
he died in the day that he disobeyed God,
No, he didn't.
What?
which is yeah, the
No, he didn't.
day
Yeah.
which is a day to God, not a
Let me,
day to
Angie.
man.
Angie, let me ask you a
So
question.
wait,
How
Mhm.
many days was creation? How many days did creation take?
6 days.
Not 6,000?
years.
6 days in God's
Six
age.
thousand
So
years.
yeah, you can
Was
say
it, was
six
it,
thousand.
no,
Well,
was
I
it,
mentioned a day being 1,000 years to God. So 6 days, if
Okay,
you
so
speaking of
when
the
when God
Bible,
when God
Bible
said to
referred to it as the day. He didn't refer to it as a
right, so
thousand
when
years.
God said to
So
Noah that he
six
was going to
as
make it rain for 40
he,
days and 40
what
nights, did he really mean 40,000 years?
and obviously he was talking about man days. He
Why is
wasn't
it
talking about
obvious? Why
God
is it
days
obvious that those are man days?
because that's what he said and that's what
He
happened.
said man days.
He
He said
wasn't
40 man days.
he wasn't speaking of days of God. He was speaking of man
How do
days
you know
how do
that?
you know?
because that's how many days it rained.
Y'all just
If that's
make
the
shit
case,
up.
it would still be
I'm
raining.
sorry,
It's
Anthony.
common sense.
It's not common sense. It's common fiction. Y'all just make shit up
That's
when there
so
are plot holes in
embarrassing.
this story and apply the formula of a day to 1,000 years when it's convenient. But every other application of that word is a literal day. Like, y'all just have to at some point be honest with yourselves about this story. It makes no sense.
So it doesn't make sense that if God was talking about man years that he wouldn't have referred to
Those are
creation
man
in a
Do you
years.
six
do you
day
know
analogy.
do you know where the 1,000 years comes from? Do you know where that verse is?
Not offhand, but I can find out.
It's Second Peter 3:8.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
do you know what the verse says? Is that a no?
I've read it, but I can't quote
Right.
it, so I would have to go
Yeah.
back to the scripture.
It says the same thing in reverse. It says the day with the Lord is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like a day. It's not a conversion rate. It's a metaphor for timelessness. A day is
Okay.
not 1,000 years because then you would have to say a
It said
thousand
it's
years is
like.
a, then you'd have
It's
to say,
like.
yeah,
A
then
like
you would
is an
have you would
analogy.
then
So
also
what's
have
the
to
problem?
agree.
Hold on.
You would then also have to agree that 1,000 years is like a day. It's saying the same thing in reverse. It's flip. It's just a metaphor for timelessness.
Also, shout out
Okay,
to Shake. I
so
see you. Appreciate you.
when God made when he referred to the creation and days at a time, is that's timelessness or is that
No, no,
was
because
at the
he didn't
time?
say this is a day like 1,000 years. Those are days. It says
We
one
said
light, one
and
dark. That's a day.
correct. I mean, I wouldn't disagree.
Right.
I
Those
don't
are
disagree. So
days.
what's I
And
still
the
don't understand
day that he
what
was
you and Adam lived to be 900 and
because
something odd
God
years.
lied. Yes.
I would disagree, but
Oh no,
that's okay.
God
I'm
lied and
not
the
look
serpent told him the truth.
okay. The
That's the
serpent told him the truth.
yeah.
The guy. Okay. Well, I would disagree.
Well, you disagree, but God
Okay.
confirms it.
Be disagreeing with your own book. Read Genesis 3:22. Like, he quite literally confirms that what the serpent said was true. But y'all sit up here and act like
But
that scripture is not even in the book.
so what he so in terms of him saying that if he ate the fruit, he would acquire knowledge of good and bad. So
Yes.
okay,
It says God
and
knows that in the
God,
day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like him, knowing good from evil. And then what did God
okay,
say in verse 322?
why do they need to know evil? Why is that something
Or
they need
just
to know?
another pivot?
No, I'm saying whether he told them the truth or not, it's still disobedience.
All right,
It
but
doesn't
you do know he
matter.
didn't tell them the truth.
What he told them was that God was wrong. That was the lie. What happened or the result of eating for the tree or whatever knowledge that was acquired has nothing to do with the disobedience of
Oh, he
God
told them that
and them
God lied
telling
to him.
him,
What he
yeah,
told them was that God lied to them, and he
yeah,
did.
because God told him that they would, because he
Hmm.
told them that he would not die. They would not die, that their
And they
eyes would
didn't.
be open. They
And
did.
then
They
and they
They
died,
would
didn't
be
just
die
like
like,
the
God
day.
said
They
they
didn't
would.
die in the day. He said, God knows in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like him. And
Well,
then
I
God
mean, that's
says,
just convenient for you to determine
what is convenient?
that
Reading the text?
No, convene is you determining the day now needing to be a literal day in the eyes of man, but
No, no,
even
I don't
then,
need it to
in
be.
a
I'm not
thought,
the one
in
who
a
made up
thought.
the.
What?
I'm not the one who made up the goofy
So
bullshit,
you
Angie. You are. I never
okay?
said a
So
day was anything
why?
but a day.
What's okay? Well, okay. Well, I don't want you to get upset. I'm not
I'm
trying to
not
have a
upset.
hostile conversation.
I'm not upset.
You guys are
You're
getting
you're putting words in my
irritated. You're
mouth.
cursing.
You're
You
putting
you
words in my
you
mouth. Yeah, I
asked
could
you
curse.
invited Christians up. You're
Yeah,
looking for explanation. You're looking for
yeah,
answers, and
actual
you're getting
explanation,
offended. You're
not tap
offended
dancing and
by it.
pivoting, Angie.
That
You're tap
that's
dancing
not a
and pivoting.
pivot. If that's the case, you're pivoting because you're also taking the literal sense of creation in a day and not a
What is a
day as
pivot?
well.
What is a pivot?
You
What?
just you
Angie,
simply
what's a
said
pivot?
you simply said that
Angie,
in
what's it
this
mean to pivot?
instance the day needs to be
Angie,
24 hour.
I said that in every instance. When did I say a day
A
was
day
anything?
is a
When did I
day.
say a day was anything other than a 24-hour period? Remember, you said that.
You
You said it's 1,000 years.
when you talked about the creation.
No, I said that was 6 days.
Okay. So your day needs to be 24 hours is what you're saying? And it's
I'm
not
saying
God's sense of a day.
Your God called one dark period and one light period a day, as in sun up, sundown. That's a day. That's chapter one. Until
Damn,
you
that be
have
shake.
reason to call it something else, it's a day. A day is a day. There's no man days. There's no God days. It's a day.
I mean, if that's what you believe based on the scriptures, for me, that's not what I receive. And that
Yeah, because
doesn't,
what
to
you
me,
believe is a verse you don't
it doesn't,
understand.
it doesn't make sense.
You go by
Which
a verse
verse
that
is
you
that?
don't even understand.
What
Second Peter
verse?
3:8,
Okay.
the one that says 1,000 years,
Okay.
but also the opposite.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that with the Lord, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
Right.
So what's wrong
So
with
it's
this
not a
verse?
unit
What
of
don't I
measurement.
It's
Yeah, it's not
saying
a
that
that
him
God
conversion
him
moves
them
term.
really
them
slow
the
and God moves really fast.
no, that's not what that says. That's like if I said I've been at work all day. I mean, all day I've been at work. It's still the same thing. Whether it's still the
No,
I've been at work all
What?
day.
no, that
How is
is
that the
not the
All
same
same.
day
thing?
I've been at work. I've been
That's
at
not
work
the
all
same thing.
day. And I
Because
mean
that is
all
not even
day
remotely
I've been
close.
at work. That's
That's
exactly
not
what
the
that
same
is.
thing
Can I
Why is it not?
can I cut
because
in
Because
it's
real quick?
comparing two quantities. Go ahead,
And
Fee.
yeah, I just wanted to point out something Dr. B said in the comments because I think we're going down this rabbit hole unnecessarily. The fact that Angie is using English grammatical and idioms and things of that nature to try to explain something that was not originally written in English is really important because Dr. B was mentioning that the construction of those particular words talk about the understanding of when, like in that moment, not necessarily a 24-hour calendar, not necessarily a day in the sense that we understand it, but in the Hebrew, when was temporal. So when you do this, this will happen. And going to this whole analogy of I've been at work all day is just a complete deviation from what the actual point is here that we're making.
Okay, so you don't like my example. Okay.
It
But
doesn't fit.
when it
That's
says in Second Peter 3
what did
and
I
seven,
hang on
3
just
and
a second.
8, it
Angie,
says,
Angie, hang on just a
okay,
second. What
sure.
did I just say? Can you repeat what I just said?
You don't like my example.
That's not at all the point. That
Okay.
that that's not
Okay.
what I said at all. And it's
Well, that's what I received. I mean, you don't like you're telling me I can't speak English, but we're reading a Bible
I'm
that's made in English. And
that
you're
I'm
talking about the Gregorian calendar, which is not something that was even
The
That
existed at
is
that
not what
time.
she
what?
the
mentioned.
who?
oh, oh, it's going from worse to worse. It's not
Okay.
about your mastery of English, nor is it about the Gregorian calendar. It's not about either of those things. I was highlighting what Dr. B said in the comments about the yom, the actual Greek word. So you're talking
Hebrew.
about I'm sorry, thanks, Twin, the actual Hebrew word. You're talking about a Bible in English. That's not the original language it was written in. So I was
But that's
going
what we're
back.
using today. So I mean, it's like now I'm pivoting when it's like when you receive an explanation from me, now we need to go into the Greek and go through all that. We're reading, we're speaking English,
But
we're
So
English
you just
speaking
don't know what a
people,
pivot
we're
is.
reading it. I do know what a pivot
It
is.
seems like you don't.
It's just like
it's
bouncing
not.
around, but it's not.
We
Explaining the
aren't
thing,
bouncing around
explaining the thing you're talking about is not a pivot.
At all.
Switching to a different topic is a pivot.
I may be going through an example or analogy, but it's not pivoting. It's my way of explaining what you're saying. It's a
yeah,
point, it's
but
a pinpoint.
so
It
so Angie,
okay.
can I just tell you Mac's argument in English? I don't need to
Well, I
pivot.
mean,
So
that's what we've been speaking English this whole time, so I
okay, yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
have no expect
So
anything else.
so so I got it. So Mac is saying that your distinction between God days and man days makes no sense because the verse you're citing isn't a conversion chart. Are you speaking English now? What was that?
It's an example. That's what God said in the Bible. 1,000 years
Yeah, but
is
it's
as
not.
a
It's
day,
not.
and a day is of like 1,000 years is one day to
So
God for
break
you.
that. So
Because
break
see, the
that
English
down.
Bible is talking to mankind.
It's not a
The
So when
English
conversion
one.
chart.
I didn't say it was, I didn't say
You
it
are.
was.
That's how you're trying to use it.
But I think also, Javarius, like, what other point in the Bible do you use
So
this?
this,
What
so
other, at what
Yeah,
other
not a single
instance?
one.
Yeah, at what other instance in the Bible is the day 1,000 years when this God is talking? Is it only in Genesis? And if it's only in Genesis, you might want to ask yourself why. That's what all we're saying. That scripture that you just read about 1,000 years a day and a day 1,000 years has nothing to do with Genesis whatsoever. It's theological backfill that theologians come up with to try to cover over the fact that this God said, when you eat that fruit, you're going to die. The serpent said, no, you won't. You'll just know good from bad. Your eyes will be open. You'll be like God, knowing good from bad. And that is literally what happens in the story. So we can go down this
but we
rabbit hole of
literally
English.
die to this day, and the reason why.
We can go
Oh,
down this rabbit hole of Hebrew or English and who is written for, but you have an inconsistent application of what you say to be a divine day. You only use it there. And the only reason you use it there is to make your story make sense, and it just doesn't.
Okay, so can I talk now? Because you guys are muting me for when
yeah, I
you
muted
guys
you
decide
because
to
you
talk
started
over
your
me.
sentence in the middle of her sentence, bro. That's why I did that.
Okay, well, I'm
What?
talking to
What?
three people at once. Everybody's talking to me, and so this is not a pivot. The original question is number one on your thumbtack. Why does Jesus' healing power discriminate? So we were talking about that. The way the 1,000 years came up is what you guys suggested to be a concern for you. What I'm saying is this: the reason um, healing is not going to work every time, or what you consider every time, or what you classify as a human who you can't read minds and hearts, but you determine that that is a discriminatory thing. And what I'm saying is we have to die at some point in this state, in this fallen state that we are as humans. So not only do we die, so did Jesus die. He died prematurely as well. He was 33 years old. He didn't die from old age. So who's to justify to say that God is a problem because everybody doesn't die of old age, and that's what you feel is an appropriate way and cause of death?
If that's what you think
But
that
so
I'm
to
talking about,
me,
then okay. If that's no, hold on, Angie. If that's what you think I'm talking about, then okay. Does anybody else have anything else for Angie?
Because she's not engaging in the
Yeah.
conversation that we're having at
No.
all.
Have a good day, Angie.
you too. Thank you.
Hmm.
I really do think that at a certain level, they have unplugged their brains because to not be able to follow like just basic logical thought connections from this is what we're saying and then this is where we land, I don't understand that. There's got to be something wrong.
You think John the Baptist prayed not to be beheaded?
It's a good
Probably.
question.
I don't think it would
I
have
wanted
mattered
her
either
to.
way.
I wanted her to break down God days and man days more often.
Hello.
How?
So everyone in the comments has requested me to come up, so I thought, yeah, whatever, might as well.
That's cool. You're a Christian?
Indeed, I am. Yeah, hallelujah.
I don't
So
know
the
what
point
you're
of
saying.
contention.
Are
So
are
the
you a
point.
Christian? Yes or no?
I said, indeed, I am. Yeah, hallelujah. I
Oh,
said, so
okay.
the
How
point of
old are you?
contention. I'm 28.
Oh, cool. Number one or number two?
Well, the point of contention was
Number
hovering
one or
about
number
the.
two?
No, no, because the point of contention why I was brought up was
Number
because
one
people
or
wanted to
number two?
address. People wanted
None of
me
us
to
know
address.
or give a shit why you were brought up.
The people
Whatever,
wanted me to. I don't
whatever,
give a
whatever
fuck.
fucking games you're playing in the chat, like game of chicken, I guess. Good for you. You won. Pick a fucking topic.
You can't pick shit now. Womp womp. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck about what the people in the comments want. They're not running the goddamn live. They wanted you to come up to engage with the fucking topic. You don't get to come in here and tell me how I'm doing my fucking thing. That's not how it works.
they said I wouldn't do it.
Okay? You did
I
it. Good
did it.
job, buddy.
You
People
proved
were
them all
asking you to
wrong.
get up and engage with the fucking topics, but you didn't want to pick one. I don't give a fuck about your whatever the fuck you were talking about. If you can't pick one or two, then that's the end of the conversation. Right there.
Is point one and a half the point of contention?
Well, you don't understand.
The point of
They
contention.
told me I was a pussy, and I'm not. Just so
I
everyone
should,
knows.
I should put a topic that's just like a point five topic, and it could just be whatever the fuck you want. But until
He's
that
not.
time
He's not
happens,
clocking that you're standing on business. That's right.
it's not clocking them
He's
that I'm
not
standing on
clocking.
business.
Is it
I'm a
even
fucking
clock?
father.
Is it even clocking to you? The fuck.
Damn. Got me up here
I
yelling
love
and
how
shit.
he was genuinely frustrated in that moment, and we still turned it into a meme.
Oh yeah. Have y'all seen that one where Justin Bieber was in the hood because his car broke down? And he started playing basketball with them dudes.
Nah.
They
Nah, I
made
ain't
him
seen that
fucking
one.
sing and everything. That shit was so fun. He was so uncomfortable because it's just like a whole bunch of dudes. It's just like, what the fuck is that? Justin Bieber? But he got out the car and was hooping with him and fucking doing push-ups and singing this shit. That shit was so funny.
Yeah.
We need more Biebs in the
Yeah.
hood. What you think, Pressure? You want to see Justin Bieber in the hood? He said, yeah. Oh, Fizzo. I didn't let him talk because he wasn't talking about the topics. That's how this works. You come up here, it's to talk about number one or number two. I used to give y'all a fuck ton of options, but y'all get fucking frozen by that. So I give you one or two.
That's like my least favorite thing. What do you want to talk about? Like, oh my goodness, just pick a fucking topic.
Fucking, ugh. Damn. Is that
No,
it?
we did. When we asked him to talk about it, he kept talking about a point of contention that wasn't one of the choices.
Yeah, it just had nothing to do with anything, especially when the host is trying to get you to the conversation. He wanted to come up and start a monologue. That's not how the fuck my panel works. That's tough. But if there is an actual believer that actually does want to engage with the topic, because for whatever reason, y'all are having an incredibly tough time talking about these today. I say for whatever reason. I know what it is. You know what it is. Yeah. But if for whatever reason, some of you guys, how do I say this in a nice way, are emboldened by the Lord to come up and have a conversation about them, then feel free to do so. Because if not, how do I say this? Uh, you might get denied at the gate. That ain't coming from me. That's coming from him. You might get that. The bouncer might say, you're not on the list. I was just saying. Yeah, they seem mad lukewarm down there, don't it, Jason? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. A lot of room temperature believers in this motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
Or they in the comments talking about shit we ain't talking about.
Crazy. What you think, baby? Huh?
I
Huh?
haven't seen that TikTok where that lady says she saw Biggie in hell in the juice
I
bar.
haven't either. And usually, if somebody mentions something about a TikTok, like it'll just like my feed will like instantly give it to me. So the fact that I haven't seen it is kind of crazy.
Yeah, all the people. Why would she see Biggie in hell and not like
Because he had that song about
other
how he
people?
wanted to go to hell when he died.
Oh, that's true. He did have a song.
Yeah.
That
Matter
probably
of
mean
fact,
Big L was in
I'm
hell too.
sick of
Then.
talking. I know they're gonna see Elvis that ass down there. Why she ain't see him? Why wasn't he getting the juice? Oh, she deleted it? That's crazy. Sit, sit. Hold on. I know what'll make you. I know what'll make you do what I say to do. Hmm?
Not any other
Oh
former
wow!
presidents we
Look at.
got.
Oh wow! Look at him. Oh, now he know what sit look like. Oh, that's
See how
crazy.
he's a
You
sweet
know what sit look
No,
boy.
like now? That's
look at him.
crazy. Hmm. Because when I was saying
How
it, he
old is
wasn't
Pressure
doing it.
also?
He turned 3 in January, or he turned 3 in
Oh,
Proper
look at that
pronunciation.
motivation.
young man.
Needs a spotlight.
You want that? You can't have it just yet. Lay down. Look at the baby. It's like you can't have it just yet. Come here. Up.
What's happening?
Thank you. Thank you, my
He's
fat
training
boy.
him
That's my fat
with
boy.
prebiotic. Yeah. Is it prebiotic or probiotic?
Definitely pro. I think prebiotic would mean he hasn't been
Eh,
born yet.
no, there's a pre and probiotic you can take.
Also,
Wouldn't prebiotic mean he ain't born yet though?
No, not if you give him like a something for his stomach.
Doesn't pre denote before?
It's not prenatal.
Yeah.
What's prebiotic then?
it does mean existence, like existing before the emergence of life.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like,
Sure,
Biotic?
the stomach's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prebiotic is existing or occurring before the emergence of life. So a prebiotic is not a probiotic.
Yeah, so you're like laying the foundation.
Wait one second.
No, but the biotics is like in his gut, right?
Right,
That's what I'm
right.
saying. So like
I
you're
think
making a
Os I think Oso was being funny with the prefix of pre.
maybe.
Nah, my dog is definitely currently biotic.
Um,
Yeah, so
but yeah,
prebiotic is like
it's a type of bacteria.
fibers
You have
and
a
Like,
gut
probiotic is
biome.
more like
yeah,
germs. Yeah.
I think Oso's just being an ass trying to.
Hey, that's why I should have
Oso's
named
talk.
you.
Oso's talking about the adjective, and Jay was talking about the noun.
What do you think? You like postbiotic,
Transbiotics is crazy.
Who said that? Oh my goodness.
transbiotics? Let's see if he likes these names. What do you think? You like prebiotic? Nah, he had a fan. You like postbiotic, transbiotic? Damn, not even okay. Uh, bio?
I was going to say that you can find those same treats in Oso's profile and add them to your shopping cart.
They'll make your dog sit in a weird way and look at you while you give it names. Mm, mm, Bad boy. Daddy loves you. Oh, stinky boy. Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's really funny because Pressure's not a dog that like um finds sticks and like plays with them. But if he sees you pick up a stick, it automatically has to be his. It's really funny. Oh shit.
Exactly, Pay. Check out the TikTok shop, everyone. We all love that
It is a
place.
beautiful place. It's beautiful. I bought a 100 acre forest off a TikTok shop. They got everything because I'm winning, poo. See what I did there? Anyways, if you're a believer in the God of the Bible, if Jesus died for your sins, but not everybody's sins, because not everybody makes it in, um, feel free to come on up and talk about it. You know, I've been live for a little minute, and if y'all say, hey, we all fully deconstructed, then that's fine. That's cool. That fucking W. But I know that's not the case. I know it's some of y'all out there that still believe in this book, still believe in this God. I got questions. And these are the kind of questions that I can't really talk about with him because he don't answer me. Yeah, Lady T. Relaxing and chillaxing with the W profile picture. I see it. All my man days on TikTok. Exactly. Y'all seem scared.
Interesting that when we ask that that question about, how do you know it's a spiritual day versus a man day, which, let's just be honest, that's weird. There's never an answer to that question. Like, how do you consistently apply, okay, when I see this word, I know it means 1,000 years. When it's this construction, I know it means a day. But
Hmm.
because they only use that to make Genesis make sense, I think that question is problematic for them because, and I also don't think it's an out of the way question to ask. Like, if you're saying that this conversion is applicable from a biblical perspective, you should be able to tell me what that pattern is for applying it, and they just don't.
Oh, it's discernment
Mm,
with two
three
Z's,
Z's.
four
No, three
Z's.
Z's for sure. 17 Z's.
Fuck.
All of them.
Infinite Z's.
No. Oh, fuck. He beat me. You the
I
type
want
of
to take a
motherfucker to go
goddamn
straight to triple
vacation.
dog there, ain't it?
And then, like Prophet is in the
We're gonna
comments
go
saying it's
78.
because the Hebrew and the context is clear, but can you come up here and show us where that is? If what you're referring to as context is you needing to reinterpret it and give it a meaning that's not validated in the text, that's not context. It's just not. It's you trying to negotiate with this text to make it cohesive. That's not context.
Yeah, and just like what Mac was saying over and over again, just like what we say whenever they bring this shit up, y'all could get away maybe with this if it were not for the fact that it opens up the story with God saying nighttime, then daytime. That is a day. Well,
To
he
you,
said it.
you
Right,
left
like
out. You
he
left out the ending.
establishes. Oh, my fault, my fault.
It's
To
just
a mere fucking mortal. That was in the parentheses that I left off. But if he didn't start off the book with establishing what a day is, like what a day is, it would be a lot different. But
Well,
because y'all skip over that part to say, well, he didn't mean like he just established what a day is, but he didn't actually mean that's what it meant. Like he was talking about something else. Well, that doesn't make any fucking
well,
sense. Because then why in the fuck establish what it means?
it's because they read the KJV. If they read the one true transcription, the Hallelujah transcription, it tells you in man's times. Uh,
Mm,
and that's why you
mm.
need to avoid 5013Cs because they end up messing things up.
they're not one.
I
He made this
know.
Somebody
very
asked
clear to you.
me, yeah, somebody asked me if I was running a 501c, and I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I had them beheaded before me.
Mm-hmm.
Because how
As you
dare
should
they
have.
fucking slander my brand?
Can't believe it.
Hmm? Fucking terrible.
They don't learn.
They don't learn. and I almost feel bad for him, but why would I show them mercy? That makes no sense. I love him, so I gotta make sure that fucking hurt him. Man, the shit that y'all be putting up with, I don't know. Well, he don't do it to me. You'll sit there idly and watch your ass get beat up and down the street by your so-called enemy, though. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just selfishness. It's like God works for me, so who cares what happens to anyone else?
Absolutely.
You know what kind of healing I want
Hey,
from
Keeper, are you a
Jesus?
Christian?
Yeah. How are
How
you
old are you?
doing, my brothers and sisters in Christ? I'm 35.
I'm an only
Uh,
child. I don't have any brothers or sisters. But pick number one or number two.
he wants to make his dumb joke.
It's not a joke. The kind of healing I want from Jesus
It
is
is dumb though.
sexual healing. Sexual healing, bro.
You did it, man. You did
Oh,
it.
Jesus. Yes, Jesus.
I mean, imagine being this unfunny.
You said you were how old again?
Imagine being on crack.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, are you going to give us your testimony?
That was my testimony. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
That
Hey,
would
enjoy the
be
trip.
fucking loser.
Oh no.
Like it's not even that good of a joke.
Wait,
Now they thought
did
it
you
was you. That's
say?
great.
Did you say not even that good?
I did say not even that good. It deserves it though. Yeah, joke was
It's not
fucking
even
sucked.
like.
Yeah, no, I know it's not a correct sentence, but
Yeah, I'm
No, I'm
starting
not
a
talking about your
charity.
grammar. I'm saying like it doesn't even rise to the level of not even good or not even that
Damn.
good. It was absolute
yeah,
garbage.
it's dog shit.
Straight to jail.
Yeah, I've got a GoFundMe going, guys. The link is in Fee's bio. It's basically we're raising funds to get Javarius back good. He been tripping for a
Yeah,
while,
it's
and
been a
we don't know
while.
who to get his money to, but somebody need to take this money and make him better.
I mean, you can give it to me, shit.
That wouldn't help.
It would.
Would it?
Yeah, no, yeah, it would.
See? And another thing, chat. This is just y'all can take it or leave it, but I think it's crazy that Javarius has more coins than Mac Luster. It's almost as if you guys support white supremacy. It's interesting.
Well, you know me, I always support the status quo. So
Hey, you're loitering. Stop that shit.
Sick 'em.
yep.
Damn, what's crazy is Mac number staying right there. Hey, look, I guess that's just the world we're living in right now. I don't know what to tell you. Probably 2025 one, I guess.
Add one of your dogs to your profile picture, Mac.
Wow. Is he really trying to tell Mac to use his dog in order to gain popularity? That's really fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that you would even accuse him to do that is just really
Yeah, I
fucked
don't
up,
even
man.
know. I don't even know anyone who does that. That's crazy. I shouldn't have said
Yeah,
that.
bro, that's
My
really
fault, Mac.
fucked up when you think about it, for real. Like to use your
Yeah,
dog to get people to like you, that's fucking
it's
that's
crazy work.
disgusting.
Yep.
It's disgusting to me. Disgusting. You hear me? I would never, ever, ever love somebody that did that. Ever. Never. Right, pressure?
Hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had the background. No, this was supposed to be a private. Hold on. My fault. My fault, y'all. Whoops. I could see where that could look like a little hypocritical or something. That's crazy. Oh, wow. What's my dog trigger word? Vic, why would I tell you that? Hmm? For y'all to try to yell that shit over the mic, have him attack? Well, I mean, he wouldn't attack me. He probably just attack like a table or a chair or something. Although I will say there was this one time when Pressure was a bit younger. He was probably like a year old. And I had went to work and I came back to the crib and I forgot to leave the lights on because I don't know, I just wasn't thinking when I left. But when I came back, it was pitch black and motherfucker was sitting there a couple feet away from the door and just growling at me and shit. I was like, bro, shut your ugly ass. Oh my goodness. He thought he was gonna pop off on me and say, boy, I'll snatch you up.
You'll ever get a second dog?
Uh, yeah, probably. I think I want to I want to breed Pressure before he gets too old to do it, but I want to have a couple of dogs for some select family members and friends, and for Pressure to become a dad. I think that it'd be really funny to watch that. Won't be no time soon, but well, I mean, it's gonna have to kind of be soon. He's got a couple of years left, but we'll get there. Oh wow. Whoa.
Happy face.
Oh my
No.
goodness. I instantly like Mac more. I can't even figure out why.
It's crazy, right?
That's crazy. What you mean don't do Pressure like that? He would love to be a dad. You see all those well, if you subbed and you saw the video of him chasing my frog friend, Pressure loves little animals. They just always afraid of him. So I figure if he has a kid, then he can have a little friend that's not afraid of him. It's working, Mac. We're doing it.
Yes.
We're defeating white supremacy, Mac.
Pay the dog tax.
We're really doing it.
How are we doing that?
Through sheer will and donations.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Fucking white supremacy lost. White supremacy has been
Well,
eradicated.
yeah, I love the chat too.
Nice try.
Wow. Looks like you're gonna have to bring up a cuter dog. You know what they say? You know what why dogs tongues curl like that?
Oh.
Like that? I don't know.
Uh-huh. They got muscles in their tongue that like allows them to move it in
Oh
such a
wow,
way.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they like the only animals with muscles in their tongue?
That's actually found in other animals as well.
Wow. So they're
So
unique.
that's just a science fact. If y'all need like a science fact for like your friends or something to like motivate them to you know what I'm saying stuff, you could just tell them about that for real.
Read Angie's comment. Why did she just not write that
So I
stuff?
just left the panel. You hate God for determining who lives and dies, but you're doing the same. I'm determining who lives and dies? Angie,
Also you just left the panel.
well, yeah, that too.
Like
That's the
10
part that
seconds
was
is like
killing
1,000 weeks. Like, what is that?
Angie on God time, boy. She just left. She was like 35
Yeah,
minutes ago.
she's definitely not on the man minute, that's for sure. That's crazy.
And how is
Um,
getting removed from a TikTok panel the same as dying? Never mind.
it just
Also,
Is
was
that what
deciding
she
whose
was
social
doing?
engagement lives in other
That's what that
lives.
was?
I think so.
That was her dying?
I guess. I don't know. Like, that's just weird.
When Angie got on the panel, Oso said she would stay for a day. And in Oso's time, that's how long she lasted. A day on the panel.
I
Like that's it.
Ginger said it's a spiritual death. You might be right.
It is.
The
it
fuck?
has to be. It has to be because of being without the presence. Also, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And
That
I have
is
no
hell.
idea
Separation
where
from
you
Oso.
see that I'm determining who gets to live and who gets to die. I don't see that at all. Damn. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I fucked up. Javarius keeps distracting me with his affiliations with the mob and or police department.
That's a crazy dual role right there, but sure.
I mean, you live in Rochester, isn't that where they hang out?
I don't know if we have any
Mm.
mafia here.
Well, that's something that a member would say.
That is also true.
See, I'm never wrong, you guys. You can count on me. I never lie and I never misrepresent the truth ever. Not even a
It's
little
the last
bit.
time I help you get out of the speeding ticket, Oso. Next time you pay the fine.
I have not had a speeding ticket and can't even tell you how long it's been so many years. But I speed every
Yeah, you're
single day
right.
that I get behind the wheel. And that is because I am ensuring the safety of my own self. You have to beat the traffic in order to not be caught up by it. Speaking of traffic, Coach Vic, how you doing today, man?
I'm good. What's going on?
I'm chilling like Macmillan. You hear me?
I hear you. Hey, my comment, I kind of shorthand typed that. Probably didn't come out right, but I was meaning positive words. I was scrolling through TikTok earlier, and this one lady that has a dog, right? She started saying certain words, and then his ears perk up. He get to run around the house. So that's what I was asking. Like, what was some
Oh, that
positive trigger words that make him like
to be honest with you, Vic, it's
motivated?
really funny because he doesn't have any. My sister had a dog that could not listen to anything after the word treat. And I was like, I don't think I want to do that. So I didn't
Okay.
necessarily train him to be like a vocal command, although he listens to vocal commands. It's more so like visual cues that I give him to let him know what he needs to do.
Mine
Okay.
knows rope and ball. Like if he's
Nose,
bugging
rope,
me,
and
I'll say,
ball.
if he's bugging me, I'll say, "Where's your ball?" And he just goes and runs off and gets his ball. And that's the same thing with rope, and he knows the difference.
Oh, that's interesting.
If I say get your rope, he will not get the ball. He'll get the rope.
What if you said to him, get equal rights for black people in America?
He'd say, "Man, I can only do so much."
Vic, did you come up to talk about a topic?
I did. What's the context of the second question? Are God's priorities straight?
Yeah. So a lot of times when we have these conversations, we start talking about how God, allows all these terrible things to happen. And then y'all will say things like, well, he can't impede on free will. Like we have to allow people to do fucked up things to other people because otherwise he'd be taking away their free will. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean the free will thing is interesting. I don't necessarily, like I say, prescribe to the free will concept. Um,
Okay. Well, in essence, though, well, let me put it like this. Do you think that God allows people to do things, even though He knows it will harm those who love Him?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah.
what is He prioritizing with that being the case?
Yeah, so for me, when I read is, prioritizing the plan, right? So I guess you get into the New Testament with Jesus, I think it might be Matthew 5, um, where you see the shift taking place, right? To really trying to get individuals that are committing, I'll say, crimes or evil, right, against other people, really trying to influence that with grace and truth, right? So to me, it was the priority is, in that sense, that context is getting others to realize what they're doing internally, so that would mitigate the things that we see and do to people. Because if you truly change your heart, right, I'm a believer, right, just of if you truly changing your heart to be good towards people, then you wouldn't do certain things, right? We wouldn't hate different people, or based on things they're going through or what they identify with. If you're truly changing your heart about who you are, right? In my mind, that's maturity.
Here's your question. What was the question Oso asked, Coach Vic? And by the way, hey, Coach, what was Oso's question that you were answering?
I thought I heard, you know, does God allow, right, others to be affected, right, or impacted? And I thought, I responded with yes, right, that He does allow that to happen.
Think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
Well,
just, right, in a sense that you're
I was.
allowing people to work out their own salvation, right? You're
Well, hold
allowing
on.
people
I
to
want to
change
zoom
their
in because
heart.
I think you're approaching this from a different angle, if you will.
Yeah, yeah,
The
okay.
Let's say, um, hmm, let's say there's a young man. We'll say he's 30 years old, um, and
Single
he
father.
is uh, not he's getting beat up
Mm-hmm.
um for believing in God, right? He's constantly getting hit on, coming back home with all kinds of scrapes and bumps and bruises and all that good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
God has the power to stop those things from happening, right? Like he's praying, hey God, please stop these people from harming me every day because I believe in you. He has the power to stop that, but he chooses not to. He allows that person to go through with that or to go through that. So my question is, in that situation right there,
Mm-hmm.
what is God prioritizing?
I think he's prioritizing both individuals, or in that case, the person that is receiving, all the hate, right, for what they believe in God. Um, Allowing that person, right, to work out in their heart how they want to respond. And likewise, on the other end, if there's individuals, right, ridiculing that person for believing in God, giving that same privilege, right, of grace and truth on their response and how they treating that person, right? So if you, in essence, I don't think there's a priority of the persons. I think it's the priority to all, right? In that instance, that you changing your heart on how you respond or treat an individual. Because like what when I study New Testament, I'm with you, right? I haven't seen outside of Jesus getting angry, right, or getting frustrated at times. I didn't see an act where he drove out any evilness, right? It was through grace and truth that if you change your mind, this would prevent you, right, or mitigate you. So therefore, I didn't see a priority. I
Well,
think it's a
the person
mutual.
in the example, the person is asking for the situation to change. He did drive out
Mhm.
evil when he was asked, wasn't it? Didn't he? Right? When the man came to him with the pigs and he wanted those demons cast out and he asked Jesus to do it, he did. All right.
All right, so the let me recall that experience. So that was the guy that had the evil spirits at the
And he
lake.
wanted them cast out and he
Yeah.
cast them into the pigs and the pigs ran off the cliff.
Right, and so eventually,
Hmm.
so Jesus did do that, drove them out into the pigs, and your context is that Jesus was prioritizing.
Well, you said that Jesus didn't just cast out evil, but I'm saying he did when he was asked. When people asked him to do a thing, he did it. In the book, it says if you ask for a thing, he'll do it. So in this position where this person is going through this persecution uh,
Hmm.
for being a Christian, because they are a Christian and they're asking God to help them by not allowing these people to continue to harm him, but that does not happen, then what? What is he prioritizing?
Oh yeah, I mean, I would agree with you in that sense, right? You know, prioritization, right, is I think is to all. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a respecter of persons per se, right? It's almost that cause and effect. Like we know things we ask God for, or other people can ask on my behalf, or whatever the case. I mean, we know that not everyone is going to receive in a like manner, right? At the same pace, time, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think it's necessarily, that God not is about prioritizing. It's about what's done at that time, right? That instance.
So God doesn't have any effect on the world? If he's prioritizing everybody, then that means that whatever happens just happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, as a byproduct of it, yes, right? Because I think that's the whole point of getting to, again, working out. A person's working out their own salvation, right, or giving time to the world to get their hearts right, right. So I would, and again, this is my head thinking now. If I'm spreading grace and truth, right, to
Hmm.
all nations, then I'm treating that fairly in that sense, and I'm allowing individuals to go through that growth. And we know in
Well,
that growth, that process, things are going to happen to people. It's
I
going to be
got,
different
I
for
got.
people.
Were you done? I ain't want to cut you off.
No, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I've got two issues with that because for one,
Hmm.
what it sounds like you're saying is God is prioritizing somebody. He's prioritizing the ones that don't believe because he's allowing them the room to do all these things in the hopes that eventually they turn from that way. At least that's what that sounds like. But then also you're also making it sound like he can't step in and allow the people to continue to live. He can't break up a fight.
I mean, I think that's what we see him do in the New Testament, right? It's just through a different method, right, than what was done in the Old Testament, right? Trying to change your heart. So that wasn't necessarily directed his divine intervention, right, to do that, right? It was his what he stood for.
Interesting. It sounds like,
You know,
again, the priority here is the person that's not doing the thing that they're supposed to be doing. You're giving them the room to do that with the hopes that they want to change. Let's use a different example. Um, let's say that there's a child in like a church and minister, priest, whatever, is essaying them, and they pray to God that this person will quit touching them, and it doesn't happen, and they grow up and they, carry this with them for their entire life because this was a very traumatic thing, as you can imagine, for a child to go through.
hmm
Why does God not stop those situations? What is He prioritizing there?
yeah. I mean, so I think that's where it's a combination of a couple of scriptures, right, to try to bring that together. I think it's about the fallen state, right, of the world, and seeing combined that if God being just, right, through his scriptures is letting events play out. And so I think when we get into that space of the example you just mentioned, which is with kids experiencing, cancers, things of that nature, I get where you're going. It's like, well, yes, God step in with your divine nature, right, your power, and give that priority over. Okay, let's say someone, they lose their wallet on the street. I don't know, right? And to people, right, as we look at those events, we compare the calamities and say, well, that man, this one is higher than that. Um, but what we see in the Word, that's not how God views it in His eyes, right?
You know, the funny thing is, the more that you talk, the more it reminds me of that one Bible verse about how He'll leave the
Mhm.
99 to go find the one. You know that one?
Yeah, yeah. That was
Yeah,
reiterated in the prodigal son as well. Yeah,
yeah. It makes me feel like that's what the idea draws from, because this does seem like He's prioritizing the person that is, quote unquote, lost,
right.
because He allows them to continue to do these things at the harm, sacrificing the health and well-being of the people that are asking for His help. And I wonder, because if that is the case, then that means that once you join the club, you're no longer important, right?
I wouldn't say that you're not important. I would say
Not
it
as
like this.
important.
Okay, let me use that same example, right? That so I would say like last night I was at my son's football practice, and there's a kid that don't know nothing about football, right? And you have the other kids that absolutely understand football. They've been practicing all over the summer. So when the coach says, "Hey, you guys go run the play because you know it," and you take the one kid and you take that extra 10, 15 minutes to pour into them, right? So they can understand. I look at that as kind of the example you just mentioned, right? Like you saying that it doesn't mean that the rest of the team is not important, right? Because they absolutely got to run the play together. But the person that don't understand, you're spending more time with, so they do understand
Keep in
and
mind,
can
I said
catch
that
up.
you are less. Keep in mind, I said that you are less important, not important at all. But go ahead, Fee.
Yeah. So in that example, right, no one is less important, right?
But
So
in the
you bring
example,
it back to this context. You bring it back to the context of that 99 versus the one. God still sees the 99 as the same value as the one that's lost.
You
I
stepped
But
mean,
outside of
we know
Oso's.
with the one that's lost, right? That
hold
brings.
on, hold on one
Go ahead.
second. What were you saying, Pete?
Can you
Okay.
repeat the example that you gave, Oso? Because, Coach, I think you stepped out completely outside of Oso's example. He was talking about
Okay.
someone that's in the church being harmed, right? What was your example, Oso?
Yeah, it was a child praying for the person in the church to stop harming them. But that never coming to fruition, and they become adults that are forever scarred by this.
So the example you gave, Coach, about spending extra time teaching a child who doesn't know anything about football is not it's not congruent with Oso's example. He's talking about God's priorities, and if this child is being harmed at the hands of someone in the church, this child is praying for protection. This predator is praying for anonymity, and it never gets found out. What was the priority there? Because you mentioned God letting things happen for a reason, or I guess divine
Mhm.
order or whatever. But what does it say about his priorities?
I think that's where we ended up with the 99 versus the one, right? That it's not a it's not a competing priority, right?
But I think it, like, for me, it should be. If we're talking about
I think
someone
it should be a competing
specifically,
priority.
I think absolutely priorities are important. So if we're talking about someone doing harm to another person and the victim of that harm both praying, I absolutely would prioritize one over the other. And I'm not sure why there would not be an expectation from people who worship this all powerful God to not do the same thing.
So let me be clear, right? So my position is God addresses, right, all situations. What I'm saying is he's not a respecter of persons, right, according to the scriptures. So he's going to address that group, that situation, just as he's going to address other situations. And so that's why it went through my lens, right? It's not a competing priority, even
But
though we see situations and one may feel more pressing to us versus another. It doesn't mean that he's not addressing all of it, right? What everyone goes through, right? Because I could sit here and say, okay, yep, I see that happening, but then what about me too, right? So I
but
could say, yes,
even in
absolutely, kids dealing with that,
Vic,
but I'm dealing with something too.
even in
So
the
what?
example of the 99 and the one, though,
hmm
what does he do for the one? What does he do to the 99?
So the 99 are still maturing, right? And
No, what does
experiencing.
he do in the example? What does he do to the 99?
So the one that's lost, it said it that scripture showed how God looked at the one, right,
Vic, what does
versus
he do
the
to the
99.
99? Come on, bro. What does he do to the 99?
I mean, he didn't do anything to the 99. If
He
I
does
would
do
make sure
something to the 99.
I guess I'm trying to. What's your context there though with that one? What do you,
When he goes to find the one, what does he do to the 99?
right? So he doesn't do anything to the 99 because it's about in that
Both
moment
Vic.
the actions that he's taking towards the one.
Are the 99 and the one together, or are the 99 and the one separate?
You talking physical? You talking in that
Uh-huh.
physical instance, or you? Or I'm just trying to make sure you're not going like you know
Yeah,
deeper
are
on
they
that. Or
together or
are
are they
you right?
separate?
So yeah, physically they separate, right? So the 99 is over here.
Right.
The one is
Hmm.
lost, right? The one is lost. So I would agree with you in a physical sense.
So what does he do
That's
to the
separate,
99?
right? So the 99. So I'm not doing anything with the 99 because
He leaves them, Coach Vic, correct?
yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
Right. So the child asking is a part of the 99 in this scenario.
So in that context, you're saying you would be saying too, right, that these are children of God. So that if he can leave the 99, right, the emphasis is that he already is taking care of the 99, right? So he could leave the 99 to go get the one.
But the child is the one asking for help. And you're saying that he's prioritizing the other person to have a contrite heart and turn from he's allowing these things to happen because he wants to give them the opportunity to repent. He's actually left the 99, that child that needs the help, to cater to what he wants for the one.
So you gotta give that a little more context, right? Because when you put the child in the 99, right? Then the whole that scripture would of leaving the 99 for the one is implying that the 99 is already part of the fold, right? There's nothing to worry about in that sense of spirituality, their relationship.
They
Okay.
were a part of the
So
in group that got left.
say it again.
They were part of the in group, but they got left. I'm using a what seems like a singular example, but we have to remember that these are examples based on real life. Like this stuff happens, and it's not by a small amount, right? Like, and it's not just kids that are asking not to be touched. It's people that are asking not to be abused verbally, physically. It's
Mhm.
people that are asking for a lot of things, but he
Absolutely.
allows these things to happen because he's trying to allow room to find the one, whereas the 99 are asking for immediate help.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? That's the tough piece for us being human to deal with, right? That the fact that, like you saying, you can leave the 99, and it's not like within that 99 that there's no struggle, right, or these things going on to go get the one, right? If I'm tracking you, like very, like I'm with you. Like that's the hard piece of what we're dealing with when you can leave the 99, right, to go get the one.
So, Coach, I don't think it's hard for us. It's hard for y'all who try to rationalize it. But the reality is
Hmm.
the picture that you believers paint about
Hmm.
God's inactions pretty much sets up a scenario where, let me tell me this. What is the difference between a God that engages with his believers as well as his doubters? In a world where the God engages in the same way that you just described. Sometimes he does some things, sometimes he protects, sometimes he doesn't. We don't know. We'll
Hmm.
have to wait to understand. What's the difference between a world where God engages that way with believers and non believers and a world where God doesn't exist and shit just happens? What's the difference?
The difference between him interacting and then in a space where he's not interacting.
Mm-mm. Tell me the difference in the world that you just painted, like where you're telling us as non-believers, yes, sometimes God lets things happen to those who strongly believe in Him. He could have another priority.
Hmm.
They're going to get it in the end.
Hmm.
What's the difference between a God in that world and a God that doesn't exist?
So the framework in that question fee is everything, right? So Matthew 5, right? If you look at the Beatitudes, where
this was a multitude of people, right, that came and sat down at the mount while Jesus was going through the Beatitudes. Actually, brought his disciples right up to the mount to go through the Beatitudes. In that whole list of Beatitudes, he addressed, I would think,
God damn, Vic.
every person.
You
I
know, he
know.
said it once or twice.
I
It's
was
the
waiting for Ose.
Beatitudes. It's the
Beatitude, my
Beatitudes,
bad.
man.
Man,
I was gonna let it slip, but
you
you kept
got me.
saying it, dog.
You got me. You got me. Hey, I gave y'all some comic for the day. Good catch. Um, but we see that he addressed in my mind everything, every type of person that is in whatever type of experience we face today, whether they were poor, sickness, good health, everything, right?
Can you
And so
please
that's the
answer my question?
I'm coming back to your question, Fee. So
Okay.
that's the framework, right? Where we're believing in a God that says, "Hey, I'm going to take care of everybody." When he discussed the Beatitude, and then in this
Um,
framework where you say God doesn't exist, I don't know what that looks like. I'm be honest with you, I don't know what that looks like, right? Because I haven't seen, and I'm being honest about this, Fee. I haven't seen a civilization that has not had religion, right, a part of it, or a God a part of it, right? When we talk about a salvation, right, or taking care of people. So I don't know how to address that other side.
well, I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily true, right? I think that throughout history, we've seen that civilizations. I think part of being a human is to be curious.
Hmm.
I know that sometimes people refer to it as a spiritual nature, where you want to understand, like, why are we here? Like this big ass universe, like what are we
Hmm.
here for? But I don't know that. I think that I've used this analogy before. I think that curiosity and that tendency to try to make sense of the vast world around us is like the natural occurring mold that grows on like a orange or something like that. That's natural. It's part of the process of life. Like I think it's a part of the essence of being human. But I think when we take religion, when we create a religion from that sample, it's like penicillin. So it's become this manufactured, man-made thing where now this curiosity that we may not understand, it doesn't like when you do these things. You can't touch people there. You can't think this way. You can't do that. I think it kind of bastardizes this natural human curiosity to have wonder, to like be like, I wonder why that does that. I think it's curiosity is what's driven every invention that we have as humans, the curiosity or necessity. So, I mean, to say that you don't know what a world would look like without a God, I'm not sure that that's true because there's been no demonstration of a God throughout the annals of history. There have been things that people have pointed to as being indicative of God. Most of those things we've realized, nope, that wasn't the spirit making entering a person. That was epilepsy. It's an issue in the brain. Nope, that wasn't Zeus like throwing his bolt. That was actually lightning, and it happens from the electromagnetic whatever up in the sky. Like we understand those things. So the curiosity may not go anywhere, but the control and the oppression that comes with organized religion and belief that, oh, I have the right answer now, everybody else is wrong and you have to obey me. I don't think that that's natural to humans at all.
You say you don't feel that was natural to humans at all,
No,
but
I think
feet
it's
has
I think
been
it's a
there.
I think it's
That's
a cancer to our society.
but feet has been there since the very first early civilization.
Right. I said that natural
Authority.
curiosity of wanting to have something bigger than you. I think that's natural. But for look at the world we're living in today. Like look at what's happening in this day and age. You have folks cheering on the annihilation of a group of people because men 2, 3 thousand years ago wrote about something in a book. You have that right now. You have people looking at children being just completely victimized on the continent for the purpose of other folks in another part of the country having access to the minerals on the continent. Like all of that is justified in the name of this book. So if you're going to say that to be human is to, or this representation of connection to the divine is a natural part of humanity, then I want to unsubscribe. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't think humans should treat each other like that. And I think any God that's powerful enough to do something about it and does not, for some grand narrative that he's not felt the need to explain to humans explicitly and consistently, I don't want to have anything to do with that God.
So you think this only happens based on when the Bible was written down?
No, I think it's happened throughout the annals of history. But look at where we are right now. I didn't live back then. I only live right now. So I'm looking at the impact to human society today.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, right? I just, like I said, that's why I just think it's hard um, to not like. I don't. It's hard to see that other side when, as you stated too, religion is a part of civilization. So I don't.
Well,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? So I don't know how we can see a different framework when religion, and particularly Christianity, since we're talking about that, is a part of civilization.
No, I don't think
Well,
it's a part of
taxes are a part of
civilization.
civilization. I mean, it's like
Uh,
what? I'm sorry. Go
Right,
ahead,
and I
please.
don't think it's a yeah, I'm sorry. So I don't think it's a part of civilization. I think it's natural for human curiosity. I think human curiosity and the need to, I guess, believe that there's something bigger is what has morphed into the religion that we see today. I don't think it's necessary. We have secular societies in our world today that by and large do better than we do as a non-secular society. Non-religious countries outperform religious countries immensely. The happiness index of the people that live there way better because it's rooted in things that are testable, things that are quantifiable, and not things that are mystical. Not these threats of eternal damnation and this idea that the all-seeing eye is always watching you and it knows what you're thinking. Like it creates a society where people want to be better and do better because it's helpful for everybody around them, not because it saves their individual ass in the afterlife.
Fee, what, if you don't mind me asking, right? And I get it when it comes to Christianity because it brings some things. But what is this nation? Because as I further read and research, I'm not seeing a nation that doesn't have religion as part of the foundation and how it came to be. What's an example of a nation that didn't have religion as part of its civilization since the beginning of time?
I'm not talking about beginning of time. I said present day. There are societies and
Even
nations that
yeah,
we
yeah,
have now
even
that are not religious. They're
China,
even
secular
present
societies.
even
China,
present day.
China,
What nation?
China, the
Rome,
biggest nation on earth, China.
Rome. 'Cause they absolutely have religious
China is
practice.
an atheist country. What are you talking about?
They absolutely have a religious practice.
What religious practice does China hold?
So your thoughts is China
Hold on, Vic.
as
Hold
a
on,
nation
Vic.
is atheist?
What religion does China hold?
You have Christianity in China. You have a small sect of Islam in China.
We're
You
talking
have
about
you go
societies
back
with
to their you go back to their roots where it wasn't, it was on the same lines of like uh, Buddhism, right, where they believed in their gods at one point. So
Do you
where
know
do
what Buddhism is?
I don't
I know
think
what
so.
Buddhism? I know what Buddhism is, but what I'm saying is when you say China as a nation is atheist, where does that come from?
Coach, there are
It's
multiple
funny that you
societies
asked
and
that.
countries.
Look at the screen.
Let me see.
There are also other countries that are highly secular and very low religiosity. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, even Uruguay. I was just reading something the other day about
Mhm.
Uruguay. I don't know how to pronounce it right, but it's one of the most secular countries in Latin America. They operate off a very strong separation of church and state. There can be religious people in these countries, but they by and large
Right.
realize that humanism, and following data is what's important, not some tradition where people try to regulate what others can and cannot do based on the religious beliefs of some.
These are
Yeah,
nations
I
that
don't
are not
disagree with the
ran by
data part. I mean,
religion.
I don't disagree with the data part and those moving away from, religion, right? I mean, that's facts, based on data. I guess what I was saying was, just even from the beginning of the time, I have not seen a nation that has not had a religious undertone as part of their civilization.
Yeah, early
To where
nations also
we
didn't
have it,
wash their hands. I don't
But
understand why this is
so like
important.
this is like a so what?
Doesn't make it
yeah, I think that
necessary.
was just back to the when you had asked, you know, could I see the other side without a God, right? That's why I was. I think
Well,
that's where we kind of went
honestly,
with that.
you kind of moved away from what she actually asked, because she actually asked you, what is the difference between a God that may or may not help you out and a world where there is no God and shit just happens? That's what she was asking you about.
Yeah, and so on the left side where there is a God, right? We understand a framework that exists within Christianity that gives a way of life, right, and an eternity.
And then on the right side,
And then I guess I mean trying to imagine that, right? You have a situation where, like you say, there's no God, right? So then there wouldn't be these standards. There wouldn't be this
Standards.
way. Say again.
What standards?
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't have a standard, right? You wouldn't have a religion. It wouldn't be a religious standard or
What is
culture
what is the standard and culture that you think is being beneficial to society right now?
in the terms of Christianity is to be righteous.
Christianity hasn't helped society. Well, let me take that back. There have been some beneficial things throughout history that has been led by people who believe in this God of the Bible. I can give you that. But if you were to
Mhm.
put the benefits of Christianity on one side of the scale and the detriment of Christianity on the other side of the scale, which one do you think would be heavier? And please remember the Crusades. Please remember the Inquisition. Please remember slavery. Please remember all those things when you picture what's on each side of that scale.
Yeah, I'm not going to ignore that, right? I think personally, I think the scale is even
wow.
The right side of the scale. What's on the positive side?
because we could still see through to this day where Christians try to make a difference. We
Hmm.
can see, and I know people talk about, oh yeah, there's a church on, every corner, right? Just like I'll say where places I've been where there's a liquor store in every corner, there's a church in every corner. Well, that's a reason for that, right? Um, there's a reason why there's missionaries.
I'm asking what's on the good side of the scale.
That is the good side, right? You, when
Is
you when
trying.
you see when you see real Christians, right, as missionaries or as clergy or as teacher, those based on what we know, right, and what is the message is trying to help those in need, help
Trying
the
to help
poor.
them how though? Like the Christian missionaries go into remote villages where people have their own way of life, their own deities, their own customs, and their own culture, and convince them that they have to believe in a Jewish carpenter that died for 3 days and pawned himself for the weekend. How is that helping? How is it proven to be beneficial for any predominantly Christian congregation? Are people healthier? Are people more at peace? There are 45,000 different denominations of Christianity alone, and even within those particular denominations, you have chasms. Like I don't understand how believers conveniently gloss over the problematic issues with this belief system, the fact that the God of this belief system is wholly unreliable and unpredictable, but we're supposed to ignore that and just believe that, you know what, eventually he's going to make it right. I don't see any difference between a world that has a God like that and a world that has a God that is non existent. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I'm just gonna be biased, right, based on what I read. Again, it's just not solo with Christianity. Um, I'm going with what the data says too about civilizations.
What
And
data?
yeah, like you say, you might point out that there might be you know some countries or nations, right, that are moving away from religion and being productive. Um, but when it comes down to it, at least my experience, the church has been there too. The church has been there too to help with the poor, going to the hospitals to pray over kids as well and adults.
But
I
Coach
mean,
K, I don't think we refuted that, right? I'm not saying that those things have not been done. I guess my question is praying over a kid in a hospital. Prayer is a passive verb. You can't guarantee that prayer is going to do anything. If you're going to do something to help someone, make that action measurable.
true.
So I'm not denying that there are people who do things in the name of Christianity or in the name of this God because they want to help others. I will give you that. The same way people say, well, it was, Christians that led the civil rights movement. Yep, and they were pushing back against Christians who wanted to keep our ancestors in chains. So the Christianity is not the deciding factor there because you had Christians on both sides.
Hmm.
So if a belief system can be used to move the needle forward in incremental amounts, and the same belief system can be used to pull that bitch back with all the force in the world and do untold harm, we've got to look at that fairly.
I mean, but and I'm with you. Like, I mean, back like on that the question, right, with the priorities, because it's saying I guess your opposition is God is not prioritizing the needs of certain individuals or groups of people. Um,
Hey, also, hang on one
Hmm.
second, Coach Vic. Bash wants to come up, ask a question. You want me to hop down so you can come up?
Oh, he can come up. It's space on the panel. He can come up.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that other box. I just sent you an invite, Bash.
Thank you so much. Vic, how you been, man?
hey, what's up, man?
Hey, you been okay? I ain't talked to you in a minute. Hey, Bash. Hey, buddy. Hey, Vic. Hey, Jay. I don't think. Okay, going to the hospital though. That's one to talk about. Okay, we said that there were nations where they don't really have religions. Japan's not a very religious nation. Neither is China. A couple, again, Norway, place like that. Okay, if praying over children in hospitals was helping people in hospitals, right? If we could go to a majority Christian nation and fire the doctors, just bring the sick kids into the hospital, and then pray for them, and they would get better at the same rate that they would get better in places where they had doctors, or at a better rate, right? So let's say America fired all their doctors, and Japan kept all their doctors, and the people in America got better at the same rate or higher than the people in Japan. Then we would know that prayer, that your connection to God was as powerful and as effective or more effective than medicine. Does that make sense?
Did you party?
But you got bars.
Yeah.
If you're speaking, we
Say
can't
again?
hear you.
Can
Can
you
you
hear
hear
me?
me? Okay, I hear you now. Did that make sense?
No, that makes sense.
Okay, all right.
You
So
came to
if
sleep.
if where people are praying and they do have doctors, and where people are praying or where people are not praying and they do have doctors. So keep this in mind. So let's say they got doctors in America, they got doctors in Japan. People in America are praying. People in Japan are not praying. Okay. The people in Japan are getting well at the same rate as the people in America. Okay. All right. So it's not like people in Japan are doing any worse off without a God. Okay. If that's the case, then it seems like the medicine is what's making people better. Does that make sense? Victor, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Oh, you keep catching bars.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Did that make sense? That like where people are praying and where they're not praying, they're getting the same results, right? I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
statistically. Okay. So if they're getting the same results, whether God is involved or not, right? Like if I'm in a room, if you like the fact that I'm here changes the results of this conversation. Whether I'm right, the fact that you just know that I'm up here, right? Like the screen looks different to the people watching. Something happened differently because I showed up. Okay, that's how you know I really exist. Is because my presence changes things in a measurable way, right? If my presence did not change anything in a measurable way, then you would just say I didn't exist. Like if I told you I have a unicorn in the room with me. Well, the question would be, well, what did that change? Can I see the unicorn? Is it taking up space? Is it doing magic? Right. If it
That's
doesn't have any measurable
crazy.
effect, huh?
That's crazy because like that makes so much sense. You know, in mythology, unicorns appear to virgins.
To virgins?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's freaky.
So you're saying so what you're saying, right? And I don't know whether the study's been done or not, right? But what you're saying is, if it hasn't been done, if a study was done,
It has been.
for instance, to compare a Saint Jude to a, I don't know, Saint Vince, not well, not I don't want to say Saint Vincent, but a Saint Jude to a regular hospital,
Yeah.
right? That is looking at reducing cancer.
Yes.
To in your mind, right? If that non St. Jude hospital shows you a higher rate of reducing cancer, you would conclude that it's the doctors. And that prayer does not make a difference.
Right. There have been several studies, and you can find them whenever you get ready, on the efficacy or the effectiveness of prayer. Okay. Several. We studied this extensively. Oddly enough, like and you of course you have to have control groups and blind studies and sort of some fair studies. So they had three groups of people. One where people were being prayed for and they knew they were being prayed for. One where people were being prayed for but they did not know that they were being prayed for, and one where people were not being prayed for at all. Okay, so they got three groups of people that's going there. Okay, all right. Oddly enough, you know which group of people did the worst in their recovery? The people who were being prayed for and knew they were being prayed for. But okay, there was no difference between the people who were being prayed for and didn't know they were being prayed for, and the people who weren't being prayed for at all. Right? No measurable difference between people who were being prayed for and didn't know it,
and people who were not being prayed for at all. The worst case scenario were people who were being prayed for and knew they were being prayed for. Okay. Well, if that's the case, again, in order for you to know that I exist, I have to be able to make some kind of impact in the world, right? Okay. So you know that I exist because you can hear me or you can see me or God forbid you can smell me, but you get like I'm making some kind of noticeable impact in the world. Okay. If I make no noticeable impact or a negligible impact, like right, okay, then it would seem as though, and this is kind of going back to what Fee was saying, it doesn't seem like there is a difference between a God or a person who believes that a God can do something and a person who doesn't. We get the same life out of it, right? I got the same life as a non-believer. Keep in mind, I used to be a believer. Right?
Hmm.
As a non-believer, my life is not any different. Well, I guess it's in some kinds of ways, but like it's no worse. Let me say it that way. Like, I mean, I do get to watch more Sunday football than I used to, right? But uh, other than that, like my life, there is no noticeable difference where it's just like, oh man, I really do. When I believed in God, things were better for me. Not in any way. Okay. Well, if there is no difference, going back to well, okay, unless you can say to me, well, here's the thing that's probably different in your life, Sebastian. Like when you believe in God, this happened, and now that you don't believe in God, this happens. Could you think of something that would be different?
And see, that's where I'm gonna agree with you on some of that, right? Because the Beatitudes show us that in Matthew 5. So
What did they show us? What did the Beatitudes show us?
it shows the types of issues of what people deal with and go through that he blesses.
I'm
And that
saying,
wasn't a respecter, that wasn't a respecter of persons. So like I'm agreeing, like I'm not gonna sit here and say like God, is not gonna bless you too, right? Or your life should be um that different than mine, right? If we talking about the same thing.
okay, so in other words, you do not see a difference in a worldview between or a world experience, I should say, in a world experience between a person who believes that there is a God, right, where God is actively doing things, just kind of whenever they want to, whenever God wants to. You don't see a difference between a God that does something just whenever he gets ready and a person that sees the world as like, sometimes shit just happens.
It's the response toward God, right? Which is the difference. So we
No, no, not
we
every
we know
response, not every
based.
response in the existence, Vic, in
Uh,
the, in the existence. I'm not talking about because keep in mind, that's a belief is from you to God, right? It's not necessarily what God did to you, right? Your belief, your response is about how you believe, right? So if you believe that God did a thing, then you're gonna say, "Thank you, God," right?
right,
If
right.
I don't believe that God did a thing, then I just won't say that, right? But what's the difference in what happened? In other words.
Yeah.
So if let's say I go out today and almost get hit by a car, you go out today and almost get hit by a car.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, we both almost got hit by a car. The fact that God loves you and cares about you kept you from getting hit by a car. The fact that I got good brakes kept me from getting hit by a car. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you had good brakes too, because if you didn't have good brakes, you got hit by a car. Okay, so it doesn't seem as though the God part was effective, right? Because the same thing happened to me with no God. Or if we go out, I mean, and again, I don't want this to happen to either one of us, but if we both got hit by a car, and you say the devil, I don't know, I don't know, however you classify this, right?
No, I would classify. Let me give. I'll tell you. How I would classify. I'm
Okay.
going to classify in two parts, right? I'm going to classify and say, hey, you know what? I bought a ride that definitely got some brakes. You know what I mean? Because I ain't out there rolling dirty, and at the same time, I'm gonna give thanks to the Creator because this could have went a completely different direction
Right,
where
right,
maybe I'm not living.
right. It could have, but I'm
Right. You
asking.
know what I mean? So it's just me
But which
honoring my
of
the
those is more likely? Is it more likely that your breaks came through for you, which breaks come through every day, right? Breaks are probably far more reliable than a creator. When you call upon your breaks, they answer you. They respond to your needs immediately if they're
well,
good.
don't disagree, right? But
Okay.
we know in this present world we see situations where people don't get a second chance in that same analogy,
Yes.
right? And so for me, I am gonna be grateful to my creator, right? Because it could have went a different direction, right? It could have went south.
It could no, it wouldn't have gone south for you. It would have been a blessing for you. To live is Christ, to die is gain. Right? This should only be a happy moment for me. I need to be here. You don't. And I ain't trying to be funny. Right? I want to be here because this place is good to me. This is the best life I'll ever live. I enjoy it. I want to be here. In your world, you should almost be sad that God didn't want you to come home.
Uh, I, I got some reservations on that, Bash.
How? Wait. Is
Because
heaven better than earth?
because the
Is,
same because and I understand you don't believe no longer, right?
yeah.
But based on the scripture, the same life was given to all of us.
Yes, but I'm
So
saying
if
this is the
God
only life I
created
get to live.
good, if life being good is good, so I'm gonna. It's not that I'm gonna overvalue right my life, but I'm still going to value my life because I know I got work to do while I'm here.
Well, not if God wants you to be home, you don't. Right? And heaven is infinitely better than earth, right?
Yeah,
If
but
that is
that's the
if that is
future
true.
glory though, Bash. But that's the future glory.
Well,
That's
I
the
mean,
future.
not necessarily. It could be the today glory if you didn't make it.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
But I
and
don't.
I don't. I
So,
mean, and
but like,
Vic,
I
I
don't
hope you know
conclude
I'm
that.
not with. I don't wish nothing bad. I don't
Yeah.
even like talking like that. I don't wish nothing bad on you. Oh, I just don't
No,
want you.
you're good.
Okay,
You're
okay,
good. But
okay.
in that analogy, right?
Yeah.
Like my plan going in, right, is that we, like you said, we don't know the break is gonna stop, or
Yes,
we
we
don't.
do. Yes, we do.
So you're saying you okay? So in this analogy, the brakes is stopping. What I'm saying is further into that analogy.
Okay.
I don't know if if I don't know if that's it, if that's the last breath, right?
Okay. Okay.
So only until that point happens where that's the last breath. If I got a breath left to understand that, oh, this is it, but we don't. You know what I mean? In that finite moment, you don't. So that's why it's two parts, man. Got breaks, cool, but I'm also giving thanks to my Creator. And what we saying is through these analogies, we're showing right what's supposed to be happening is that we're showing a world right that we're giving thanks to our Creator so that others may believe
Right. But
because
I'm saying,
that's the whole.
but Vic, wouldn't it be much easier? Okay, if me and you both went out again, we both got good breaks. We both make it through the day. Right. Okay. That doesn't lead to the just because you said the creator did it. That don't help. But again, if we fired all the doctors and Vic could go to the hospital and clear that bitch out, now we got something we can believe in. That would help. I don't know a non-believer, and I'm on the panel with several.
Mm-hmm.
If let me just ask, guys, and be honest with me, don't bullshit me. Not even you, also. If Vic,
Fine.
if Vic went to a hospital, put all the doctors out, right? Unplugged all the machines, stopped all the medicine, and prayed, and everybody in there got up, left, went to another hospital, tested for what was wrong with them, and it was all gone. Would you believe?
Absolutely.
But yeah,
No choice to.
Real, would you believe?
Yeah, you would have no choice but to.
Mac is obstinate. Let me ask Mac, would you believe? Mac hard to work with.
He might be in a work call.
Okay. Fee, would you believe?
Absolutely. I wouldn't have a choice because it would be
Wouldn't have a
obvious.
choice. Okay. We would be convinced, right? There's something, at least something that you know, right? Something connected to what you believe has a real effect in the real world. As of right now, going back to my earlier analogy, this just shit that happened in my day. Sometimes you have to slam on your brakes, right? There's nothing supernatural about brakes working. That's like there's something very natural about brakes working, right? So to convince me that there is some supernatural thing, I would need you to demonstrate the difference between a natural life or a life that is only natural or that only consists of natural, I should say, and a life that consists of the supernatural. And right now, it doesn't seem as though you could demonstrate that, right? That there is something about this creator that you know that actually has any bearing on reality.
Okay, and this may sound dumb, right? But in my mind, this is what we've been seeing for the past 2,000 years. We've been seeing the Christianity, the Bible. We've been seeing the message be preached, right,
Mhm.
throughout all nations
Mhm.
without losing that consistent theme of the death, burial, and resurrection.
Not necessarily
And it's
true.
2025.
But hear what I'm saying. To tell a story, it is also the case. It is very much true the case that we have heard the Jack and the Beanstalk story consistently for the last 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that does not mean that that has any bearing on reality. But we've heard that story repeated consistently for 400 years. Okay, I'm not asking if the story is being told. The story is being told. Right? I'm asking what bearing does the story have on reality? Like not even because the story could have bearing. The characters in the story, like so, not is the story being told, but the God of the story. What bearing does that God have on reality? Right? Because I could tell you, I do this all the time. If an atheist, a Christian, a Muslim, and a Jewish man or person all came to a stop sign and all four of them happened to run it, and the Christian said Jesus, and the Jewish man said Hashem, and the Muslim man said Alhamdulillah, and the atheist man said fuck, and they all swerved, and nobody hit anybody, and they ended up just getting on their respective paths and going on about their day. Which God saved them? Right. Well, the answer to that would be whichever one they believed in, I guess. Right. Because you wouldn't think Allah saved you from that accident. And the Muslim man wouldn't think Jesus saved him from that accident. And the Jewish man would think both of y'all was crazy. And the atheists just know y'all motherfuckers can't drive. Okay. So it doesn't seem like any of the gods there had any bearing on the reality.
So as former Christians, right? Are y'all wouldn't agree that again under Christianity
Uh-huh.
and what it brings to the table, good and bad,
Okay.
that sin is not one of those things that
Sin. That
impacts everyone's life in reality?
actually, you know what's crazy? Sin, as you would think it, crime impacts reality. Most of the things that are just sins and not crimes don't bother me at all. Crime affects reality. Sin don't. Me wearing this cotton and polyester blend shirt is not fucking up my day.
Or anyone else's for that matter.
Right. Right? But things that are crimes, yeah, or who you choose to sleep with at any given point that's consenting an adult, not fucking up my day, right? Um, yeah, but what's a crime? Yeah, that's got a big, because crime is bad.
I mean,
Right?
that's one. That's one example, right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Um, but opposite of seeing righteousness, right, in terms of Christianity, like we don't. I would think y'all would agree that in your personal lives, that there is a level of righteousness or things that you want to exhibit that when you don't exhibit that, you feel some type of way with some of those things.
yeah, but bro, before there was a Jesus, before anybody knew of a Jesus, let me say it this way: the day Jesus was born, in what is now Beijing, China, there was a little Chinese boy who had never heard of Jesus, right? And would not, and his, those folk would hear about Jesus for well over 1,000 years or so, right? Okay. There were people who were kind. There were people who were loving. There were people who were givers and nurturing and honorable and reliable. Like those things exist because life is that way. Right, there were people who were bad. There were people who were mean. There were schmurderers. Right, there were good and bad people, with or without a God. So again, the question is not does the story have a bearing. I'm asking, does the character have a bearing? Right, and it doesn't seem as if the character in the story makes much of a difference, except for the fact except for the fact that I can convince, like there's a saying that says, good people do good things, bad people do bad things. But in order to get a good person to do a bad thing, you got to give them a religion,
Mm.
right?
I think
Because
Fee invented that one.
I didn't invent that saying. I wish I
I
had.
said
Because it's
Fee
oh okay,
invented that one
oh
actually.
okay, okay. I wish I had.
Absolutely did not. I wish I had two passions.
Yeah, that's a hell of a saying. That's a hell of a saying, right? In order to get a good person to do a bad thing, you got to give them religion, because good people want to do good things anyway. And like Vic, I just think you're a good person. I believe it. I believe if tomorrow you just discovered, if it just hits you, man, maybe it ain't no God. I don't think you would just wake up the next day and wild out. That's not in your nature. Because if it
Hmm.
were in your nature, you'd already be doing it.
Yeah. So I mean, and I'm with you on certain parts of that, right? Is we see that it brings a higher level. Well, when I say higher level, right? When I say higher level, meaning that we see within Christianity, when we talk in terms of righteousness, there is a certain level, right, of expectations that as we grow and as we learn through the world, it's harder. It may appear hard for some to keep these level of expectations,
Give me
right?
an example.
So like that impacts people's reality.
Like, give me an example. Like,
Just like me, like for me again, being a coach, if my expectations could be here, and I want us to wear the same uniform, right, or I want us to do this, and this, because some might not hang with that, right? Because it's like, oh man, I'm cool right here, but if you raise that pinnacle, I don't know if I can reach that, right? And so what happens? A natural separation exists,
yeah,
right?
but Vic,
So
no, I think I get what you're saying. Let me ask a question, just so as you land out the analogy, I can follow it. Okay, are you saying that Christianity has raised the moral pinnacle to make life better? Again, is that what you're saying? Let me make sure I'm understanding.
not I would frame it as God introduced what righteousness in his eyes is, right? Which, like you say, raises that moral pinnacle.
Okay, in what way? Like, let me give you an example. That person in China that day that lived a whole life never knowing about this God, never hearing about it. That was a kind-hearted, giving, sweet person. Those people who helped move China along. Okay. What is it about your morality that supersedes theirs?
Again, I think that's where the scriptures is in agree with that, right? It's where you now face with God saying, "I am that I am."
No. I'm saying I'm asking about your morality, not about what God said. I'm talking not the story, the impact in reality. Okay. So what about your morality supersedes that person's morality? How is the pinnacle of your morality higher than that person's?
Anything is the other way
Oh,
around.
right.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I don't know if it's my moral being higher than that person, right? It's that we
What is
both
the
being
pinnacle of
we
morality
both
then?
if Christianity is being preached to both people, it's about both of us understanding that yes, we had a moral compass, right, of what we see in our heart based on what we're doing day to day, and now here is another level of expectation.
What level of expectation is upon you that's not on anybody?
I'm saying that I feel what I read is that expectation is on all.
I'm saying, but to a person who doesn't know these expectations, right? Because what you don't know doesn't, it can't, like, it's what you're not aware of. That person is not living by that morality, right? So a person who's living in China has never heard of this is not living according to that expectation. They don't know to expect it, right? And
Agree, agree.
and these people would have been doing this 6,000 years ago before a single word of this Bible ever dropped, right?
Right.
Back when Abraham was just having his first conversation with Yahweh, somebody was in China doing good. Okay. Never hadn't talked to God, never heard of God, never didn't know that, just didn't know nothing about that. There was life going on in Japan. They was living, doing just fine.
Hmm.
Okay. So in what way does this pinnacle of morality work?
So now when the gospel is preached, if it gets preached, right? I understand there's situations where it may not, but if that opportunity presents itself, right, and that gets preached, and you start reading, you start understanding, and that gets preached, and you start reading, you start understanding and examining again. Your moral compass, that which is good in and of itself in your eyes, and it may not be nothing majorly, bad with that. But now, as you read and you see that, oh, I could do more.
Give me an example of what you could do that's more. That's what I'm asking.
Like,
What,
okay, like for example, I think in the context, right, of what we're talking about, and again, let's just say helping the poor. I
okay.
know that there's people that don't believe in helping the poor. I get that. You know what I mean? And the Microsoft owner wasn't. Bill Gates wasn't a believer. You know what I mean? He shared that
He's
and
not a believer, but he
in
helps the poor a
philanthropy
lot.
and give it to the poor, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Um, but later in his life, he'll tell you now, right, as he gets more into philosophy and his philanthropy, his views change.
About philanthropy.
That well, his views change, and I don't know how deep, right? Because I'm not in his life every day, right? But he would tell you that his views is changing
About
in the
philanthropy?
way. Say again.
About his philanthropy?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
what way
In
is
the, in the
he
world,
changing?
right? In his early in his life of philanthropy and giving back to people, right?
Okay.
The poor. Um, it was through how we see it in the world. I give it back a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm doing that. As he got older, his philosophy changed. He takes more of a spiritual undertaking now on what it really means to give back. So what he thought he was doing early on is good, but when that expectation and it's like, oh, I could do more. I should be doing more
Did you
to
say Bill
change or
Gates? Are
accomplish.
you talking about Bill
Yeah.
Gates?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bill Gates isn't spiritual.
And hold on,
as an
and
example.
so you're saying that he, because he's now pledging some, whatever he made throughout his life to the continent, now that is him doing more.
Yes, that's doing more, and it's
How
not
is
just.
that doing more if the money came from the continent? That's where he got the fucking money from. How is that doing more?
I'm talking about in terms
Yeah,
of
he stole from those people that
person.
he's supposedly returning to. He stole that money. That's not his money. He's returning it to the right owners. How is that a extra thing to do?
Which part?
Bill
So not
Gates.
yeah, I'm not just that scenario. I'm with you on that real. Is
That's
that
what
what
I'm asking. You gave that as an example of what he's doing as extra. That is stolen money that he now realizes he probably won't go to heaven if he takes with him. He's now returning it because people have seen the destruction he has caused, and he's trying to give that money back because he's about to die. How is that a good thing?
so again, like even using that example where for some, right, as they get older and they get to that point of what I would say is more wisdom and understanding, because then you start seeing things from start to finish and you realize, oh, I thought I was doing good. I thought I was being a good person. And when the bar raises, right, if you have some awakening and that bar raises and you've been presented with a new again a new standard or a higher standard.
Is that a
That's
higher
hard.
standard? The man gets to live an amazing life while killing millions of people. And he's just like, yeah, I'll just give the rest of it back to you guys. That's a higher standard.
But also, there is
But
no noticeable difference
it's more
between.
it's more to his story than just that.
But wait. There is no noticeable difference between atheist donations and Christian donations. The average atheist gives the same amount of money as the average believer, right? So again, there is no. Show me where you giving to the poor, and you can Google this. Non-believers give just as much to the poor as believers, just as
Uh,
much.
let, let let me say this real quick. I do have a hard out at 3:30, which is in 1 minute.
I got a hard on at
Um.
1 minute too.
Oh wow. I mean, the pills are working. They're kicking in, buddy.
Hmm.
But Javarius is live, so when that minute is up, we can go over there. But go ahead, Vic.
Oh man, we ain't gonna have enough time, man. Yeah, we ain't
Sorry,
gonna.
man.
You know what I mean? We
I
ain't gonna have enough
started
time.
at
Go
eight
ahead.
thirty
Go
this
ahead and do
morning.
what?
Well, you're right. I'm sorry. I was trying to be. I don't want to cut the conversation, but I have to do some things which will require me to get on the road, and the service is not that wherein it could sustain a life
Man, well, thank you for having me,
downside of
bro.
living in the sticks.
Be safe out there.
I'm gonna try.
So safe driving.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody showing up. I guess it is 3:30 now. I kind of took your last minute. LOL, sorry. But Vic, I appreciate you pulling up. I really do.
Hey, y'all too, man. Y'all be easy. Y'all have a good one.
For sure, man. You too. Guys, I appreciate y'all for being here. Like I said, Javarius is live, so let's go over there. I'll be there shortly. I gotta get some things in the fire. I don't know. Y'all y'all have a good day. Y'all go over there and see Javarius. I'm gonna pop up there in a minute. I appreciate everybody for tapping and sharing and gifting and all that good stuff. I did upload another video to the YouTube from a previous live. Y'all be sure to go over there and check that out. It's linked in my bio. I'm going to be uploading some more clips and things of that nature this week as well. Probably get that done tonight and tomorrow. Yeah. Love you guys. Thank y'all for showing up. I will see y'all again on Saturday morning. In the meantime, in between time, y'all take care of yourselves, and I'll see y'all a little bit later on. Thank you guys.